finds says it shows that many Victorians are doing the right thing.
The fact that 10,000 less infringements have been issued than this time last year, despite more camera hours and more cameras operating, is a demonstration Victorians are getting the message. If we can issue no fines at all, that'd be a fantastic result.
The National Children's Commissioner has commended new reforms to make childcare safer, but says they're not a quick fix. Federal, state and territory education ministers met yesterday and have agreed to trial CCTV in centres, as well as introduce a national register of educators and mandatory training. Anne Hollands says she supports the measures, but is concerned about an over-reliance on technology.
But it may have a place, and this is what the trial, I guess, will consider. There are also risks associated with storing this kind of footage, and so that's what the trial will consider.
A new UN-backed report has declared a famine in Gaza City and warned starvation is likely to spread if a ceasefire deal isn't reached soon. Chelsea Hetherington reports.
After months of warnings, the world's top authority on food crises, the IPC, says famine has hit Gaza's biggest urban centre. The IPC says hunger has been driven by fighting and the blockade of humanitarian aid by Israel, and more than 500,000 people are at risk of dying from malnutrition. Israel has dismissed the report, labelling it an outright lie. It comes as Israel steps up military operations to seize Gaza City, with Israeli Defence Minister Israel Katz warning it could be reduced to rubble if Hamas doesn't release the hostages and lay down its arms.
Russia's foreign minister has accused Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky of saying no to everything regarding a potential meeting between the two countries. Europe correspondent Elias Kluhr reports.
Sergei Lavrov says Russian President Vladimir Putin has made it clear he's ready to meet with President Zelensky to discuss ending the war in Ukraine, providing there was a proper agenda, which he said was lacking. He told NBC News Russia had shown flexibility on a number of issues raised after a summit with the United States, but accused Ukraine of not doing the same in talks with the US and Europe. Meanwhile, President Zelensky has said Moscow is doing everything it can to avoid such a meeting and has urged Ukraine's allies to put new sanctions on Russia if it continues to show no interest in peace.
To sport, and Australian tennis player Alexei Popyrin says he relishes big matches as he prepares for a potential second-round clash with Jannik Sinner at next week's US Open. Australia's number 2 ranked male could play the world number 1 if he wins his opening round match against Finland's Emil Ruusuvuori. Popyrin, who climbed to a career best ranking of 19 earlier this month, says Sinner is the kind of matchup he wants.
If I do play Jannik in the second round, I think it'll be a very interesting matchup. I am looking forward to it if it does happen. I think I do have a game to cause trouble for a lot of the top guys, and I know I've shown that in the past.
To the weather now. There's a strong wind warning for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, isolated showers extending from the west, mostly on and south of the ranges, and contracting to the eastern ranges by late evening. Possible snow showers above 1,700 metres in the evening. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the medium chance of showers, most likely in the afternoon, with a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, also 16. Monday, a possible late shower, 20. Showers increasing on Tuesday and 19. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
ABC iView.
Lose yourself in gripping entertainment.
Somebody here.
Like with the family next door.
Know something.
Darby and Joan.
I'm going to find out who did this to you.
And Bay of Fires.
What the?
Always free, always gripping. ABC iView.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before. Finger goes up.
And it's on now on the ABC Listener.
Down the pitch. There we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Here pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership clash.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
The Pies kept the dream alive last night. They had to pull it out of the fire against Melbourne to ensure that they would book a place in the top four. It was not secure when the final siren went. Here's how it was called on ABC Sport.
Petrarca away to Sparrow. Met there by Schultz. A Collingwood comeback. Sees them in the four for now. Possession is 9/10 of the law. They win by a kick.
Little did they know a few hours later it would be confirmed that they will be a top four team. So the question today is, what shape is their game in and what are they capable of come September? Meanwhile, for the Demons, where does it leave them and what do they prioritise in the off-season? Do we need more honesty around player movement in the game after Tom De Koning's awkward speech following his 100th game on Thursday night? Who wins the Dogs Dockers blockbuster at Docklands tomorrow when we've got another episode of Spygate at the Whitten Oval yesterday? Is the AFL winning the fight to eradicate homophobia? Can the Crows win it without Isaac Rankin? And Port Adelaide, they farewell Ken Hinkley and Travis Boak in style with a win. So after all that, was the long goodbye worth it? All of that coming up today here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Handballed over the top to Andrews and he was met by Lockie Jones. Ball's in dispute. Alia's fumbling. He's got three sons around him and right and Port Adelaide have done it. They did it for Travis Boak and Ken Hinkley. Have a listen to the crowd. Port have done it. They're home by 4 points. And Gold Coast have to win on Wednesday to create their own history.
They could have got into it a bit more last night over in Adelaide, but it was a good call from Tom Wilson at the end. What a finish. What a night for Port Adelaide as they get the fairy tale ending, at least in season, for Ken Hinkley and Travis Boak as they go out a winner. My name's Corbin Middlemass. As you heard in the opener, Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie, is here. Hello, Paulie.
Hi, Corby. A drama-packed night, wasn't it? Great couple of finishes. Still can't get my ladder predictor right, even with even a week out. But what an opportunity blown by the Suns, and great performance by Port. Loved Ken's assessment of it after the game. Very honest assessment from a man who, in his words, is now unemployed as of today when he wakes up. And yeah, you're right. The Pies, in the end, a gutsy performance against a pretty good Melbourne team, really, it must be said. You watch in that third quarter, you watch the Demons, how's this team not playing finals? So have they got something left in them yet, the Pies? I think they might.
Since round 14, the top 9 have played the bottom 9 on 46 occasions. The top 9 are 43-3 now. So 2 of the Sydney Swans, and then last night Port Adelaide became the other. So it hasn't been a season where we've had these or it has been a season where we've had these de facto leagues, the top league and the bottom league, and yet very rarely does a team in the bottom 9 upset the top 9, and we saw it last night, which, as you said, throws your ladder predictor upside down. We'll pull that all apart in just a moment. The coaching icons here, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Malthouse. Morning or good afternoon, Mick.
Yes, good afternoon, Corby, and to the listeners and everyone else. Hello, Bawley. Now, I did show you my tips from the weekend, so maybe I'm taking a few it's the last game, and I'm trying to drop him behind my grandson so they can win second spot. But nonetheless,
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. I sort of had last night's. I'm only on the back that Melbourne played them a few weeks ago and almost got to the line, and that would be enough for blokes like, in my mind, for Gawn, who was magnificent, and a few others. I thought Oliver was okay, and I thought Petrarca got back better. I thought he was tackling, and that was quite lousy early, and they've shown a couple of kids. Collingwood just then went, this is the way we got to do it. Melbourne didn't know how then to stop that, turn the ball over, because Collingwood took a lot of chances, and win back and get a goal. As you said, they kicked 5 points in a row. On the other side of the, in the middle of the continent, down in the south, I wasn't surprised at all. I just think, Paulie, we're off there talking about Gold Coast, and they are run by 3 or 4 very good footballers, but on the same token, they're still not in. They're currently 9th. They've never tasted finals football. The pressure of finals football, and that was, even though Port got nothing out of it except a great acknowledgement to their coach and one of their greatest players, that's all they had to play for. Nothing else. And it's very hard then to lift yourself up. But that was enough. And quite frankly, just watching it, I got home and watched that last quarter, and it never looked like Gold Coast were going to win it. They just didn't have. They dropped their system. They dropped their run. And when it was a line ball, which you always want to find out, and that was happening in the last quarter last night, when there was a line ball, Collingwood beat the Melbourne player and Port beat the Gold Coast player. So, you can cut all the things about football. It gets down to that contested football, and you want.
Well, and your good players take that. And it was a great sort of contrast. You think about that last 15 minutes. Collingwood, who wasn't Pendlebury, goes behind the ball. Sidebottom has some big moments, So, and the Gold Coast, they're just not ready. Their leaders really were nowhere to be seen when the game was there to be won. Rao was well held. Anderson got going late, but was pretty well held through the course of the night. And on the flip side, Butters, Rosie, Georgiades, and some key players from Adelaide stood up. So that's the disappointing part about Gold Coast at the moment. They're just not quite ready to handle those big moments, but they get an opportunity.
They do, Bally, but we've been talking about this like last night and again today, is about the Essendon game coming out Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like on paper, it just should be in Gold Coast, should get the 4 points, then go into that first final. But it's this nervousness now and that tension of holding back and going, well, can we make it?
Mick's sat through over 700 press conferences, so he doesn't go home and pour through all the presses like I do every Friday night. And so it's amazing. You come here, you give your analysis, and it's funny what happens when you coach that many games in AFL footy, that often you see it the same way. The best coaches in the game, Damien Hardwick, this was his description last night on how the game was won, and you might hear some overlap in what Mick's just outlined there.
Oh, look, at the end of the day, we just spoke. They just wanted it more. Said to Ken, Ken's a great coach that I reckon gets his side to play for him. There's a reason I think he's one of the best coaches of, the last 10 years sort of thing. So, and he willed him over the line, and we just didn't, unfortunately, didn't match their toughness in around the contest, their cleanliness in around the contest, and we get the result. Goes accordingly, which is disappointing.
He was also asked, throwing it forward, about Wednesday night and how they go about approaching that with the playing group.
You're playing for a finals campaign. If you need me to sit there and give you a motivational speech to want to play your first finals campaign in our organisation's history, then you're playing the wrong game. Our players have got to pick themselves up. They've got to lead from the front. They're going to take charge. I'm going to hand it over to them. And we're going to see what this group's made of. Because they are made out of something special. Tonight they didn't show it. But I think they're capable of doing some really good things.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, this is the state of play, how it sits at the moment. So we now know Collingwood are locked in. Collingwood are a top 4 team. So we've got in later positions at the moment, obviously Adelaide expecting them to win today, expecting Geelong to win. Yep. Then we will have Collingwood, and we will have the winner of Hawthorn or the Brisbane Lions. So whoever wins that game on Sunday night will be a top 4 team, and they're our 4 sides. So just repeating again, Adelaide, Geelong, Collingwood, winner of the Hawks and the Lions will be the top 4 teams, and they will get the double chance. So we know that for sure.
Can I just jump in there?
Yep.
Brisbane, because of the draw and a win, will go third.
Yes.
Whereas Hawthorn need to win by X to go into third. So we know that Brisbane win, they are dead set third, and Collingwood will go fourth because of that draw.
Perfect. Moving on to the next stage of the ladder. If GWS and Fremantle win, so if GWS and Fremantle, if the Dockers beat the Western Bulldogs, both the Giants and the Dockers will host elimination finals. They will finish in the 5 and the 6 position. The Giants can't actually catch Collingwood and the teams above them because the margin difference is like 150 or something. It's not going to happen. So Giants playing Saints tomorrow. Obviously, we know the Dockers are in battle up against the Bulldogs, but if they win, they will get home elimination finals in week 1.
So to that scenario, only one game in Victoria would be the Geelong game.
Yeah.
Week 1, qualifying final.
What happens if, Corby, I know you're going to say it, but if the Dogs win and the Giants win?
If the Dogs win and the Giants win, then all of a sudden it becomes a little more tricky, becomes somewhat of a percentage battle, because they will be their percentage will be too good for Hawthorn. So if Hawthorn lose, they'll go past the Hawks, and the Dogs could even host a final.
They being the Dogs?
Being the Dogs. Yep. They could even host a final and finish as high as 6th.
It'd be the 6v7 again, if the Hawks lose.
But the issue is if Brisbane lose, because Brisbane have got the half game, the Dogs can't catch them.
No.
So they'll be too far ahead. They're already 6 points clear of the Bulldogs. So it's not just that the Dogs' results will actually factor a fair bit on what happens later in the night as to where they're going to finish in the chop up for all of that. And the loser, so say Hawthorn lose that game, they could actually drop as low as 8th on the table.
And people want to change the draw. as if you have a draw, play extra time.
Yeah.
That's why you have a draw, and that's why they go.
Great quirk, isn't it?
I think it's fantastic, the draw. You play right to the death. It's a draw. In Australian rules football, it's so rare because, you've got to get... It's not a soccer draw, 1 or 2. Oh, this is multiple. And I just think this differentiates the ladder.
The other thing that's worth pointing out is, as we touched on, the Suns now must beat Essendon. So we were thinking that was going to be a percentage battle and they'd be playing against sort of the clock and the calculator and everything else. But they just got to win because if they don't win that game on Wednesday night, they won't feature in the final series.
Yeah, look, if you had to sit them at the start of the year, last game of the year, you win, you're in against Essendon. They probably take that. So
can I just jump in there, Bully? I know it's a long time ago. Think back to that first game. Who would have at the time?
He's been on this all year, hasn't he?
Well, because Essendon were up and
about. Well, they were going better,
yeah. So had that game been played, there's a bit of probability it would have been a lot closer.
Who knows? Yeah.
Well, you don't know. But what I'm saying,
Gold Coast have got a really strong.
No, I'm only saying that because of the fact that we're now going 23 weeks down the track to finish the game. Yeah. But I reckon Essendon were in a pretty good position because from memory, I was thinking that they can just about win that game.
The AFL will be happy with the outcome, won't they? But at least there's a bit on that last game.
Yep.
Top 4 is going to be decided on Sunday night. It's a virtual elimination final here at Docklands tomorrow. So really the last 3 games of the season are all consequential to the makeup of the AFL.
I'm going to throw another little spanner in the works. And it's not about a game. If someone gets concussed on Wednesday, it's 12 days, is it?
Yes.
So where does that take goal? So that player will miss the final.
They'll miss a week 1 final.
That's where the AFL will be sitting there going, oh, please, no big heavy hits.
The other exercise we did during the week was to work out, the minor premier know at least. Will they know on Sunday night where they're going to play? Not necessarily. So if you look at the 4 time slots that we've got for week 1 finals, which is now Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday twilight-ish, Saturday arvo, and Saturday night, over the last 6 seasons, the minor premier has played in all 4 slots. So over the last...
No Sundays?
No Sundays.
Right.
So Sundays are done now because of the week off.
Right. So the last 6 years they've gone Saturday 3:20, Thursday night, Saturday 4:30, Saturday night, Thursday night, Friday night. Wow. So just because Adelaide finished 1, you might think on Sunday night, I know that means Adelaide's going to play Thursday night or they're going to play Friday night. Not necessarily. So we will have to wait until the official draw is released.
Do they get a say over that or do they submit their preference?
Not anymore. So it's the AFL determines it. And but more often than not, the AFL actually work backwards from preliminary final night. So the idea would be that if the 1 seed wins, they would play the Friday night prelim, which gives them an 8-day break into the grand final. Yep. So it almost works backwards from week 3 and 4 to establish the fixture for week 1. And often that means, as we saw in that example, 4 of the last 6, the Premier will find themselves on the Saturday, or the minor Premier will find themselves on the Saturday in week 1, which gets them on the Friday schedule come week 3 and all the advantages that go along with that. We've got a bit to chop up out of those 2 games last night. We'll work our way through them in sort of overlapping form, but we can keen to hear from you as well on the talkback line of 1300 558 222. Our run of senior coaches continues. 17 out of the 18 have joined us throughout the year. Justin Longmuir joins us on the program today. What a weekend to get him. Senior coach of the Fremantle Football Club. It is a virtual elimination final tomorrow, so looking forward to hearing from JL as the program progresses, and he's hoping to make his way through to a final series for the second time in charge of the Dockers. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Here is Craig McRae last night after his team had qualified. At this stage, he wasn't exactly sure where the Magpies were going to land, given the fact that the Port Adelaide game was still going.
16 wins and a good percentage. I'm sure anyone in this room would be pretty happy with that at the start of the year. It's a crazy year when 16 sort of, you're not sure where you're going to land. We celebrated that just after with our whole group, and we put ourselves, we've got a pulse now, we're alive.
2 Collingwood Premiership members, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball, alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. So what shape is their game in, the Magpies, as they head into September?
Oh, well, I think it's okay. It's not dead and buried, and the losses were close. They weren't blown out of the water, but they were significant in as much as each one of them was a low score, so they didn't have the capacity to kick above 11 or 12 goals, and they actually led and trailed. This time they've done it again. They've led beautifully. Third quarter was really a disaster, and they typically come back against a side who just didn't know how to handle that. So, and Melbourne are an okay side. They're no more value than what they are on the ladder. At 14th, I reckon their best would be, the way they played, would be 8th or 9th. Not even 8th. I'll go 9th or 10th, because I just don't reckon they've got depth. So where does Collingwood sit? In that structure of who we know are in the 8, I would put them in the middle.
Wow.
Middle being, say, 4th or 5th, only because the other sides, to me, have got a formula for kicking goals. Now, you'll get away with it in finals of a really tight game and win with 9 or 10 goals. You can do that, and quite frankly, there's a lot that do it. But if the other mobs have got a concentrated forward line and midfielder can get the ball in there, and they're looking at, because I always work it out, how many goals can you kick? I think Collingwood in the first final to beat, if they play Adelaide, they're going to have to kick probably 14 goals. If they're playing Geelong, they will have to kick maybe 15 goals.
Really?
Yep.
In a final?
Yep.
Okay, interesting.
You don't say that way, boy?
Well, I mean...
In those two...
From the Collingwood scarf on, I hope not. Because that's clearly they're vulnerable at the moment. There's real issues in there in terms of... You heard Scott talk about it after the game. Connection mid-forward.
14's not a lot of goals, boy.
Sorry?
14's not a lot of goals.
Oh,
it's 2.5.
They haven't kicked 14 in a few weeks, Mick.
No, but that's where I'm coming from. That's where I reckon they're...
Yeah.
Because Adelaide will kick 14.
Well, they
and
didn't
Geelong will
kick
2
weeks
14.
ago. They didn't 2 weeks ago. So
what do you mean they didn't kick 2 weeks?
They kicked 8 2 weeks ago against.
Oh, in the wet.
Collingwood.
In the wet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And don't forget they were 5-1 down at quarter time. So they've kicked all their goals. They've kicked 9 goals or 8 goals after quarter time. So I only use that as an example because that's what, when I was coaching, you try to work out, not on averages, because you've got to... Averages mean you're playing the bottom side. I take it on the top side and you go, what can they kick against the top sides? That's where I've got Collingwood, because I just think that McStay needs to jump up and kick a 3 or 4. And you can't now bring Cox in there. Memory's a good player for 4 kicks, 2 or 3 goals. Elliott's the champion. They'll miss Bobby Hill. McCready doesn't kick a lot of goals. The one thing that has happened to Collingwood, and they're built to this, is one of your favourite players, the Bull, is DeGoey, because he can go.
Well, he was a positive out of last night, wasn't he?
A big positive.
He really stood out. He covered the ground.
That's his best game he's played.
And I think if you're a Collingwood supporter, you're thinking, well, Geordie, we've carried you all year.
He's had injuries, though.
I know, but he's well paid and he's a highly regarded player.
Well, he
needs to have a 4-week season now, where he's Collingwood's best player to an extent.
Well, him and Pendlebury won the game from in the last quarter.
Yeah, so they're vulnerable. They're vulnerable. There's personnel issues. We know what happens when Howe goes out. We saw that even halfway through the game last night.
Is that bad injury? Did we know?
So he said
it sounds like it.
He said he felt a pop, and he also was saying, or it was reported last night that the first final is very unlikely.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Myercheck looks sore as well. So no one will benefit from the week off out of the 8 more than this Collingwood team. I think we know that. That's clear. Even their performance last week off an 8-day break showed that, and it's obvious, isn't it, that these older players benefit from that extra bit of rest. So that's a positive for them if you're trying to look for them. The other thing where they're vulnerable at the moment, you can tell, I think they've been not worked out, but sides now. And Melbourne in that third quarter, you've got to go at Collingwood. You've got to try and expose their lack of speed, for want of a better term. And the amount of times they got exposed and got really cut to bits through the middle of the ground last time.
And their back line too was very aggressive. And there was one stage we called a Melbourne goal when they had 3 in the goal square.
Yeah. So do they want to finish third or do they want to finish 4th?
Oh, well, I think they won't have an issue going back to Adelaide in a funny way. I think Geelong's health first and foremost, but then speed on the big ground will really test them out. The shape that they're in at the moment in terms of defensively, if they go over Adelaide again, Adelaide can't play like they did 2 weeks ago, concede 73, because they will be able to conjure a score somehow with fresher legs, Collingwood. They were too safe with the ball, Adelaide, and that's been a bit of an issue. That's a vulnerability for them. So the teams that have put Collingwood to the sword in the last 6 weeks, and even think about Fremantle in that last quarter, you've got to take them on. You've got to back yourself. Now, the first half of the year, you wouldn't dare do that against Collingwood because they'll sieve you on the turnover. Now, as the cracks have started to appear, that's how you beat them. You've got to take them on and with run and carry and a bit of dare through the middle of the ground and expose Darcy Moore, expose Billy Frampton, etc.
But I also think that over the course of a year, and again, when I start to look at how many goals the side's got to kick, you don't take the whole year. It's got to be recent form, and the recent form is this. I think Josh Dacos is a fantastic player, but now they're aware of that, so they can put someone roughly near him. So his run is not as good. Nick Dacos will chase every kick and every hand pass. That doesn't always help them. So I reckon they're almost going. I call that last night, that last stoppage. I thought, oh my God, Collingwood are going to blitz them out of this. No, Petrarca put his body in line, took that, and Collingwood couldn't get to it. So you're right. Clubs work you out. It's you then have to work out.
How to adjust.
How do we adjust?
Yeah, so they've got 2 weeks to do that. And I think that I like McRae's message after the game. It's a new season. We've got 2 weeks to prepare for it, and I'll back them to do it. So they're not done yet.
Imagine how hot that would be if they're the week 1 final. So if it does pan out that way, which is the favoured way at this particular stage, if you put the favourites in your ladder predictor, it would be Adelaide versus Collingwood at Adelaide Oval, given all the history, the Dan Houston history dragged up again during the week. Obviously, Isaac Rankin suspended. Everything that played out as part of that at Adelaide. Imagine Collingwood coming into town as to how hot that particular fixture would be and the history there. And then the other qualifying final is juicy in its own way, where as good as Geelong have been, Brisbane have been their bogey team.
Tonight,
the last 3 times they've met at 3 different venues, Brisbane have won 3 different ways. They came from the clouds to run them down in last year's prelim and that tense finish that seesawed at the end. Yep. And then this year, in the wet up in Brisbane early in the season, the Cats led, Brisbane ran them down. And then the game that we did at Cardinia Park a few weeks back, that Brisbane just blew them off the park right from the outset, and they never got close.
But if we talk to Lingy, he doesn't want to play Hawthorn.
Yes. It's all the history that's baked into that. I don't know. To me, it feels like that's a bad matchup for Geelong, and that they'll have to try and turn around a bit of recent history to make it happen. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Andy from Wodonga is the first of our callers on AFL Saturday. Hello, Andy.
Yeah, g'day, Corby. G'day, Mick. G'day, Bawley. Thank you guys and all the other commentators at the ABC. I really appreciate the calls.
Andy?
All right. I just want to talk about Geelong and how they managed to get a team together without overpaying players. And when you come to Geelong, I reckon they've all got, one thing in common, and that is that they could get more money at other teams. So they've already got that in common. And, I just love the Cats. I mean, just love the way they roll. That, these some of these contracts, the amount of money and the amount of time, it's just madness. So,
you're a Geelong supporter, Andy?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
It's, you've been pretty spoiled, I reckon, haven't you, over the last 20 years. They are. They're the benchmark. They are. They're so from a club point of view, just the way they're run.
14 prelims in 21 years.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? And
2 in every 3 years.
Yeah, and Chris has done a great job. And 25 years ago, Mick, the thought that Geelong would be a destination club, go down and live at Geelong, that wasn't the case, was it? And they've just created this culture
media,
now, haven't they?
Well,
there's an element of that.
There's a massive amount of that, because you have a look at Franklin wanted to get out of town. He went to Sydney and was able to get become a great footballer in a town where he wasn't as noticed in early days. And you've got Cameron. I know he's a Ballarat, or not Ballarat, but he played with the Rebels. The give and Tui and Henderson. Oh, let's go down there because you're near the beach. And there's a great attraction.
Dangerfield's a big one, but he was from so they've been able to do that well. They've been able to leverage the players that have tried to get out of the big city, haven't they?
That's why the competition's wrong.
Well,
it is wrong, Bully.
I don't think you can punish teams for building a culture like that.
I'm not having a shot at Geelong. I'm just going that we're going. Clarkson is absolutely on the money. There's too many areas where bottom sides now cannot go up the ladder.
Yeah, I heard those comments, and I also heard the rebuttal. They've had some pretty high picks of late, and there's jury's out on a few and missed on a few, as have Essendon. So Geelong got their picks right. They got Selwood in at pick 7. You luck out with players like that.
I'm talking about the free agency, father son. I just think it's anyway. It's another story.
We've got 4 big topics to come. Plus, of course, Justin Longmuir still to join us. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. 1300 558 222. Just to tie Bowen last night, Paul Guerra, the incoming chief executive at the Melbourne Football Club. I was able to catch up with him pre-game and ask him about the upcoming coaching process and whether it's a boat race. Have they already got their guy in mind?
The panel that we put together is first class, and having Joe Watson and Frank Panisi on that panel means that they are there to select the best coach. And when I spoke to Joe about it, he was pretty clear. If you've already got somebody in mind, I don't need to be part of it, but if you're truly open, I'd love to be part of it. So Frank was the same conversation, and then me and O'Callaghan was the same as well. So we're really clear that we're open to a point. We want the right coach that's the right fit for our football club. We want the right level of experience in there, and that means you've either been an experienced assistant coach or have already been an AFL coach as well. So I think it'll come somewhere out of that group. The rest is the game style and the fit that's going to be in our football club. But I'm excited about the conversations that have occurred. I know we'll make the appointment probably in the lead up to preliminary final week as well, which then puts us in the right position to be part of the trade conversations and then the draft conversations from there.
So a very senior assistant or a former senior coach is the ask from the Melbourne Football Club. Are they a top 8 threat as soon as next year?
I think so. Yeah, I think that we probably, Mick, you're not as bullish about them, but
a couple of kids last night.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
really
I like the mix, and there's obviously some big decisions to be made on some of those senior players. But we haven't seen Lever in the back half of the year as well. We forget about him. I think there's enough talent there. There's a spine, I think, and clearly, forward of the ball's been their issue. Even when they won the premiership, they had to cobble together a forward line to an extent. But there's enough. There's good senior players. There's enough. The level below them. Think of Langdon and these sort of types, Rivers that are coming through, and then I like Langford. I mean, Langford should be top 3 in the Rising Star or thereabouts.
Very impressive. Last night.
I think there's enough there for them. A bit like Carlton as well. That if they get things right over the off season, bring some more talent in, and the new coach usually has an effect in terms of those players that have been there for a while, have their biggest off in pre-season. I don't see any reason why they can't spike back up the ladder next year.
Preliminary final week is the timing, so that's when they're hoping to announce their coach.
And what's holding them back? So, yes, it's a good decision to get it done.
Yeah. Just on last night's game, obviously there were 2 of them. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Ken Hinkley and Travis Boak, they stole the show, didn't they, at the end? It was a feel-good moment for Port Adelaide people. They've endured a pretty tough season, and it's fair to say that the succession plan probably hasn't gone as smoothly as you would have hoped. Ken Hinkley fronted up to a press conference as senior coach of Port Adelaide for the last time. Here's how it played out.
One last time, for shits and giggles. Let's do it. I could not be more proud. I could not be more proud of our footy club, my players. I can call them my players still. My legends, everything. I come in 2013. I said, "You get what you deserve." It hasn't always felt like that. But tonight, footy gods, they were watching, and they gave Trav, they gave Chad, they gave Rob, they gave Doc Fisher, myself. They gave us something that we deserve because we're just good people, and that's all you can ever wish to be as a good person.
When you were driving in tonight, did you hope for a better ending than that?
No, I didn't think we had any chance. Thanks, I can say that now. I'm sitting there going, shit, I've got 6 first years in this team. Got a warrior old fella crippled going around. I've got a young kid Ram playing at full back on King, and I've got Alir who's got a rolled ankle and a busted medial ligament and hanging on. And we won against a team who's going to be very good, very, very good, and play finals. Couldn't be more proud of the team.
A moment, and after the game, you kind of standing there taking it in. What was going through your head?
I'm unemployed. I thought, how am I going to get a job? No, I didn't give a stuff, to be honest. I thought I'm just going to enjoy this moment. I'm just going to love my footy club, and tomorrow morning I'm not the coach, but tonight I'm still the coach, and I'm a coach who's the proudest coach the world has ever seen tonight.
So a pretty relaxed Ken Hinkley.
That's one of the best conferences.
As you can hear there.
That is sensational.
So they get their feel-good moment at the end, and everyone goes home happy. Is it all worthwhile then?
It's a Band-Aid over the big...
I know how do we review on the long goodbye?
I think even Ken probably in the build-up to the week almost admitted as such, didn't he? That in hindsight, it probably didn't work, or it certainly didn't work out
he said that.
How they wanted to. So... but also, there are times, there are times in footy when you've got great servants like that. Even with Boak going on again. And whether he took some games off some younger player, I think there are times where you can bow to sentiment a bit, Mick, and And that was last night, wasn't it? So
Yeah,
you're right. The Power fans probably walk away, don't they, from the season, certainly this week anyway, until they have to sit down and watch the finals that they're not going to be a part of. Having finished in the top 4 last year,
Yeah,
can
13,
at least feel
I
good
think.
about themselves. Yeah, I think it's 9 wins, isn't it? So
Yeah, 9 wins.
disappointing season clearly.
Predictable.
But again, a bit like Melbourne, a bit to work with to be able to spike again pretty quickly for the new coach. And heard kind of Rosie talk about fresh ideas, new coach. That can only be a good thing. So
I really don't think
disappointing year, but looking forward to next year.
I really don't think how in their right mind they could have thought we're going to make the 8. You lost Dixon and you've got Georgiades and no one else. So in between, and then they lost young Marshall. So you've got lost 2 of your talls to back up a medium tall who's your leading goal kicker who's kicked...
Had a terrific year.
I don't know how many kicked last night, 2 or 3.
I got 4 last night.
Well, there's 58.
Yeah.
58. That's that is a wonderful year. That is a wonderful year for and a few of the marks he took last night were extraordinary. Defensive marks. I couldn't, in my right mind, think that they can even make it next year without key forwards. You can't do in today's football. Ladder, Cameron on top, Gunston, King, Norton.
Yeah. You need a 50.
You've got virtually got to have, and if you don't have them in the top there, you've got to have 2 that are relative, because you've got to kick goals in today's football. It's going to anything under 10 or 11 goals, and you really have to be so defensive.
Heather from Central Victoria, off the talkback line, 1300 558 222. Hello, Heather.
Good day. I went 400k on a round trip last Saturday, and I sat there in Melbourne's indoor stadium, and in 10 minutes my team had not scored and the opposing team had scored 5 goals. And that was my day last Saturday. But last night, listening to ABC radio, I just screamed and yelled and shouted for those last 6 minutes because it was the best thing of the season.
How will you remember Travis Boak as a Port Adelaide fan, Heather?
Well, nearly 20 years of service, and every afternoon cup of tea I have out of my Travis Boak cup.
That's fantastic.
Pretty reliable, wasn't he? As reliable as a nice cup of tea on a Sunday afternoon.
How good's that? Heather, appreciate your call, 1300 558 222. Tony is in Adelaide. Hello, Tony.
Just a quick one. If Geelong get 2 home finals, or qualify at least, does that mean they play Collingwood or someone like that at Geelong? Are their home finals going to be at Geelong, or are they going to be dragged to the MCG for the money?
You'll definitely be at the MCG, so it won't be at Kardinia Park.
Even the first week?
Even the first week.
Not now.
Yep. So, and I think given the limited amount of numbered finals, there is, I can't even speak today, the limited number of finals is what I'm trying to spit out, in Melbourne means it's going to be at the MCG, so Geelong will be playing their finals there.
I think they've got their head around that now, haven't they?
Yep.
I think, and I actually think this Geelong team are pretty well suited to the MCG. I think
Absolutely.
They played good footy there this year. The wide expanses and their pace and their ability to cover the ground, they're perfectly suited. So they should actually want that and welcome that.
1300 558 222. Justin Longmuir is going to join us, the coach of the Fremantle Dockers. Speaking of long goodbyes, as we were talking about at Port Adelaide, Tom De Koning. Feels like you put your finger in the wind. Everyone expects him to be moving and going to St Kilda next year. Well, he played his 100th game in what sort of turned out to be more of a farewell game than a milestone game in a Carlton jumper back on Thursday night. And after he was presented a little memento from the president, Rob Priestley, in the rooms, he had to give a little bit of a speech. This is how it all panned out.
Obviously 100 games is an honour. Played for such a big club. Can't thank the boys enough for getting the win tonight. It's huge, and it's one I'm definitely going to remember. So thanks for all the good times over the past 8 years or so it's been, and obviously a disappointing year, but keep going and do good things soon. So all the best.
Man, that was awkward. So he said played for a big club rather than plays for a big club. So just to drill down on it. So
you went deep. You went
rather than present tense as part of that.
You went forensic on him.
Thanks for the memories. He dropped in there, basically reflective on the 8 years. He even said, keep going, do big things soon, as if, all the best to you guys, basically.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been more awkward. Would it have not been? And this is easy for me to say as he's much younger than me. I'm a 34-year-old that's worked in the media for 15 years or whatever. Would it not have been the perfect moment just to say, hey, guys, I'm out. Thanks for everything. All the very best. It's been great being a Carlton player. You've probably heard all the rumours by now. I'm not going to be here anymore, and I'll really look back favourably on my time at Carlton.
I reckon he wishes he had 99 games up.
Yeah.
So he didn't have to get there for that 100th, honestly.
Well, look, from the club's point of view, any sort of future sort of offspring at least qualify for far if it's still around down the track. But I'm a bit like you. But I think maybe behind closed doors. I think think out in the sort of the locker room and stuff with the microphones under your face. I don't know whether they needed to do it that way. Maybe they could have done it.
When you left St Kilda, did you have to tell the group?
No, I sort of didn't have the opportunity because to be honest, that's one of my regrets that I wasn't able to stand up and address all of them.
It wasn't your fault though.
No, well, it was a timing thing. Like we went honestly straight from the grand final loss 3 days later, and I hadn't sort of really made up my mind until or decided on pursuing a trade until the week later. So and then by then all the players were off and the season was done. So it was more of it wasn't this situation where he's clearly been thinking about it all the way through the year. And are we ready for it? I think it sort of comes down to the different stakeholders, doesn't it? Maybe I don't have the passion of the supporters, but if he had stood up in front of them halfway through the year and said, I'm going to try my backside off for the rest of the year, but at the end of the year, it looks, I'll probably look at taking this once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't think, and I thought Cripps handled it well after the game too. I think they clearly know, don't they? So. Yep.
We had Mark Murphy on with us the other night, and he spoke about the Lockie Henderson incident, which happened obviously after you departed Carlton, Mick, back in 2015, something like that.
Yep.
Where he basically, they said to him, we need to know because we're planning, are you going to be here or not? And he said, look, at this stage it's looking like probably not. And they said, well, clear out your locker and get out. And Murph said, look, that was a terrible way to handle it.
Yeah,
shocking for the club.
Yeah.
So
shocking. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether we're mature enough, or are we in the same mindset as rugby league? They come to grips with it very quickly, and they could sign a contract for another couple of years and still play.
So why aren't we?
It's not in our DNA. We haven't accepted that yet, Paulie. We haven't got to the stage where we're going, by the way, boys, this is my last year. There's something that rugby league, Australian rules football, great people, different type of people, different types of setups. The organisations were 1 or 2 years apart in the 1890s or 1870s, wherever it was. So the separation is Sydney-centric, Melbourne-centric, or Southern State-centric. We are not. I'm not going to say it's not mature enough. We haven't accepted that yet.
One other big story of the week was clearly Isaac Rankin, who we now know has been suspended for 4 weeks for a homophobic slur. The only way he'll play again in season 2025 is if Adelaide lose their qualifying final and go the long way around the mountain to make it to grand final days. Coach Matthew Nicks spoke yesterday.
Well, I think Isaac's got some great support around him, and I think the fact that he's, the detail that's gone through, he's acknowledged where he went wrong, and he's worked his way through that in the right manner. He understands that we've got to be better in that space, but it is he's not the victim in this, and by no means do we want that to be looked at that way, and he knows that. But it's been quite a tough period for him.
The football side of it, can they win it without him?
They can. It's harder. I love talking about the anatomy of a premiership team, and particularly this year where that top nine is cleared off and is pretty even in terms of being able to beat each other. You need that. You tend to, in recent history, you need that X factor player, don't you? And they're pretty sort of workmanlike around that, aren't they?
Well, it's like what we spoke about with De Goey. Those kind of guys that are
Bobby Hill,
tailor-made for September.
Who's the? Look, excuse my ignorance here. I can remember the name, but I can't get the name. A young bloke that's hurt his knee.
Josh Richelli. Yeah.
Right. So he's got a little bit of magic about him, but is he a weak?
A lot of footy.
He's still a couple away.
Yeah. He's still 2 away, is he? Because they thought they might get him back for the first final. So, okay, I always look at the way the Dogs did it without Bob Murphy. and the way West Coast did it without three of their most important players, ruck, wing and a half-back, and just got on with it.
Yep.
Interesting, my son's over from Tasmania, and we were talking about it last night. I said, the one thing that can happen, Adelaide got a record of dwelling on things because they've been done over with the missed the goals and the free kicks, and they dwell and dwell and dwell to the point where that overrides what's happening in front of them. If they allow this to get under their skin, they're dead and buried. If they can put it behind them and go, right, this is the group we're going forward with, then they're on the right track. It won't ease the pain because he's a very good footballer, but it won't be a distraction. And that's what the Dogs didn't let it be a distraction, nor did West Coast.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen from them this year, and the way, Matty nicks a little bit.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if they aren't, pretty well next. It has to be next soldier up. So you look down today.
Well, that didn't happen. It hasn't happened with Dawson got necked and and then Keys missed the goal and I'm
talking about this year.
Yes, that's maturity.
So Draper comes in, he gets an opportunity. So can he write a story?
That's right.
Yeah. So I think Keys, Neil Bullen, the players they've brought into the club, Pete Ling, it hasn't been about one or two this year, has it?
No,
they've had good performances, but it has been about the collective, and it's their defence, and we're looking forward to seeing them today. That's what's, to be honest, certainly the second half of the year. Everyone's been speaking about this much vaunted tall forward line. Their defence has been number one in the comp, and it's not even close.
And it wasn't like that early in the season.
No.
It was very, very drift apart. And they've done it with a lot of no-names who have now joined into a collective. It looks of solid defence.
3 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 4 weeks. The bans for homophobic slurs over the last 2 years. So certainly every player's on notice. Again, 6th different club involved as well for different players from different teams over that period of time. Coming up next, our run of senior coaches continues. Justin Longmuir ahead of the biggest home and away game of the season. The loser makes the finals. The winner makes the finals. In all likelihood, the loser will miss completely in season 2025. That's coming up in 15 seconds. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio. You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
The senior coach of the Fremantle Football Club, Justin Longmuir, has been good enough to join us. Justin, appreciate your time.
No worries. Thanks for having me on.
How have you framed up the week?
Oh, really, the overriding message is just get back to our footy. Felt like we let ourselves down in a few areas last weekend, mainly around the way we want to play for each other. So that's been front of mind. When we play our best footy, we're playing for each other and trying to bring each other into the game, and felt like a lot of our missed opportunities and some of our connection last week was off the back of, not trying to bring our teammates into the game. So, trying to reset rather than catastrophise last week's loss. I feel like there was some pretty easy fixes.
The prize is pretty simple on the end of it. You win, you play finals, you lose, you most likely don't. How do you steer into what's to gain as opposed to what's to lose with a playing group that is clearly aware of what's on the line?
I think, the best way to approach it is just to talk to the players about it. And each player will handle the situation differently. But really what we need to do is lean into the simplicity of the game in these moments. Contests will be king. We'll need to be really well organised. So communication and connection and those types of things are really, really key. And they're all controllables. And that's what we're trying to do, is get the players really focused in on what they can control within their roles out in the oval. There's clearly a lot of outcome-based talk, and there'll be outcome-based thoughts come into their minds at times tomorrow, wherever the scoreboard is sitting. So we just want to really focus on what we can control, and it's been another theme of the week.
You've won 11 of your last 13 games, and yet it feels like you in particular and the footy club is under a lot of pressure. Do you feel like you get enough shine for what you've been able to achieve this year?
I think it's, in a way, it's my lot in coaching. People pick apart the negatives and don't actually look too deep into any stats really, let alone a pretty obvious one like won 11 out of our 13, and 15 games for the year is no easy feat. So anyway, like I said, and preach to the players, control what you can control. I don't tend to get caught up in too much of that narrative, and just try and give my best to the players and help them prepare each week. And I think we've done that pretty well this year.
I think we had Simon Garlick on a few weeks back before a Friday night game, and he said, yep, Justin's our coach, and spoke about obviously the employee agreement, which has been much discussed, and said, yeah, he'll be there round 1, 2026, there's no doubt about it. Do you feel supported by the footy club, even despite that external noise, and I guess the way that you and the club are represented in the national media?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I'm at peace, and that's why I don't get caught up in what especially Eastern States media says about my job as a coach, because I couldn't feel more supported by the GM Footy and CEO and the president. Feel like we're well aligned, feel like they've got my back, and if anyone's going to know how I go about my coaching, it's those people. So, yeah, really confident.
This is going to be a difficult one, I'm sure, to try and frame up, because I imagine you're not even thinking about if the result goes the other way tomorrow. But is there a way that the season can still be a success even if you don't play finals?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and you're right. Like, everyone's talking about 15 wins. My focus is on getting 16 and playing finals. So that's where our focus has been this week. But, yeah, there's a lot of factors we look at in terms of how a team improves. If you want to look at just simple win-loss, we've won 3 more games than we did last year. So you can come to that conclusion without digging too deep into the stats and players played and injuries and age of the team and all those sorts of things. So we'd be bitterly disappointed. Our fans would be bitterly disappointed, but I think most of our fans see the progress this year, even without winning this game and playing finals.
Now, on a lighter note, JL, how did it come to pass that you had 2 of your coaching staff there at Whitten Oval yesterday to watch the doggies have a run around?
Yeah, well, I heard about it when you heard about it. And I think we had some coaches over here a little bit earlier to do a session with Luke Jackson in Melbourne all week, and I think they saw that Western Bulldogs were having an open training session, so they thought they'd go along and have a look. They're definitely not going to get a job with the CIA post coaching. They could have been a little bit less discriminate, and taking a 206 centimetre ruckman is not a way to slide under the radar. So anyway, they left before training started, I believe, and we didn't get anything out of it in the end.
I was about to say, couldn't you find like a Hayden Ballantyne or someone that was could sort of sneak through, or Peter Bell or someone like that? I know the great Ken Judge used to always say about our own Ben Cameron, he could walk under the table with a top hat on. That's kind of the sort of person you're looking for, someone that can just blend in the background. How was the news conveyed to you? When did you work out that they'd been busted and kicked out of training?
Well, I think we all saw it on social media, to be honest. I think obviously one of the journos posted it reasonably quickly, and then it did the rounds. I think they left and went and did a session with Luke Jackson, so they were none the wiser to the mutiny they were getting.
How's his prep been during the week? Obviously, very unfortunate circumstances. He's had to be in Melbourne this week due to a family incident with his partner. But is his prep what it should be, at least in being able to get ready to go for a season-defining fixture?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, he's had a couple of solid sessions, albeit away from the group, which is not the ideal preparation. But Luke's done plenty of work throughout the season. He knows his role, our game plan inside out. And he appreciates us giving him the ability to be with family in these moments. And like I said earlier in the week, individual circumstances override team what's best for the team at times, and this is one of those clear examples.
Is Hayden Young ready to go?
Yeah, he is. He's ready to go. He's done a mountain of work, and we could have pushed him to play last week. So having given him an extra week, a couple of big training sessions, fills me with a lot of confidence that he'll be ready to go.
He'll play a full game?
He'll play a full game. Yep. He'll won't play massive minutes, but with the limited rotations these days, you can manage players, and a lot of your midfielders only play 80% anyway, so he's well and truly up for that.
You're 6-3 this year, JL, against top 9 teams, and yet against bottom 10 teams, or bottom 9 teams, you own 4 losses, which is more than any other team in the mix to make the 8. What do you put that down to? Why is it that your top end's been so good against the fellow contenders, which obviously bodes well going into tomorrow's game, and yet you've had these unusual slip-ups that it's a characteristic that really doesn't belong with the other 9 teams in the mix for the 8?
Yeah, I think it's a number of factors. We wanted to break it down to a couple. I feel like at times we've put a little bit too much pressure on winning some of those games, especially the ones away from home, like St Kilda and Melbourne. And once the scoreboard sort of got out of control, we just got in our own heads and made more of the game than what we actually needed to. And I think there's a little bit of maturity to do with this, to improve on when we get in front and are able to put teams away. And that probably leans into our poorer percentages. We've been in games where we've been up by 30, 40 points and we haven't gone on and finished the game off as well as we would have liked, and haven't been able to use a footy term, put our foot on their throat and really, build our percentage or stop the opposition from getting into the game. So there's a couple of little things there that, probably factors in those games against the bottom 9 teams. But our record against the top 9 teams is strong, and we've lent into that this week.
Justin, thanks for making yourself available. All the very best tomorrow in a season-defining game. Congratulations on the run so far, and all the best for what's to come, hopefully for a deep run for your sake into the spring.
Thanks, Corbin. Appreciate it.
And Justin Longmuir, the coach of the Dockers, with me a short time ago. So big game tomorrow. Can he lead Fremantle to a final series for the second time? They've only won 15 games in their history on 6 occasions, and he's coached 2 of those years, Justin Longmuir. So they're trying to make it 16 tomorrow to try and get there and make the 8. Who wins, Dogs or Dockers?
I think Dogs win, but I think he's done a fantastic job. He's changed the game structure marginally, which he needed to, and he was able to do that. 15 wins or 16 wins is an outstanding year of football. Now, we know that the competition's dropped off, and it's only the top sides, but in any other year, he is finishing well and truly close to the top 4. So he hasn't, but by definition of winning, I think, Corby, you mentioned some figures the other day where they have won more games against the top 8 than possibly any other side, which I think is an extraordinary figure. It does say, why aren't you winning the others? And we've already gone through that, but that is, I cannot believe the criticism he gets.
Yeah, and they've done that by playing a bit freer. So you just hope we get that Fremantle tomorrow. Give yourself a chance. Don't try and reduce it to a dour sort of contest.
Well, you can't do that against the Dogs.
Well, I don't think you can. Take them on. I think they match up okay. They've got size down back. Yeah, they've got Pearce can handle Darcy, and
who wins?
And they can go head to head on the ball. I'll be picking the Dogs only because it's here, but not with a heap of confidence.
No, I'm pretty confident.
Give me the Dockers. I'll take Freo to go the other way. And all the best to Caesar as well. I don't know if you guys have saw this during the week. Caesar is retiring.
Yes.
He's the Bulldogs mascot. He's the goodest of boys. He runs around and goes down there, but as the quote said during the week, he's an old man now.
Yeah.
And with that comes a bit of arthritis. Yeah. It's getting harder for him to do the big walks onto the oval, and we don't want to push that with our boy. So
what a career.
After 9 seasons.
At ease, Caesar.
Caesar's going to farewell.
My son's got a Bulldog. He's a Bulldog supporter. Bruce. Big Bruce. Big bad Bruce.
So all the best to Caesar for the last time out tomorrow. Thanks to Justin Longmuir as well. So 17 of the 18 senior coaches we've had on. We're just one short. Doesn't look like we're going to get there with Ross Lyon, unfortunately. But
Good effort, Ben Cameron.
Had a press conference yesterday. Not one person rolled up to Ross's press conference. We could have gone down there and done it as a one-on-one, but would love to have Ross at some stage. Mick, I'll hear from you at the G.
You will indeed. Look forward to it, actually.
Paulie sticking around. The footy's coming up next.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listener. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. ABC Sports coverage of the footy on the ABC Listener. The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up!
And it's on now on the ABC Listener.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang!
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport. We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the ball.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
that camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Adelaide Crows are about to return to September football for the first time since 2017. On that occasion, they did it as the number 1 ranked team, and they get the opportunity to sew up a third minor premiership this afternoon with victory here at Docklands. Up against the lowly Kangaroos, who've ticked a little box in their step in their development. They've won 5 games in a season for the first time since 2019. And they look set to finish outside the bottom 2 for the first time since then as well, after a victory against Richmond last week. The smallest of small wins, perhaps, for North Melbourne. Let's see how they go against the Crows this afternoon. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. It's obviously been a shocking week for the Adelaide Football Club. But the positive for them coming into the game today and the true football sense is that they have won their last 7 matches against North Melbourne by an average winning margin of 47. So they're pretty good at beating up on some of the lowly teams, Adelaide. I've said a couple of times this year, particularly at the Adelaide Oval, they remind me of the West Coast Eagles in sort of 2013, 14, 15. Late Sunday afternoons at Subiaco Oval, they could absolutely whack the lowly side. So we'll see what we get out of the Crows here today.
11-0 against the bottom 9 teams this year for Adelaide. There's no late change, by the way. Cooper Harvey is the sub for North Melbourne, and Brodie Smith is going to start as the sub for the Adelaide Crows, chasing 18 wins in a season for the first time. Of course, all these stats have a little bit of an asterisk on them, given the fact that we do play more games than we ever have in the past. But it would be a fine achievement if Adelaide are to do that this afternoon. Matthew Nicks just pulls them in for one last chat, so a tight huddle in the Adelaide rooms, and we'll see them out here on the Plain Arena in just a moment. Our Premiership pair on Saturday afternoons, the whole gang's here. First of all, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon to everybody. It's a low pass mark for you with North Melbourne.
Yeah.
If you're saying, 5, well, we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, 8 wins was really achievable and probably where they should be at. So
8's a huge gun when you haven't won more than 4 for 6 years.
I think with the development of the list, that should have happened this year. I think 8 would have been a great result. I think 5's a little bit under.
So we're there.
6 or 7, I'll give you a little pass, but I think 5's still under.
Yep.
So, but who knows? Who knows? They could upset the ladder leading Crows today. So, look, you mentioned the 47-point margin these teams have had over recent encounters, but I'm interested in the Crows' attitude today. You know, they've had a big week, no doubt about it, as a football club. So, but how they come out and play football, there's no better form than winning form. And I think particularly going into a final series, likely to play Collingwood again, I would say, all things being equal. They want to play well.
Isaac Rankin's played every game this year, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the other
it's
thing.
A big loss.
It's a huge piece to take out, whether he's played mostly forward or mostly midfield, and he's done both on certain occasions across the course of the year. If you thought they were looking for a small forward, well, they've left out Lockie Murphy, so they've decided there's no room for him either, so he's been omitted. Schomburg's also out. The ins are led, comes back from suspension, other end of the ground. Sid Draper gets another look at it. We haven't seen him in a minute, so an opportunity for him to get a run for the first time since round 12. Their high pick in last year's draft. And Billy Dowling also gets a look in as well. He has not played since the final round of last season. Comes in for his 10th game. The Premiership pie, Luke Ball's here.
Hi, Corb. Yeah, what an opportunity. What an opportunity for those players that you mentioned. You know, I was lucky enough to be part of a team that went on to win it in 2010. Rami, you might have had a similar experience. And I think about 3/4 of the way through the year, Jared Blair, off the rookie list, came in to a vacant spot. I think off the back of an injury. And didn't miss from then on, became a premiership player. So, you know, there are those opportunities. Can a Billy Dowling step in and take it? Can young Sid Draper, high draft pick, highly regarded, can he step up and take that? We spoke in the pre-game or in AFL Saturday about the fact that they have, it's felt like a different Adelaide this year. Rama, they've been a lot more of a system and a collective sort of, rather than relying on individual brilliance. Yes, they've had some from Rankin at times and, you know, Thilthorpe and these sort of players that have had terrific years, but it's been the sum of the parts, hasn't it? You think about that back six, which has just been unbelievably solid. In fact, better than that, brilliant for the last 10 or so weeks. So,
when something goes on like this during the week, how shielded is the rest of the group from it? Like, are you guys just running around your business?
Well, you rely on your leaders.
Yeah.
It's hard not. It's hard not to be. It's hard not to be caught up in it. But you're relying on your leaders there and your senior players. When it comes time to work, when it comes time to train, you're in the gym, all those sort of things. To say, righto, we've got to be where our feet are. We've got to take care of business here, and when we get the opportunity on the weekend, we take care of business and let the club handle a little bit. And that was probably, the criticisms early on in the week that they put players up. I think Darcy Fogarty up to handle questions. Really, that should be a footy manager or a CEO's job to handle. We'll handle that. You concentrate on what you're paid to do. But
the media in the car park and the here in the
hard to avoid that.
There's a number of players that would be close to Isaac
as well,
and they would have lived it with him day by day, moment by moment as well. So it would have taken a lot of emotional energy out of those guys as well. Now, albeit he certainly did the wrong thing, but you've got a game of football to come and play, and there's a bigger carrot right at the end of it if they can if they're good enough to get there as well. So it's switching your attitude pretty quickly.
And what is very real right now is that we are likely going to have Collingwood and Adelaide in a qualifying final at the Adelaide Oval week 1. Remarkably, if Collingwood go there and win that, then if Adelaide go the long way around the mountain, we could have a grand final in which Isaac Rankin returns to play Collingwood on grand final day.
Oh, it's all lovely.
Promoters
but
dream.
Even the qualifying final is going to be an absolute powder keg at the Adelaide Oval.
Don't want to hose it down, but I think this year's shown there's no point in thinking too far ahead.
No.
My ladder predictor's just been horrible for the last 3 weeks, Benny. So I love your thought. I love the dreaming, and it might well occur, and wouldn't that be a story? But let's just.
I think what Adelaide need to work out how they're going to replace 20 possessions and almost 2 goals a game.
Yep.
That's their greatest challenge over today, but then also that first final. It's
is that one guy that comes in and gets 20 and 2, or is it somebody else needs an extra 3 and someone needs an extra goal here or there? And
but also it's the great intangible of how he does it and how it ignites them and the energy it provides. You can't. I'm not sure you can totally replace that.
He's certainly an X Factor player, so you can't replace it. I agree with you, Corbs. It's by committee. They're going to find. They're going to find that. It's sort of like the Moneyball situation, the movie there. You go and these are the numbers. This is how we've got to get there.
Yeah, the challenge, and one thing they need to do, just even more broadly as a team, is just address a bit of a vulnerability that's creeping in. They've become pretty dour, Ramo, in terms of how they attack. I think, and all credit has to go to to their defence, and you think of the emergence of Worrell and the play Mark Keane, the season he's had, and the other players, but Milera, what a season he's had, and they hope to get Michael Annie back, but they've become pretty dour in terms of the way they attack. And you think about that Collingwood game, they conceded way too many inside 50 balls, didn't they? Yeah, so they had to. They really just had to fight and scrap and defend. And without a player who can spark a lot of that offensive flair and movement and keeping the ball in motion and hitting inside 50, dangerous kicks inside the corridor, that's going to be a challenge for them as well. So who can step up and take over from that point of view?
Just on those numbers, Paulie. So last 4 weeks, they're 18th for moving the ball from defensive 50 to inside 50. They've had 158 goes at it, and they've moved the ball successfully 17 times.
That's horror numbers. That's bottom 4 team numbers. So again, highlights, one, how brilliant their defence has been to stand up during that period. But B, they've got to address that. They've got to fix that. Because I don't think they can win the premiership, Rammer, especially without Rankin. Because Rankin's the one that can bob up and create something out of nothing with those limited inside 50s. But if he's not there, you've got to work out a way to get the ball inside your front half and keep it in there for starters. But also, the game's a transition game now.
Can you do that week to week? Can that be corrected this late in the season?
I think that's very tough to correct that.
I think it can be a bit of a mindset thing. You spoke about Fremantle being able to, flick at times where they've been able to turn from being really dour and slow and stodgy with their ball movement to throwing caution to the wind a bit. It's a personnel thing, Rami. You need to have the people that can see the kick and then hit it quickly and execute as well. So do they have that? I'm not sure. We'll see. Well, can Laird do that?
Well, what finals turned into is a ground ball game. We know that. It turns into more contested, but real ground ball. That ground ball gets who can really not so much put your head over the ball, but go and get the ball. The ball movement is still a high priority, but ground ball gets at Adelaide. You look at Neil Bullen, you look at a Keys, you look at Dan Curtin on a wing, obviously Jordan Dawson, Isaac Cumming, Miller. You mentioned. Worrell, I think, who's just been a revelation this year. Sam Berry's going really under the radar. Saligo. So those guys, they've got to transition to that as well come a final series. But look, it's going to be fascinating. You look at North last week, obviously very good. You look at Harry Sheasel last week and you scratch your head and you wonder why. How does a player collect 54 possessions in a game? So I would assume somebody would have to go close to him today because that's something that I feel Matthew Nicks will need to practice. If somebody gets off the chain in a final, well, who's our guy? Who's our guy that we can go and really put the brakes on that particular player for a quarter, for a half? So that's something that I'm sure that will be worked at today. You mentioned earlier around the 5 wins, Corb. I do see it still as a bit of a failure of a year. I expected them to be further advanced than that, but they have had some injuries throughout the year. Larky obviously not playing the latter part of the season. Wardlaw's missed a lot of football. Sherry's been out suspended. So those critical players, when you're a developing team still, they've got to be playing 20-plus games a year to give yourself a chance to go and win those 7 or 8 games.
You need a big game from Davy Gignac today. He's been the one that, off the big contract, had a below par year. His best game last week, ironically, in a game that really was meaningless down in Hobart. So love to see him against a good opposition today, the number 1 seed. Carry that form into the off-season.
Go and take on Jordan Dawson.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. I'd love to see him really put his stamp on the game today, make it really hard. I mean, that's where, if they're going to challenge them today, we know that, with Cherry in the ruck and Sheasel and Simpkin and Davies, that's where they're going to challenge them today and see if they can put that Adelaide defence under pressure here under the roof. Let's see if Adelaide have an eye towards next week as well, and how much of a distraction this week has been.
Ray Chamberlain is with us every Saturday afternoon here on ABC Sport. He is a 300-game umpire, formerly retired, out of retirement, back in the AFLW circles, but still with us.
John Farnham.
On ABC Sport. G'day, Razor.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here as always, and great. I love listening to your pre-match chat and the things that you're looking for and the opportunities that exist. And you talk about opportunity, and today on the boundary here for the umpires, Caitlin Barr will be the 607th boundary umpire ever to umpire a game of AFL football, and her, along with Greta Miller and Melissa Sandbrooks, who umpired this week also, they become the first women in the history of the game to ever officiate on the boundary in an AFL game, and I'm really looking forward to watching Caitlin do her stuff.
I saw, by the way, on Thursday night that the women that did do the boundary came in to throw the ball in a few metres, and I thought, do more boundary umpires have that option? Is there? I know they want to go 18 metres in, but is that afforded to everybody to come in a little bit and spin the ball in?
It certainly is, and I watched the game closely, and actually all the boundary umpires did that to remain consistent. Their two other colleagues also came in and did the same thing. So both the girls who umpired earlier in the week were brilliant, and I'm certain that Caitlin will be again today. I had the opportunity to umpire with all three girls last week in the AFLW, and so I'm claiming to be the difference, and that's why they've made it through to this weekend, and you're welcome.
I knew we'd get a story insertion in there somewhere. I thought, like, second sentence.
Just sprinkled a little bit of gold dust on them, Ray, on his way through.
I like it.
Doing whatever I can, Benny.
Don't forget the 18 up as well, Benny.
Yes. No, it's not 18 up, just 18 in.
Are you sure? Are you
100%.
sure now? Okay.
18 metres is very high.
That's very high, 18
well, I've been
metres.
exaggerating height for a long time, so...
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. Ray, I noticed Damien Hardwick last night said that the umpires just caught up in the emotion of the game. We've heard about this in the past, obviously, where I think Alan Richardson famously said the noise of affirmation when he was talking about a game over in the West. How challenging is it in a hostile environment when the crowd has such a role to play?
Yeah, all varying environments present their own challenges. You know, you can come into a game like today where potentially it could feel a little flat in comparison to, say, 50-odd thousand at Adelaide Oval. And so, obviously, it's ultimately a mental game. I feel really sorry for the coaches, to be honest. You come in after a loss, you feel like you might have been on the wrong end of it, and you're asked a question, and you want to give a response without doing anything that offends anyone. And I can understand where Damien's coming from there, and but certainly the environment plays a part in undertaking the role.
Appreciate it, Ray. We'll come back to you throughout the afternoon. There's no doubt about that as we get ready for the coin toss. Jai Simpkin, Ben, and Jordan Dawson there.
Yeah, Jai Simpkin has won the toss. He's elected to kick to the Lockett end of the ground in the opening term.
On that, the Lockett and Coventry, and I've got a theory why they've gone. Maybe the AFL have realised that neither player played a game at the Docklands, and they're just forgetting about it. Maybe they'll change it eventually to Matthew Lloyd in one end, and
remember the Bombers used to cover them up and
Fraser Garrett could be.
The Bombers put their own names on them.
Yeah, it was Lloyd and Fletcher end at one stage.
I wasn't so sure about that, to be honest.
Western Bulldogs also used to have the Doug Hawkins wing still over the city side of the ground, but that's disappeared as well.
I think also the Dogs call it the Footscray end.
Yeah.
And they had the Chris Grant pocket as well at one stage where he kicked that goal agast the Bombers.
The dead pocket.
Yeah. It's amazing he kicked that goal.
I've only seen two people from there.
Even better.
Chris Grant, James Hurd.
Two pretty good players.
The North Melbourne guys, their season obviously comes to an end today. We've already seen 3 teams wrap up in season 2025 so far, with obviously Carlton finishing back on Thursday night, the D's and the Power last night, and now North Melbourne will be done at the completion of this game, while for Adelaide, obviously they're hoping for bigger and better as they head into the spring with a return to the finals for the first time since 2017. Adelaide in their home jumper with the white shorts, which I absolutely love, by the way. Reminds me of the great Adelaide teams in the late 90s when they wear the white shorts with the home jumper. And, of course, North Melbourne out there in the blue and white stripes with the blue shorts. Where I think it's fair to say not a huge crowd in attendance for North's last home game of the year. There's a few vacant seats scattered around Dockland Stadium. So the Adelaide Crows, they bank this win. They will finish on top of the tree. And what a return to the final series it would be if the Crows are able to do just that and start from pole position. On ABC Sport, it's Saturday Footy. You're with Ben Cameron.
The umpire to get us underway, Sherry and O'Brien. Sherry comes straight across, takes the body of O'Brien, who wins the tap. It was a crooked bounce. We'll do it again.
A little anticlimactic.
Yeah,
it certainly
great
is.
Start.
That's why Ray Chamberlain wants to get rid of the bounce.
Jimmy Strybos, have another go.
Puts it aloft this time. O'Brien climbs over Sherry to win it down. Berry picks it up. Off to Dawson now. Curtin coming in off the wing. Turns it over with the handball. Power for the Roos. To Sheasel. Loops it over the top. Constanti running inside 50. He misses left. Levitt Roden goes scurrying to his right. Signals are behind. That's the opening score of the afternoon. We'll play 37 seconds Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Let's see how the Crows can move it. This has been their problem out of the back 50. Keane goes long in the middle of the ground. Fogarty takes the mark. Done it only 17 times in the last 4 weeks. Kicks down to half forward. Here's Dilthorpe, who marks, lays it off by hand to Cumming. Kicks inside 50 and here's Keys. That's a good transition.
Well, it's pretty easy if you don't contest the first kick. So Mark Keane kicks straight to Darcy Fogarty, right on true half-back flank.
Charlie Comben.
And Comben can't get there. Just can't even compete in the marking contest, and then just away.
Well, and as I said, Taylor Walker was out on his own. I thought Isaac Cumming had to see him. In the end, he went for the short one.
Ben Keys hooks around on his left peg and slams through the first of the day. Positive start for the Crows. 90 seconds in, they're one straight. North Melbourne one behind. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
And Ball, it's been a challenge for North Melbourne all year. They've had some really heavy scores against, and it's defending transition. Like, you know, Corb's mentioned the numbers, how Adelaide have been transitioning over recent weeks, but that was virtually untouched. Mark Keane plays on, Mark to Fogarty, Mark to Thilthorpe, little handball, and then inside 50.
Yeah, if you're gonna get that part of your game going against any team, you know, North's the one that's going to give you the opportunity. So we might just they might just get them at the right time here, the Crows. But yeah, you're right. That's just Comben just falling asleep from a slow play, from a kick out.
You two played in pretty successful teams. Did you ever play the last game of the season knowing that your year was done and how difficult that can be? O'Brien slapping it down towards Dawson. Dawson with the clear and kick out towards the wing. Keys after it. Bouncing ball. McKercher right there with him. Keys worries him out of it. Gathers the footy for the Crows. There's a whistle on the play and it will come back for a throw-in.
By the very, very last game, we played St Kilda here in 2008. I reckon St Kilda beat us by 110 points.
Paulie might have been in that game.
Yeah, Paulie was playing, yeah.
Throw-in on the wing. Spinning it back into play. Sherry lays it down. Curtin onto it. Handball knocked down. Now Sherry goes again. All of this on the City wing. Simpkin. Handball back into the rubble. Curtin's over the footy. Still the umpire lets them play. Eventually he'll come in.
Well, you've got 6 months to think about your last opportunity to compete, don't you? So
some of these guys are playing for contracts.
Exactly about to say that, Rama. Yep, some of these players won't be on the list next year, so it's your last opportunity to make an impression.
Sherry brings it down to Simpkin, who dribbles a kick around the boundary line. Insufficient intent. Crows ball, neutral territory, City win. Young Bond will get the footy. On the team in recent weeks and played a pretty handy role too for Adelaide. Fourth consecutive game. Long kick to half forward. O'Brien moved out of the way. Ump says all fair and Sherry takes the intercept mark.
Premiership name for the Crows, Bond.
Yes.
Hoping to add his first name to the list.
Kick heads down the wing. Mark taken by Simpkin, who immediately rolls and goes. Runs a long way. Kicks inside the forward 50. And that's Aidan Corr, who's playing up front. Ball bounces, runs away from Keane and Corr, sits up for Darling, tumbles a kick to full forward. Constanti taps it away, still a chance for the Roos, and Powell has it broken up trying to collect on the behind line through for a minor score.
It was Troy Bond or Shane Bond?
Shane, I reckon.
Troy
or
Carlton?
Maybe Troy.
One of them was Carlton, or did he not play in the Carlton 95 flag?
Short kick in, now Cumming bouncing off half-back, kicking up to the wing. Pink goes early, all in the back of O'Brien. Crows come up with it anyway. Walker on the logo, left foot kick inside 50. Keys is there, he's got it again. Out points McKercher to mark, 40 out.
Oh, that's just rubbish by Davey Giniak.
Troy played in the 97 flag.
Yeah, Troy, that's what I was thinking of.
Shane play in the 95 flag with Carlton?
Back to you, but missed tackle, wasn't it, here on the wing from Davies Uniacke.
Certainly bowled fast for New Zealand, I know that for sure.
He did.
Shane Bond played in the 94 Premiership team with the West Coast Eagles and then moved to Port Adelaide.
Good from you, Rama.
No, I thought Carlton.
In comes Keys. His left foot shot is out to the left, coming back. Through for a minor score. Thilthorpe marks it, but behind the line. Adelaide Crows lead by 5 points early on in this game. 1-1 plays 2 behinds. We've played 5 minutes. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, your favourite time of the week.
Crows by 5. Great to have you with us. Inbound kick from Daniel finds Logue. Hand pass against the boundary line to LDU, coming off a career high 40. Kicks down the wing. Power claiming the mark, not to be. Touched on the way through and then spills to Scott, who's tackled straight away, ball up on the wing. Now Owen Jaffa-Cakes Davies from Launceston keen for the call, boys. Come on north, 2 on the trot. Thanks, Owen. Nice to hear from you. Hurried kick forward for the Kangas. Trembath goes in low, tries to scoop it out. Got it to LDU, tackled immediately by Dawson. Almost threw it out in the end. Says keep rolling. Wardlaw bowled over. And now a pack forms around him, and the umpire says I'll have it on the wing.
That's right. Troy Bond he played in the prelim for Carlton in 95 and got dropped for the grand final.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah. And that's why he went to Adelaide.
Gotcha.
Crows aren't the only people looking for a new Bond. I think Disney Plus at the moment as well, or is it Amazon who own the rights now? Keys, half-forward flank, gives it out to Peatling. Kicks the Crows central and spots up Dilthorpe. That was brilliant. He marks 30 out, plumb in front, and he'll go back and kick for goal.
You look at the Crows players, they're over to Peatling. 4 of them just going to say just a terrific kick, terrific centering pass to Thilthorpe, who's just had a stunning year also.
So it's a trademark of his game, Peatling, would you? But that was brilliant. Gee, Ben Keys is on his toes today. He can have a day here under the roof, Ben Keys, where he's just in everything. Wow. He is off to a flyer.
Riley Thilthorpe directly in front, 30 out, guides it through. Adelaide's boy has certainly become their man. 2-1-13 to 2 behind, 7 minutes in. The Crows by 11. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Romanowski.
And this is the problem. So, Paulie mentions Ben Keys in the start that he's had to this game. He's had the 3 possessions and 1 goal won. His direct opponent is Colby McKercher. Now, McKercher's got this licence to run and attack and really try to get involved in the game. But there's also got to be a commitment to defence when you're playing as that halfback flanker, particularly if your man has started on a heater, which Ben Keys has. So you look here now, like he's not even. There's no arm across Ben Keys. There's no nothing. It's only thinking about offence.
Yeah, it's got to be first port of call, isn't it? Yeah, Caleb Daniels in that boat as well. He's got the Peatling matchup. Defend first.
Ruck share it down. There's a free kick here out of zone. Umpire spotted one, and it's an off the ball free. It's going North's way. Wardlaw's going to take it. That's how I spotted that from the naked eye. In fact, it's going Sherry's way. He hands it to Wardlaw. And Wardlaw's kicking it inside 50 by hook or by crook. Over the top of his intended target. Unkind bounce for Darling. O'Brien gets back, scoops it up for the Crows. Tackled, but got it out to Laird. Handball trying to link up with Murray. North threatened to win it back, and in the end it tumbles out in front of Bench, and we'll have a throw-in half-forward for the Roos.
Ray, a few people have raised recently about the fact that they feel like Aussie rules football, particularly at AFL level, is becoming a little like rugby union, where a free kick is picked out, everyone stops, and no one seems to know where it's going. I wonder if that concerns you. We'll come back to that.
As Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, handball away to Simpkin. Handball goes back to Parker, 60 metres out, kicks to full forward. Curtis looking for a free. He's going to get one. And he's been held, and Paul Curtis will get it at full forward for the Roos.
Must have been a tug of the jumper. Umpire absolutely in best position. And this is where he's just such a tough matchup, Paul Curtis, isn't it? He's bench press numbers are famous now, aren't they? And that time, very hard to shift, even though, who was it? Young Dowling, was it? Who was the opponent?
It's Bond.
It is, sorry. It's our man Bond again.
As Curtis knocks it through, coming off a career high. He's in business today. And David Roden, with his 2 fingers out, salutes, signals that one through. So 1-2 to 2-1. It's Adelaide by 5 points. We're 10 minutes in. And this is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's been a big story, hasn't he? A real positive for North this year. Unfortunately, his season, which was off to a fly, was interrupted by that somewhat controversial 3-week suspension for the dangerous tackle, and he hasn't quite reached those heights. After that, just watching the replay here, Jordan Dawson at the centre bounce, setting up behind the umpire.
I heard David King say last week he can be Toby Green.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, so again, been a terrific year. What's he kicked?
2 high bar?
Yeah, that's no.
So he's kicked 36
goals,
but 22.
And 23 score assists. And yeah, you wonder whether he can pinch hit in the centre bounce. I mean, they're pretty well served in the middle of the ground, aren't they? But such a dangerous player with that combination of strength and power and goal sense as well, and smarts.
Darling in the ruck, opposed to O'Brien. The ladder taps it down straight to Peatling, tackled by Darling high. So Peatling, free kick in the middle. Peatling gives it off to Legg, cruising by, drives the Crows to full forward. Punched away by Pink, out the back. Keys is there, McKercher right there with him. Keys gets a boot on it. Dribbles wide of the target, minor score. Crows lead it by one straight kick, 10.5 minutes into the first.
Colby McKercher brings the footy back in place. Got the buzz cut in the back pocket. Long kick up to the wing. Spills down towards Bench. Hand pass away towards Curtis, who hits it at speed, trying to link up with Core. And he's playing key post up front. Spills it out of bounds and a throw in between wing and half forward for the Roos.
Did have it put to me during the week that there's a few similarities in terms of appearance between Colby McKercher and our own Corbin Middlemass.
I think it's just
Corby McKercher.
I think it's just the thick eyebrows. It's maybe that.
I think you have to book him for a buzz cut this weekend, Corby.
I think my head's a bit too big for that.
O'Brien takes it out of the ruck. Gives it away to Laird. Crows on the back flank. Now they're in a little bit of a pickle here with Draper. Is bereft. Curtis is coming for him. Ran a long way. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Sheasel going back. Takes the mark for the Roos. Middle of Docklands. Kicks laterally to Stevens. Alongside the logo. He'll ship it over the top looking for Wardlaw. He marks centre half forward. Thought about giving it off to Sheasel. Decides not to. So Wardlaw plays on, looks into the pocket.
Poor kick.
Turnover. Curtin gets back to mark defensively, back pocket.
And 52. Disappointing. We love Georgie Wardlaw. That's that money kick inside 50, and he's just in too many minds, wasn't he, Rammer? He had Sheasel, he feigned the handball, and in the end he just kicked to nowhere.
Curtin goes straight down the pipe, finds Thilthorpe. They're all running back towards goal. Thilthorpe takes a minute. Now tries to find the right option. Lays it up to full forward. Isaac coming, floats through and picks it off. Had his name written all over it.
Well, that's just classic wing play, and we've seen a lot of that this year, haven't we? And this guy, what a find he's been, or what an inclusion. He's got to give it up. Now Keys is a beneficiary, but after he kicks this, Fraser, this is one of my least favourite things. Officiating.
So Cumming took the mark, and yet they're paying a free to Ben Keys for a hold behind that. So Keys will take it, and he doubles up. That's his second in the opening term, and the Crows are playing from in front. So Adelaide 3-2, and they lead North Melbourne 1-2. 13 minutes gone opening term. Luke, ball over to you.
We've had this explained earlier this year.
I understand the rule. It's the wrong rule. It's a wrong rule.
I think the explanation from Ray makes sense, though.
What's the why?
Let's hear it again.
You guys obviously having little conversations up there on your own. Phil, use your words, Luke. Tell me what the number one thing about officiating annoys you.
If it's a mark and a simultaneous free kick from the same team, the player that takes the mark should win out. Put it that way.
Yeah, beautiful. And that's a philosophical.
You still pay the free kick if you have to, but.
That's a philosophical view, and look, inside the laws of the game and the way the umpires are instructed is that the free kick all free kicks will be paid.
Understand.
And then of course, the only time that they go away from that is inside defensive end of the ground, where it won't be a shot on goal. So if it was a simultaneous situation, then they wouldn't interfere with the team offended against, and that allow the player who took the mark to roll off.
Not having to go at the umpire, but Isaac Cumming runs 150 metres. Takes the mark and should have a shot at goal. Now, he's a team man. You saw he threw his head back. So the goal's the only thing that matters. But he should be rewarded.
Sheasel gets the clearance for the Roos. Inside attacking 50. Keen's onto it for the Crows. Inside their defensive arc. Murray goes low. He's tackled to ground and wrapped up quickly. So my review of that, though, Bawley, is that if I know that you're a really good kick for goal and Rammer's not, I can just tackle you out of the marking contest, let Rammer mark it, and know that the lesser player will have a
simultaneous free kick and mark, mate. Simultaneous. So the defender hasn't thought that. I think it should be just the ability to be able to pivot and pay it.
McKercher gives it off to Bailey Scott, who eyes the sticks from 55 and drives it through for the Roos. They cut it back to a one-kick game. 3-2-20 plays, 2-2-14, quarter-hour mark, opening term. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
It certainly feels like this game is going to be a little bit bruise-free at the moment with the way the ball's sort of moving and pinging around through the centre corridor. That was just a little chain of handballs backwards there by North Melbourne to get forward, to finally get Bailey Scott out into some sort of space. So it's Parker, then it's Powell, then it's Daniel, then it's McKercher, then it's Bailey Scott finally with the ball, and outside 50 is a really good finish.
Only his 12th game for the year, Emma. Yeah. Where's he at, do you think? He's 25, so he should be coming into his best years of footy. Hasn't been able to cement himself really, has he, as a consistent first 18 player?
I think he would be handy for another team if they wanted a winger.
Davies Uniacke to Sheasel to Parker. Handball goes back to O'Sullivan. North Melbourne work it all the way to the wing. To Stevens. Butchers it, turning it back inboard. Saligo there to intercept. Comes down to Draper and he's mowed down by Parker. Wins it back for North. Cleans up the errant kick from Stevens. Played 57 consecutive games, Scott, before omitted this year, and he's fallen out of the team multiple times in the year alone. He said he's sort of struggled to hold down his place as Parker goes long to half forward off hand, spills down to Worrell, hands it to Murray, gives it to Cummings, shoots a hand pass out wide. Peatling against the boundary line, short kick to Philthorpe, marks defensive side of the wing. Adelaide by 6, 16 minutes in.
Big Riley tiptoes the boundary line, kicks around it towards Fogarty or Walker. Fogarty pulls it down, lifts the handball over the top to the run of Walker. Handball on towards Neil Bullen, gets a cruel bounce. Clean bowls him out of play, and a throwing coming 35 around from the attacking goal.
Sure what Big Tex was doing there.
Well, he did well too, McKercher. Because he had every right to be fended off there, but he got low and got around the hips of Big Tex and caused the stoppage at least.
Crows leading by 6 points, 16 and a half minutes into the first. Umpire hurls it back in. Sherry gets to the front, taps it down. Berry can't gather. Stevens does for the Roos. Davies Uniacke caught, fights off the tackle, gets the handball out. Saligo coming through. Sheasel pinches it. Off to Simpkin. Little jab step. Gets around his man and kicks up to the wing. Pack forms. Darling hands to it, out of play. And another throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows.
A conversation for quarter time or half time, but Darling, Parker, Daniel, just how that's worked for North Melbourne this year.
3 premiership players, only 3 on their list. Adelaide have 1 premiership player on their list, and it's Alex Neil-Bullen who's out there today. About to enter a very exciting month ahead in the spring. Adelaide returning to finals for the first time since 2017. The boundary throw-in. O'Sullivan got it out to Stevens. Long kick down the wing for North. Darling trying to work his way to the front. Murray did well to break it up. Scrap on at ground level. Stacks on the mill. Calls for it. Ball up on the wing.
Brought their work boots already, North. Good start here. 10 clearances to 4 in front of the contested positions as well. So, promising start.
Up it goes, O'Brien. Tapping it down onto it, Berry. Now there's the footy. Nearly trips over his own feet, but manages to get it away. Sherry picks it off. Parker goes in hard on Peatling. Back to Berry, coughs it up again. Roos in attack. Davies Uniacke coughs it up straight to Dawson. Now the Crows back the other way. Worrell away to Neil Bullen. Now Keys. Taylor attacking edge of the square. Pokes it inside 50. Waits it for Fogarty. Can't gather it. Taps it on into the pocket now. He'll twist, turn, snap, and goal! All a little too easy for the Adelaide Crows. And they're out by 2 goals again. 4-2 plays 2-2. 18 and a half into this opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's incredible, Bally, how many players can't handball with their left hand. It's constant in this competition at the moment. Just guys not being able to handball with their opposite hand, and that's why the ball turned over. North Melbourne won that ball. They were gone, but it was just needed to be a left-handed handball. Went right, and Adelaide were able to get their hand in to chop the ball down. Then they're away.
How much work would you guys have done on that?
Heaps.
Yep.
I mean, I had to. Yeah.
Non-stop.
Yeah, especially if you're limited in other areas, Ben. But, yeah, that's a basic fundamental for AFL players. And look, so it was Luke Davies Uniacke who's been usually good enough, isn't he, to break tackles and get on his preferred, but that's just got to go on his teammate's chest.
Oh, we're back underway. It's the kick inside the forward 50 from the Roos and intercepted by Keane.
Well, Sheeds was enormous on fundamentals.
That's what
non-stop.
That's what I was waiting for. I wanted the old Essendon story.
The best do the basics better. We used to do you'd handball at one side, then on the left side, and you'd do the lanes handball. Do they not do that anymore?
Short to Laird, long kick down the wing. Dawson target punched out of bounds, so throwing on the wing. The other thing which caught me out is the monitor here in our box is actually about 8 seconds slower than the action out of the middle. So
just wasn't Fogarty agile then. I just feel like he's priming himself for a big final, isn't he? Yeah, he's that sort of player.
Throwing on the wing. O'Brien and Sherry go for a waltz. O'Brien going to ground, wins the tap. Adelaide get a free kick and they burst out of the middle. Here they go. Keys fighting after it, gets rid of it towards Dawson. He's close to the boundary line, just dribbles a kick forward. Neil Bullen can't gather it cleanly. Keys goes in again. Shovels the handball out. Neil Bullen slaps it in. The Roos are there on their back flank. McKercher 1-2 with Parker. Back to McKercher and then Sheasel. Now Pink under pressure, rushing a kick. It works out. Parker Marks on the back flank.
No late change coming in, so Cooper Harvey and Brodie Smith, the two subs. Short kick to Sheasel on the back of his 54 last week. The equal highest in ever recorded in a game of VFL AFL footy. And short to O'Sullivan, short in the middle of the ground. Finds McKercher, and he's the lefty, looking more and more like Davies Uniacke with the same do. Kicks out wide, intercepted. Curtin wins it back. Kicks it across the ground for Adelaide, and the ump saying not 15. Miller was told to keep it moving. Pokes the kick down the wing for the Crows and finds Fogarty. 4-2 to 2-2. 2-goal lead for Adelaide, closing in on quarter time. Long down the line, and Walker, too big, too strong for O'Sullivan, takes the mark. About 55 metres out against the fence. Beyond his range, and now a crowded forward 50. Very short to Fogarty. Hands it back to Walker. Almost in the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Long kick to full forward. O'Brien down there. Crashes the pack. No mark. Spills in the Peatling direction. Tackled, lost it. Picked up by Berry. Hand pass away to Draper. Jams it on the boot. Kicks it out on the full. Sid Draper in his first game back since round 12. Coming off 24 last week in the SANFL. Adelaide by 12 points, 22 gone opening term.
Sheasel taking the kick, moves it out towards the city wing, unable to mark Scott. Ball hits the deck. Curtis is there to paddle it on for the Roos. Now he can soccer it on. Turns it over. Taylor pinches it.
Throw.
He coughs it up. Straight to Caleb Daniel, so the Roos back with it. Off to Parker by hand, to Sheasel. Now Simpkin. Looping a handball forward to Scott. Chaining handballs. Parker sweeps it on. Davies Uniacke centre half forward. Goes deep for Darling. One-on-one, Darling. Not quite. Ball hits the deck. Onto it quickly. Costanti gives it back to Darling. The Crows, they show their grit. They defend, and then Worrell can clear.
At least for the time being, Simpkins in the game here, competing with Dowling at the drop of the footy. Simpkin wins it, almost went over, hand pass back inside to Curtis. Curtis clean, back to Simpkin, but under pressure. Shoots a hand pass into the pocket, now to bounds, it trickles next to the behind post.
Yeah, I mean, lucky bit of polish North, aren't they? But that's Adelaide's defence. That's how they've been in the past, the last second half of this year in particular. That's why they're the number one defence, just fighting and scrapping. I think 2018, Jack Darling would have clunked that rammer, wouldn't he? But just getting a hand in, just sticking a tackle, making it hard for the opposition to score.
Pressure enormous, just couldn't get a leg free at any stage, North, to try and shoot goalward. A series of hand passes under pressure from the boundary throwing. Berry can't clear. Stevens gets back on his left, puts it through for a goal. And Dylan Stevens draws North Melbourne within a straight kick. 4-2 to 3-2, 24 minutes gone opening term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
He's sitting back here and you're watching this game, and we talk about the effort in the midfield, and Bally referenced North Melbourne Football Club getting in work and sort of getting their fair share of the contested football, but inside the arcs it's such a stark difference. Everything that goes inside 50, Adelaide clunk it, and then you get down the other end, and despite best efforts they find a way. So that's where the obvious the spread there between the two sides.
Yeah, hard work, isn't it? But Dylan Stevens, how often has he kicked in his right foot in his 100-game career?
Never.
How many times did you step blokes who weren't quite thinking, weren't switched on? Young Dan Curtin, there's a lesson there.
Curtin's a lefty too, I thought.
Yeah, that's right. He should have known better.
I thought all you left footers lived in the same
part
house.
Part of the same society, the lefty society.
Like the Smurfs all lived under the same roof or something. But not to be.
Restart in the middle. Beautiful bounce. Rucks lock up. Sherry brings it down. Peatling goes and pinches it at ground level. Then turns it over. Now Davies Uniacke on the burst. Has Wardlaw in support. Ignores that. Kicks into the man on the mark. Smothering it down was Laird. Davies Uniacke goes back and gets it. And misses everything. Out of bounds on the full.
Well, he's had it 10 times, Luke. He's in everything. 7 of those contested. He's looming. He's looking dangerous. He just can't. What's he kicking at 17%? So, unfortunately at the moment, both by hand and by foot, he's letting himself and his team down. But geez, he's looking dangerous.
Long down the line goes Murray, and that's a complete 1-1 win for
well done.
And as he's trying to move it on, smothered by Pink, gets himself back involved, spills to Dowling, hand pass out of bounds, and Toby Pink halves the contest on the wing.
Love that, outpointed, wasn't he? Just outmarked, and he's been, to this point anyway, been beaten by Darcy Fogarty, but just stay in the game, desperate smother.
Pink Pony Club
Yeah.
Gathering fans by the week. And the throw in. O'Brien slapping it down. Saligo scrapping at ground level. Sherry goes over the top of him. Saligo out to Berry, who gives it off to Dawson. Dawson's handball to no one in particular. Davies Uniacke steals it, spins twice. Off to Stevens. Kanga's ball back to Sherry. O'Brien's got him. Ball jars free. Stevens goes low. High free kick. The Roos ball on the wing. Gets a little shove from Berry and a 50. So Stevens will be marched to half forward. Crows lead by 6 points, 26 minutes into this opening term.
It's a great tackle of Berry, isn't he? But in a sense there, just frustration with himself. He knew that Dylan Stevens had lowered the centre of gravity. Definite high free kick. And
Trembath offering the lead, and he's got it. Pinpoint from Stevens.
Good lead.
Great lead.
35 out on a 45-degree angle.
What a fight he's been, hasn't he? The last couple of weeks, he's looked a really likely type. Very athletic. Pretty good kick for goal. Yeah, back to Sam Berry. Just a little sign of frustration and lack of discipline that Matty Nix will want to nip in the bud.
Began the year as a plumber, playing in the Ammos, and here he is in the AFL at the end of the year. His drop punt is left. Not quite. 5 points Adelaide's advantage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's one of the great bits about the return of the mid-season draft, isn't it?
Terrific.
Guys that are living their everyday lives and working.
He's up at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock every morning to go to the gym and then to go to work.
Yep.
Terrific story.
And then at the end of the year on an AFL list, in front of the eyes of the nation, long kick into the middle of the ground from the Crows that works out eventually as Berry hands it to Dawson, jams it on the boot to half forward. Pink should pick it off, and he does. Half back for North.
It's what we want. We want to keep the dream alive for as many kids as we possibly can.
The AFL life would feel not so difficult after that, would it?
Well, that's the
gym
point.
at 10 o'clock.
You play with guys and they come in with greater perspective. You know, for all the high draft picks coming straight out of school, remember you would have played these guys that have tasted the real world. They come in, they tend to have longer careers, or they tend to be more resilient. Bounce back from setbacks even better.
Davies Uniacke to Powell, and then the long kick out to Sheasel. So nice ball movement this from the Roos with Adelaide well set up back, but they've got it beyond the wing. Now the kick inside the forward 50, and the target was Banch, and it slips through and out of play.
It's a crowded forward line. He kicks to the 172 centimetre forward, standing on Riley O'Brien. So rare lapse in judgment there from Harry Sheasel.
So in the end, the boundary throw, and they'll probably take that after the poor option. 40 metres out from the Roos goal. 5-point game. Adelaide lead at 28 gone opening term.
Laying it down, Sherry, but Peatling right there with him is Curtis. No one can come away with the footy yet. Peatling, he's bracketed by a couple of Roos, and we'll do it again. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
11 inside 50s to 8 for North, so they've done a good job in this first quarter.
O'Brien taps it down. Curtis coming through, can't trap it. Wardlaw gets it out. Sherry rushes a kick to full forward. Tremba hands to it. Doesn't quite control it down. Now Peatling goes in again. He's tackled. And the umpire wants it, crossing himself. Throws by 5 points. Roos right up for this.
Adelaide playing for the minor premiership, but you're going to have to earn it. We know that from what we've seen in this opening term, as Sherry trying to grab it out of the ruck, knocked away by O'Brien, spills to Laird. High kick up to the wing. Pink punches it away into the path of Peatling of the Crows. Hand pass to Taylor. Works his way past Pink. Short kick finds Fogarty. Mark paid. And hot on the 15 so far. Fogarty's taken everything clean that's come his way. Disposal number 7 for him, and then just completely balks Comben, who overcommits on the mark, trying to smother. Long kick inside 50, didn't hit it. Tough one to grab, but Phil thought not to be. Spills to Simpkin, trickles a kick away to Stevens. Handball to Powell, handball to McKercher, put himself under the pump with a fumble. Gives it to Davies Uniacke, back to Stevens, who runs and carries.
Kicks for Curtis, hands to it. Lands like a cat, gathers the footy, gets a free kick, takes the advantage, goes inside 50. Too wide out for Aidan Core, who's playing forward. And him and Mark Keane
I get the
go at it for a moment.
The sense he's got a bit of a defensive forward role on Keane too. He's been a terrific intercept player over the last 6 or 8 weeks. So Aidan Core, traditionally a defender.
Crows
Chat
by
about
5
quarter
points.
time, Ramage. Interesting about where you see Core's future with Pink sort of standing up and Logue and Comben there in those key back roles.
Short throw in. Sherry takes it out of the ruck. He's tackled to ground quickly there by O'Brien. We'll get a ball up, 5 in from the boundary line. Inside attacking 50 for the Roos. Winning the inside 50s 12-9. Sherry taps it down. Banch trying to find a way through. Nowhere to go holding the ball. He was engulfed by Big O'Brien. Crows still by 5 points late in the first.
First game for Zach Banch since that St Kilda game here a couple of weeks ago. Got a rib injury on that occasion. Long kick down the wing. Comben, who knows all about the injury front, punches it away. Picked up by McKercher. He's tackled, holding the ball. Umpire said he tried to fight through it, so here go the Crows. Soligo gives it to Walker. Long kick down to Thilthorpe. Marks. Open forward 50. Neil Bullen's opponent slips over. Long kick downhill. Doing well to get back, so Sullivan makes a contest in the air. Ball slides close to the boundary line and out of play. And for a moment there, it looked as if Neil Bullen was going to be able to walk it in.
I just don't know what Griffin Logue is doing as a defender. Thilthorpe was next to him, and then he led, and Logue just let him go. I scratch my head sometimes with this zone defence.
Crows by 5.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Crows. Sherry takes it out of the ruck off to Sheasel. Dispossessed. Keys for the Crows. Neil Bullen over it. Over him, Caleb Daniel. Rolls him in the tackle. Ball up.
You know, there's zone defence and there's individual defence. That's the time where you've got to defend your opponent individually.
Fast play, definitely. Yep.
O'Brien taps it down for Soligo. Tackled to ground. Taken firmly to turf as well.
Fast play in transition. That's not a time to give your opponent 20 metres of space. Slow play when you've got them covered. That's when you can drop into a zone.
Still 30 out from the Crows' goal. Sheasel can't trap it. O'Sullivan can't either. McKercher can. Handball away to Wardlaw, who's had the trim as well. Off to Sheasel. Goes back to Simpkin. Back pocket.
Go back there.
Goes back to Logue at fullback. Crows by 5 points. 32 minutes and change into the first.
Logue. Long kick down the wing. Darling, the target. Murray punches it away close to the boundary line and seen out by Laird. We'll have a throw in on the wing. Jan off the SMS. ABC Footy is the best. Thanks, guys, for the great North Melbourne calls. Go North. You can win today. Just believe.
Yeah, they've been good. Yeah, this is just close out this for these last 30 seconds. You don't want to concede one late. They've, as you said, Corb, they are up for the fight today.
0437 774 774 from the boundary throwing. Dawson shows his strength, runs through traffic, fends off McKercher. Then a long driving kick to full forward. Thilthorpe down there, punching it through his load for a rush behind. He did well there. Griffin Logue finds the safety of the behind line and a minor score.
Much better because he makes contact with his opponent, Thilthorpe. Doesn't allow him to jump and run at the ball. And that's the result, a rush behind.
Caleb Daniel to take the kick in. Darts to the pocket. Sends it out towards Davies Uniacke or Sherry arriving late. Nice chest mark. Clatters into Davies Uniacke, who's on his haunches and sore.
Of all the records last week too, he had 18 tackles through to Sherry, which is a hell of a number.
Sherry kicks around the wing, and that will do it for the opening quarter. And the Kangas taking it right up to the Crows, and there's a little bit of push and shove as well. The umpires will come in and try and separate the team. So the goal kickers, 2 to Keys, singles to Thilthorpe and also Fogarty. And then for North, Bailey Scott, Dylan Stevens and Paul Curtis through the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
One off the SMS here, and you sort of alluded to it, Ram, during the call. Hey, boys, how have you seen Jack Darling's year from Gazza the Truckie?
Look, I think it's been okay. I would have liked to have obviously seen it more with Nick Larkey there, but you look even today, you know, they're just so bereft of forwards. North Melbourne, they're having to play Aidan Core. Now, whether he's playing as a defensive role on Marqueen or not, they just don't have any depth in that position in their team, so... You know, it's been okay.
Yeah, goal a game. You competed pretty hard. What we don't see is the impact that he's having Monday to Friday on the younger players. From all reports, terrific clubman. So, I think it's given they didn't have to give up anything for him. Has he been, has he taken games off other young players? To your point, then, Rabba, not really, because they haven't had the talent there. Good to see young Trenbarth come in. So there's a player who you would hope going forward is the player that goes into that sort of third tall position, and obviously they need Nick Larkey back as well.
From Robin Greensborougugh, Benny, it is Amazon that owns the certain rights to the Bond franchise, but broccoli family, or whatever it is, has a very tight creative control. But which footballer could play Bond? Thinking Keys myself, a bit showy from Rob.
He's got he looks like James Bond.
He could be a Bond, couldn't he?
It's a good question.
Back to you there.
We'll
this game blows out. We might have to put that to the SMS.
0437 774 774. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
The new neighbour.
I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door. Sunday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Keys, half-forward flank, gives it out to Peatling. Hits the throw central and spots up Thilthorpe. That was brilliant. Riley Thilthorpe directly in front, 30 out, guides it through. Adelaide's boy has certainly become their man. McKercher gives it off to Bailey Scott, who eyes the stick from 55 and drives it through for the Roos. Davies Uniac coughs it up straight to Dawson. Now the Crows back the other way. Worrell away to Neil Buller. Now Keys. Taylor attacking edge of the square. Pokes it inside 50. Waits it for Fogarty. Can't gather it. Taps it on into the pocket now. He'll twist, turn, snap and goal. All a little too easy for the Adelaide Crows. The boundary going Berry. Can't clear. Stevens gets back on his left. Puts it through for a goal. And Dylan Stevens draws North Melbourne within a straight kick.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Another thing to watch in that opening term, by the way, contact with the umpire is Jordan Dawson's third in 2 years. He was on 3 when they announced the suspension. When they announced there could be a suspension for 4 in 2 years, but his first in that period was around 2023, so we're past the expiration date. So basically he's down to 3 incidents of contact with an umpire for Jordan Dawson. So just to settle some nerves amongst the Adelaide faithful, because this time of the year, people a little jumpy.
No, that's fair.
But even as we saw with the Adam Cerra case, it is more likely to be a further financial sanction than it is a game's trigger, particularly at this time of the year. Adelaide by 6 points. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, look, I actually think North are going quite well in this game. You look at their midfield numbers. Davies Uniac's had the 13, Sheasel 12. Big Tristan Sherry's had the 11. Then Simpkins had 10. So they're probably on top, through the middle part of the ground there. Then you flip the other side. Keys has had 9. We mentioned Keys and how he was playing. He's had to match up with McKercher. McKercher doesn't want to go near him at the moment. Kicked 2 goals, 2 in that quarter from his 9 possessions, Ben Keys. So I think Adelaide need to get to work a little bit in the middle of the ground to be totally honest. Clearance is 16-9 in North Melbourne's favour. I think Sherry's on top of that matchup with Riley O'Brien at the moment. So you look down at Matthew Nicks now, and I think he'll be pretty stern with them. Albeit they've got a goal lead at quarter time. They didn't play anywhere near what we've become accustomed to, Bally.
Not at all. No, they've got a contest, which I think is good from their point of view, and Matty Nicks would welcome that and want that. But yeah, they're going to have to respond here. I think you're right. Really, the only difference in the game is conversion and how dangerous they're looking ahead of the ball. Yeah, 12-11 inside 50s. And Chambo alluded to it as well. Every time Adelaide go on, they look dangerous, don't they? They look like they're going to score. And a lot of the time it has been from turnover through the mid-arcs, and that's been the vulnerability for Adelaide. We heard about that pre-game. They've been 18 in terms of scoring from transition, so a real opportunity for them to hone that side of the game against a North Melbourne team that's where, let's be honest, defending transition's been a real weakness. So that's really the difference in the game. You're right. Around the footy, North have been all over them. Around clearance and contest, they're having more of the ball. They're getting the ball inside 50. They're just making hard work of it when they do. And a bit of that's been decision-making. A couple of those times, Davies Uniac, chest out from a clearance, just choosing the wrong decision or poor execution as well. Whereas Adelaide, when they've gone forward, it's been into a pretty open forward line. And we know that, Fogarty and Thilthorpe in particular looking really dangerous ahead of the ball, and Keys, who really set them alight early. So, no, really impressive start from the Kangaroos. Can they maintain it? That's the challenge, clearly, against the top seed team.
Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Round 24 from Docklands. Ahead of a Super Sunday tomorrow. A pretty good Friday across the football codes yesterday as well. Second quarter underway. Crooked bounce favours Sherry. He palms it straight down to Parker. Davies-Uniacke backtracking. He'll snap up to the logo. Bouncing ball for Costanti. Spiked on by Hinge for the Crows. Going in, Davies-Uniacke one-handed. Can't pick it up. O'Sullivan can. He's tackled though.
A good first year, hasn't he? So another positive for the Kangaroos.
Yeah, pick 2 last year.
Yeah, high pick. But he'll be a really bright future.
O'Brien down to Parker. Dawson strips him of it, but he's tackled by Sherry, a tackling machine, and professionally clumsy, falls on top of him.
Number 1 in the club for tackles, 120 coming into this game.
I thought you were going to say number 1 in the club for clumsiness.
Well, that too.
They do say that he just loves contact.
Yeah.
He's a competitive beast as O'Brien taps it forward, but Sullivan goes back and wins it for the Kangas. Off to Daniel. Kick around the wing. Trembar through his hands. Hinge has it knocked out of his. Now the Roos are onto it through Costanti. Off to Sheasel to Trembar. Driving kick for the Roos. Getting back. Keane spoils it away. Stevens is there. He snaps and misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full. Crows by 6 points a minute into the second.
It's how long you can be a battering ram for as a player, particularly a big ruckman. Like, you know, it takes its toll in the end on the body. So, look, hopeful because he's a terrific player, Sherry, but you know he might have to relax that a little bit at stages.
Murray brings it into half-back, finds Berry, who then kicks down the wing, and Philthorpe marks City side.
I know they're very different players, but Malcolm Blight went to Mark Rashudo and said, I don't think you can keep playing like this. I think you need to change how you go about it.
Philthorpe heads down to half-forward. Sherry punches it away. The man in question spills to Neil Ball, and he's tackled by Sherry holding the ball. Great follow-up. Put his fist through at Sherry and then runs down the...
It's almost like he heard us, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, you bloke? Shut up. I know what I'm doing.
All over him. Gives it to McKercher. McKercher across the goal face finds Pink. Kicks out of the defensive arc. Curtin, a critical touch.
Terrific like Curtin.
Breaks it up. Miller, hand pass away towards Saligo. Centering kick. Somehow made its way to the chest of Philthorpe. He moves it quickly and pops it through.
That's Dan Curtin's goal right there.
Riley's got a couple. And Adelaide stretch it out to a 2-goal buffer again. 2 minutes gone, second term, 5-3 to 3-3, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It looked like a terrific kickball coming out at defence by North Melbourne. Curtin goes back with the flight of the ball, but rather than spoiling it, he sort of taps it towards Miller. And it was on purpose. That's where you go, you know, this kid's a special player to have the thought to do that. Most others would just try to spoil the ball anywhere in that situation, but to have the presence of mind to find a teammate with a little spoil, and it goes inside forward 50, and Philthorpe, he looks on today, certainly.
Just putting a full stop. You'd think on first of many All-Australian Blazers this year, Riley.
Dan Curtin, pick 8 in 2023. The Crows traded up to go and get him. He's on all fours. Sheasel has to get up to his knees to handball it inside 50 for the Roos. Picking it up, Scott. Off towards Curtis. Now Constanti. He misses from virtually the top of the goal square. He hooks it too far across the face. A minor score for the Kangas, and they've wasted a few. Crows by 11 points, 3.5 into the second.
I'm not mistaken, Curtin was the first available taller player in that draft. North went the 2 on ballers. I think Dersman was their second pick.
Keane goes long up to the wing.
Have Curtin.
Yeah, big time. As the ball spills back underneath the pack here. Umpire gives them a moment to sort it out and then calls for a ball up. Both these two teams, by the way, top 4 for accuracy. So, North have had their moments even early in this quarter. One out on the fall and then the miss there from Constanti. Doesn't mean the theme of their year, though. They've been pretty good in front of the sticks. An 11-point margin for Adelaide early in the second from the restart. And they get it out again. Dawson out to Berry. Jinking run, shakes the defender, hands it to Saligo and then gets it back. On the boundary line, City side. Kicks Adelaide to half forward. Philthorpe held on to, gets the free against Comben. Adelaide want to move it, and they all rush inside 50. Kicks it into the man on the mark. Reloads, gets a second go. Philthorpe into the pocket. Curtin bursting out. No mark. Takes on Daniel. Handball to Neil Bull. An extra hand pass to Fogarty. Trying to dribble it through and puts it across the goal face for a behind. Minor score. 5-4 to 3-4. 2-goal lead for Adelaide. 5 gone in the second.
Kircher taking the kick in up the middle, straight to Pink. Pink just Stands on his heels for a moment and looks out towards the city wing, trying to get it to Sherry. O'Brien breaks it up. Out the back it goes. Sherry fighting after it. Flicks out a handball to Stevens, who runs away from them. Kicks the Kangas to half forward. Darling has it spoiled away. Murray does well to halve it. Now the support arrives. Coming for the Crows. Back to Dawson. Kicks inside the defensive 50, but good for Millerer. Millerer's kick across the defensive arc. Won't find its target. Finn O'Sullivan chops it off. Constanti run down by Murray. Impacts the kick and Keane marks in the back pocket.
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah.
And what a day he's putting together. Of course, you'd feel like leave one final impression on the Rising Stars selectors.
Oh, that's right. And you mentioned Thilthorpe as an All-Australian as well. So
he's keen. He goes long, straight down the pipe. Wanted Walker, punched away by Logue. Spills to McKercher. Gets a hand pass across the half-back line. Finds Stevens. Long kick out to the wing city side. He's Darling. 12-point lead for Adelaide. Pokes the pass, looking for Davis Uniacke. I don't know if you didn't see him, but Murray just picks it off easy. Takes the intercept mark at half-back for Adelaide. Short to Worrell. Crows with it. They lead by 2 goals. 6 minutes played. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Worrell pokes it up the middle for Saligo. Attacking edge of the square. He'll skip back off the mark and assess what's before him. Crows by 2 straight kicks. Short for Berry, who gives it off to Bond running by. His kick won't be on line, and Comben on the last line marks alongside the behind post. Kangas football again.
Hasn't got a goal. Hugh Bond just got a little excited. Thought this might be my moment.
Chips it to Logue in the back pocket, who will go back to Comben. Crows by 12 points. Nearly 7 played in the second.
And pass to Daniel. Right back pocket. Oh, there's not a heap up ahead, so tries to evade Thilthorpe and then just kicks in hope. Carries the pack, contesting the footy. Spills to Berry. Adelaide with it. Hand pass to Curtin. Handball out to Taylor. Feeds a hand pass further forward for Laird. Collects on the bounce. Gives it to Fogarty. Gets it back. Laird keeps on moving. That's a superb goal. Great team footy from the Crows. And Laird on the end of it pops it through. The lead swells to 3 goals Adelaide's way. 6-4 to 3-4. 7 minutes gone second term. The Crows started hot in this second period. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're sweaty on mistakes now, aren't they? This is North just turning at times, really good opportunities into just hard work, and again through a combination of poor decision making and execution. It's just the wrong issue. Taking the easy 20-metre kick to Toby Pink there. Caleb Daniel pulled it across his body again to the smallest player, or the second smallest player on the field, and Dan Curtin involved again. He's having a real impact in this one, Remmer.
So the real difference in this game right now, so first quarter Adelaide kicked the ball at 79%. This quarter they're kicking it at 72%. North Melbourne just at 56%. Now they're getting enough of the ball and they're doing enough, around contest and the like, but when you own the game, you've got to hit targets, and North just simply can't do that at the moment.
Laird back from suspension. First goal of the season for him. Crows with the opening 2 of this second term. O'Brien winning the tap, but onto it Wardlaw. Kangas footy. Simpkin, short kick. Powell bursts up and marks. Gives it off to Simpkin, who gives it back to Powell. Powell has to now rush a floater inside 50. Miller is back there, gathers on the bounce, and the Crows bounce right off their defensive arc, and Miller moves it out to Curtin on the wing. Crows by 3 goals.
He's been busy, Dan Curtin. Hand pass away to Miller. In front of the benches, long kick. Phil Thorpe got his mitts around it, marks. Fogarty wants it. He's going to go a little longer. Inside the attacking 50 and all alone. The mark taken a little deeper forward. And the Crows are going to have another look at it here, right half forward. And Billy Dowling is on the end of it.
Good day, isn't it, to hone the transition footy, Rammer? I mean, that's, again, North. So win the easy clearance, and Josh Simpkin, you've just got to... I mean, that kind of ball inside 50 is not going to cut it against this Adelaide defence. Slick hands, Miller, who's having a terrific back half of this year. And is it Dowling, is it?
It is.
Yeah, playing the wing role beautifully.
Taking a moment to identify him. Number 31. First time we've seen him since the last round of last season. Billy Dowling. First game back. First goal of the year. And what a time to make your return to this team. On the precipice of a final series. And Billy Dowling goals, and Adelaide are just getting going. 7-4 to 3-4. It is a 4-goal advantage. Game high for the Crows. 10 minutes played second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You mentioned taking your opportunity. So they got Rochelle, who maybe comes back. They've got Pedler, I think, is another one that you can play that sort of half-forward type of role. But Dowling, as you mentioned, first game of the year. If he takes his opportunity and plays well today, well, it's hard not to pick him. That's the reality of it. Brodie Smith's a sub in this game today, so there's a spot there.
Yep.
Somebody wants it, go and take it.
They've loved his attitude while he's been plugging away in the SANFL, trying to earn a spot back in this team, and gets back, as Corbin said, for his first game this year. On the back of that standout form, what are we waiting for here?
Sticko.
Maybe.
It's close to the post.
Maybe.
It's getting a little score review, perhaps. Alistair Clarkson down on the bench. Was giving it the double teapot. He's moved back to the bench now.
Well, it's David Roden too, and he doesn't get too many wrong. Young man David Roden, he doesn't like the score review. Often calls them as he sees them.
No, we're away.
No surprise. He's bang on David Roden. So Adelaide with the first 3 and the only 3 goals of this term so far, which is 11 minutes old.
What are we waiting for the red light to come on for back from the commercial break?
Hillthorpe tapping it down to Berry, who's bursting out of the middle. Kicks the Crows inside 50 again. Fogarty Comben in front. Marks for the Kangas in their back pocket. He'll shift the Roos to the left back flank. Find Caleb Daniel under the lid. Under the roof. Grows by 24 points. Daniel goes for a little gallop. Kicks on his left up towards the wing and turns it over. Hinge marks. The Crows just forward of centre, city side of the ground.
Short kick to Dawson. Brownlow medal contention.
That's another point.
Yeah.
A big game today. Dacos probably not getting votes last night, I wouldn't have thought.
Long kick into the forward pocket, trying to trap it. Walker not to be off the deck, hands it to Hillthorpe. Handball back into dispute. Grabbing at Daniel, and Peterman's got him straight away. Ball up.
Did our ABC experts give Nick Dacos any votes last night?
Certainly didn't.
No. To go, he got top votes. 2 to Elliot, 1 to Harvey Langford from Melbourne, who played well last night. Restart back in the middle and going nowhere in a hurry, so another ball up.
I bet he certainly didn't.
Cameron Ling, the adjudicator last night. On the ball up. Sherry knocks it out. Away to Daniel Roos in their back pocket. Simpkin kicks off a step beyond the arc and turns it over. Here is Dawson again. High half forward for the Adelaide Crows. On his left, waits a kick inside 50. Dowling goes up, doesn't take the mark. He was impeded.
That's silly, bud. Load.
And he'll get the free kick, 40 out directly in front, Ray Chamberlain.
Talking about the little bit of a delay to restart the play, what will happen when the ball gets transitioned back to the centre? If the ARC need to review it, they will cue in and say to the umpire with the ball, please wait until we give you the opportunity and green light to bounce the ball. So that's what's most likely been the delay back then.
Thanks, Ray.
Not a heap in it, but a little bit clumsy, wasn't it? And Billy Dowling gets a chance to kick 2 in a row.
Wiping his hands on the clean white shorts. And this Adelaide away kit into a trot now. His drop punt is perfect. It's a Dowling double. And he's trying to grab hold of this spot in the team. Crows by 5 goals neat. 8-4-52 plays 3-4-22. 14 travelled second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a disappointing 5 or 6 minutes, isn't it, from North? They start the quarter really well. They don't take a couple of full-edge opportunities in front of goal. And then, as we said, Adelaide just been sweaty on the turnover ever since.
Kicking at 81%, Adelaide.
Yeah, and just starting to flex their muscle. We know they're a big, strong team, Adelaide, aren't they? Dawson that time, kicking the ball inside 50. Just starting to flex their muscle a bit. So, real test here for this young North team with not a lot to play for other than pride, as we said. Can they stand up here and halt the momentum?
Question off the SMS around players North Melbourne should pursue in the off-season. I'll get to one of those in just a moment as Darling and Hillthorpe, the 2 backup rucks, share it down. Comes to Saligo, kicks wide for Berry. No marks, spills through to Finn O'Sullivan. Got it for the Roos, not a heap up ahead. Adelaide well set up. A hand pass out for Logue. Handball to Daniel, almost broken up. Daniel settles it down, kicks hurriedly down the wing. Bench moved out of the way. Ball comes back to him. Miller takes him high.
I think the first one, they need to find long-term help for Nick Larkey. We mentioned Jack Darling earlier. Yep, no worries, but there needs to be a partnership with Larkey over the next couple of years. Zerha's certainly not a key position player, good player.
Yep.
But that would be number one, and I think they need to find a couple more defenders.
So who?
Who?
Yeah.
Harry Mackay. Is that good enough?
Yep.
Short to Daniel. Daniel goes long down the line over the head of Davies Uniac, collected by Saligo. He's tackled. Handball ends up out of bounds. Oh, holding the ball.
Now, I need to look a little bit closer out of contract and the like, but that's what we're sort of the calibre of play you're talking about. And I know they're looking for an interceptor as well, so think of a Josh Worrell here for Adelaide. North Melbourne would love a player like that.
Call short to Scott. Scott goes long inside the forward 50. Ooh, big leap in the pack from Parker, but ball hits the deck. Comes back to Core. She's got it out eventually to Sheasel. 55 out. High bomb towards the forward pocket. Offhand spills down to Worrell. Right on cue. Hand pass to Keane. They keep it alive. Last line of defence. Hand pass to Cumming. Ugly kick, but it turns out. Hinge off the back flank. Hand pass to Fogarty and the Crows are out.
He kicks for Taylor on the wing. Will it sit for him? Coming across Daniel. He's got him. Wraps him up. Taylor gets rid of it. Handball straight to the boundary line. It was holding it anyway. Great defensive effort from the diminutive Daniel. Free kick to the Kangas. Backward of the wing, shorts it to Scott. He goes more direct to the logo on Stevens.
Neil from Coburg, we know North's defence is not flash. Is Camden McIntosh worth a punt?
No.
They've sort of done that in previous years, haven't they?
Stevens kicks out wide and Finn O'Sullivan just marks in play.
McIntosh plays more as a winger.
Is there any home for him, or that's the end of it for Camden as O'Sullivan looks inside 50. Pack forms in front. Trimber juggles it down. 30 out, slight angle to the left.
No, he's been good. Yeah. He's presented at the ball, Trimber. So.
Can he be the guy? Or are you thinking a more senior sort of...
Well, it's worth a try. I mean, he's listed at 193, so not I guess, in this day and age, he's not yet sort of 6'5", 6'6" key forward. Looks very athletic, and who knows, with a full pre-season, what he could be. He's certainly...
Well, he's certainly
off limited prep.
Contract.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's been a real shining light over the last couple of weeks. Kicks it well too.
Slight angle to the left. His drop punt here is straight through the middle. And the double Cobras. The Kangas just hang around in this match. It's back to 24 points. 8-4-52. Plays 4-4-28. Nearly 18 travelled in the second. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership pair.
Well, they're getting more of it than enough football in this quarter. Sort of, they had 2 more possessions than Adelaide, but 1 goal 1 to 4 goals 1 in the Crows' favour. Inside 50s this quarter, 9-7 in Adelaide's favour. So it's just that kicking, really. It's that critical target, whether it's going inside forward 50 or just forward a centre. That's where North are falling down. And Adelaide's defence has been so good, but it's also credit to Adelaide's midfield to apply that pressure so the kicks come in long and high to allow your defenders then to come and spoil. So North just take a little bit more care through that side of the game.
Trimbar's grandmother is a 50-year Western Bulldogs member. Had a photo with Caleb Daniel before his debut. She was that excited to meet him down in the change rooms.
That's the highlight of the day, she said, I think.
How good's that? Here he is. Caleb Daniel receives a string of handballs. Got it at half-back. Hand pass down the wing. And nice work, Neil Pullen. Holds out Sheasel as Draper goes and wins it. Hand pass away towards Neil Pullen. And coming to get him again is Sherry. Goes charging in and wraps him up, takes him to ground right in front of Ray Chamberlain. Ray.
Apart from watching the big fella bear down on an oppo, the second best thing to watch is Clarko riding him in.
And then earns a free kick here. And the ruck infringement was being held, so Sherry with it at half-back. Adelaide by 4 goals, 19 minutes played, second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sherry takes the free kick, pokes it, turns it over, Peatling marks. Crows back the other way. He kicks into the pocket. Not his best effort. Looking for a leading Dawson. And O'Sullivan marks for the Roos. Inside their defensive arc. Crows by 24. And O'Sullivan just steers a kick away towards Wardlaw.
Is that what O'Sullivan is, Ram, or has he got the sort of
he's a mid.
He's a mid, yeah.
It's just the introduction to footy half-back flank sort of role that Clarko's done in previous years.
Wardlaw Shorts it onto Parker. The triple Bob Skilton medalist of the Sydney Swans comes infield to Daniel. Bruce chipping it around in their defence at the moment. Daniel bites off the kick on the 45 for O'Sullivan. Will that open it all up?
Well, to put himself in the spot to receive it again. Hands laterally to Sheasel. Now the kick goes laterally out to the city wing for Pink. What can North do? Just about every Adelaide player in their front half. So Pink goes long and direct to the top of the goal square. And Riley O'Brien gets across, takes the intercept mark. Rory O'Brien used to play Field Thunder, didn't he, in the WAFL back in the day. I can assure you this is Riley O'Brien, who's much taller. Kicks out towards half-back, spills down towards Stevens of the Roos. Hand pass away to McKercher, and McKercher retreats all the way back to Condon. Oh, it's broken up by 40. Spills back to Condon. North keep possession. Hand pass to Stevens. Goes all the way back to Sheasel. North still with it. Kicks back for Condon on the wing.
Condon, I think Rory O'Brien might have won a Sandover. And Corby might have gone close as Condon gets a 50-metre penalty. And the mark will be set inside the attacking arc. And Charlie Condon, the defender, come forward, come defender again. He will have a shot on goal here for the Roos.
Let's try to get a grasp on what that was for. Was it a... Shane was about to tell us.
Ray Chamberlain?
The player on the mark had been called to stand, and then as they split in the protected zone, they swapped the man on the mark. And so as a result, the 50-metre penalty was awarded.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year, Charlie Condon. And he still hasn't. Away to the left, 5 behinds. There's 24 or 25 broken bones in his career. Can't remember exactly because you lose count when it gets that high. The Crows by 23.
Needs to drink more milk.
Here's Worrell. Gee, that's a high kick. All the way up towards the wing. Dock side. Spills off the pack. O'Sullivan taps it inboard. Here's Parker. Handball for the Roos out wide. Collected on the wing by Davies-Uniacke. Pokes his pass down to half forward. And a sprawling mark taken by Constanti. Former Swan. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Getting across and an easy pick off for Worrell. And that's what he does. Josh Worrell. It's another one you wouldn't be surprised to see in the Australian squad when it drops early in the week.
Yeah, bit of a consensus. I think that he'll be the Adelaide Crows defensive representative. They deserve one, really.
Mark Keane's got... he's got some...
to be discussed.
Long kick down the line, punched out of bounds by Sherry, so throw in between wing and half forward for North.
He's got some claims, Mark Keane, as well.
Certainly being the All-Irish team. Throwing on the wing. Crows by 23. Bringing it down, Sherry to the front. Davies-Uniacke goes and picks up the footy. Handball away to Parker, tackled out by Curtin. Who was the last Irishman in there?
Ooh, that's a good question.
We have to go all the way back to the great Jim Steins.
Yeah, I don't think Kennelly was. Was Pierce Hanley?
No. Connor McKenna.
Tui, no.
Throwing on the wing. Sherry taps it neatly to Parker. His kick smothered by Peatling. Ricochets away. Miller are onto it for the Crows. Handball for O'Brien. He falls over the big fella. He's getting down around his bootlaces and another ball up. Crows by 23 points. 23 points. My immediate reaction was, I didn't know if they'd go in the team. I can't remember one in my lifetime.
Jim Steins, definitely.
Yeah.
Two-timer. 91-93 for the great Jim Steins as Wardlaw kicks to centre half forward. Punched further inside 50 by Payne. Scooped up by Trembath. Hand pass away to Stevens. Can he finish this time? Yes, he can. Pops it through. And North are back in the game. They've kicked 2 on the bounce. And Adelaide's lead, which was out to 5 goals, is back to 17 points. 8-4-52 Adelaide. North Melbourne moved to 5-5. 35-24 gone, second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just a better sort of 5 or 6 minute period here for North Melbourne. And it's sort of on the back of their defence, really, there. So you look at that contest going inside forward 50. I think it was Payne who recognised he couldn't mark the ball. So, decides to spoil to bring it to ground level. And just more numbers, Paul Curtis there.
Trembath, geez, that was slick.
Well, Trembath, sorry, Trembath handball out to Dill Stevens.
He's
terrific.
A player. Yeah, Trembath. You can just tell, really good forward sense. Had Worrell then, he was just too quick. First to move, great clean hands, and a nice finish for Stevens for his second.
Kicked the last 2 goals in the game after Adelaide kicked the first 4 of the second term. Wardlaw slipping out of a tackle in the middle. Handball to Davies Uniacke. We'll go back into the congestion. O'Sullivan to McKercher.
Go forward.
Goes further back to Commons. Still going back. McKercher now goes sideways. Now for the goal kicker Stevens, who lifts the kick over the top. Away to Parker. Now they're going forward. McKercher runs into a cul-de-sac. Has to go back again. Back to Parker. Parker kicks infield for Sherry, just forward of halfway.
Taken low down. In the middle of the ground, Tristan Sherry. 17-point lead for the Crows. 25 and a half gone second term, but North with a bit of momentum. Long kick inside 50. Payne flies at it, no mark. Spills down to Worrell. And got it down to Millerer. Now on to Peatling. Hand pass to Hinge. Off the back flank, that's a dart. Straight on the chest of Keys. Keeps it moving. Long to Taylor Walker. Running downhill towards goal. He takes the mark. Doesn't break stride. Pops it through for a goal. And that's some kind of answer for the Crows as they zip it from fullback all the way the length of the field for a goal at the other end. Clean in transition, coast to coast. 26 gone second term. Adelaide by 23, 9-4 to 5-5.
I think they're determined not to finish the season 18th on transition scores.
Yeah.
That was just a beautiful kick. And that's the other thing, North. I mean, we speak about Paul Curtis. They're in need of a small forward, aren't they? A crummy small forward who can get to the full of that ball and at least apply some pressure. And that's way too easy. This kick from Hinge is an absolute bullet across his body. But again, North's inability, that was a slow play. North's inability to be able to set up the ground, set up their team defence, and then they get the oldest bloke on the field out the back for a walk-in goal. So terrific footy from Adelaide, but disappointing from North to be able to relieve the pressure valve like that.
One kick solves all problems, and that was Mitch Hinge.
Beautiful kick from Hinge.
Winning the tap, Sherry for Parker, who's trying to kick as he's tackled to ground by Dawson. Dawson gets up appealing.
That's a good decision. So no poor opportunity, one arm pinned, and he actually has a crack at trying to kick it. That's what we're asking our players to do, aren't we?
If he missed the ball, Wally.
Yeah, but no prior. Man, that's what Chambo, back me up here.
Any attempt is good enough with no prior. Luke Ball, head of the class.
Come
Walker picks it up, gets a clearing kick up to half forward for the Roos. Peatling swung down in the strong tackle from Curtis.
But isn't the prior opportunity that he's tried to kick the ball?
No. So, Ram, a great question, actually, mate. So when we're defining prior opportunity, it's whatever transpires between the time they're in possession to the time they're tackled. That's when the assessment's taken place.
Sherry palms it down. Parker a high kick to full forward. Swatted away by Murray. Down at ground level. Branch sockers it on goal. Bouncing ball. Branch goes again.
He's kicked
and it's just rushed through.
I think he's kicked it.
Push, I reckon.
He'll get a shove in the back.
Yeah, it was there.
Oh,
absolutely.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Absolutely paid the push.
Good save. He's shorter than you, Benny.
He's certainly a...
That's clear push in the back.
Yeah, well done. Good second effort.
Yeah.
The young guy. He's listed at 173, Daniel 171. So he's got Daniel and Cameron covered. Certainly Cameron, clearly.
Here comes Bench. He goes to Banana and puts it through. His first goal in AFL footy. And they will engulf him at the bottom of a pile of blue and white. And the Crows lead is back to 17. 9-4-58, plays 6-5-41, 28 minutes played. Second term, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, he deserves that.
Yeah.
And you always remember your first goal, and he's worked extraordinarily hard. So the free kick was against Dan Curtin there for the push in the back, and then just a little check side for Bench for his first goal in AFL football. So he'll be wrapped with that one.
She said just a diminutive forward, picked 2 in the mid-season draft out of Werribee. As Ben said, he was stick.
Yeah, been a footy factory Werribee, hasn't it? Last couple of years.
What
Good response here from North.
Flynn Young as well.
Yep, that's right.
Playing with Carlton.
Big Cherry himself was Werribee, wasn't he?
Ooh.
Big X. Am I right?
17 points Adelaide's lead. I'll leave that one to you to research. From the restart, back in the middle. Picked up here by Dowling coming off the wing, tackled, lost it. Davies Uniacke for North. Gives it to Daniel, kicks inside 50, hands to it, juggled effort, not to be from Payne, spills down the Roos way, jamming it on the boot, and the tumbled kick going forward from Wardlaw misses. Behind, Geordie Payne really throws his whole body at it, doesn't he, the Tasmanian? 16 points is the lead for the Crows, 30-minute mark, second term.
Keane with the kick in, now towards Curtin, off his hands, Sherry doing the roving. Roos ball half forward, off to Simpkin. Centering ball, Curtis squeezes it.
Terrific hands. Great kick, Josh Simpkin there to square that ball right up to about 15 metres out. Now the Crows defenders are looking at each other. Rory Laird's pointing and Mark Keane's pointing, Hinge is pointing. It's whose opponent was it at that stage? Well, it was Miller's opponent. But a terrific contested mark there by Paul Curtis.
Paul Curtis comes in. And the Kangas won't lie down in this one. He's got a couple and it's back to 10 points. 9-4-58 plays 7-6-48 on the stroke of half-time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Crows kicked the first 4 goals of this quarter, and now the Kangaroos have gone 4 of the last 5, so it's a terrific response. It sort of looked like the game was slipping away. The Crows had a 30-point lead, and it looked really comfortable there. And it's sort of like, this is going to be a 10-goal margin, but credit to North Melbourne. Now, they've picked up their defensive intent in the second part of this second quarter, and that's allowed them to kick these 4 goals. Well, what they kicked the 4 goals in basically 14 minutes, so they've done a good job to really hang in there.
Good breakdown from 30 behind and now within 10 at half-time, North Melbourne. 31 and a half gone second term.
It's been the clearance work again, hasn't it? 12-4 for the quarter. Oh, I take that back.
Crooked bounce. Yeah. Chance for Simon off the SMS.
12-3 it is, yeah.
The current length of the AFL season significantly reduces the quality of the product. Can you please discuss? Would love to hear your thoughts if you have time during the break. Been a pleasure listening all year from Simon. Says anchors away, so presumably a Fremantle fan, of course, with the biggest game of the regular season coming up tomorrow. Was Berry, kicks inside the forward 50 for Adelaide. Comben picks it off, goes long to the wing. Sprawling effort from Bench. He's going to get a second go. Well, there's about 4 Crows around him. Bench goes and wins it, knocks it out close to the boundary line. Sheasel keeps it alive. Dawson wins it back. Back flank for Adelaide. Hand pass to Berry. Runs, carries, and then a long kick to Payne. One-hander. And then wanted to move it. Got it on eventually to Saligo. Now to Fogarty, but he's under pressure. Hand pass goes back to O'Brien. He kicks out wide for Keys, who marks on his chest. 51 out. 22 seconds left in the term.
At least they've been able to force them wide. It looked like there's going to be another walk-in goal there for the Crows, but just good scrambling from North. I think he's got this journey, Ben Keys, so look for this one to be just put to the top of the square.
10 seconds left. He kicks in the Walker direction here. Caught wrong-footed. Ball slides past a couple. Bench, last line of defence. Stevens butchers it. Straight to Berry, who marks as time expires on the first half.
Right foot.
And Dylan Stevens with the clanger.
Well, it's a big clanger. So he's a left footer, obviously, Dylan Stevens. Caught on the right foot and just completely miscued it.
Just went straight down to Clarko on the bench, who, in fairness, controlled his emotions. He would have, standing around his younger players, understand it's just a mistake. And Sam Berry's had a terrific quarter. This will be his 9th possession.
This will hurt for all North Melbourne's work. The kick after the siren misses.
Off the hook.
So Adelaide by 11 points, playing for the minor premiership. They are in a scrap with the lowly Kangas, who have won only 5.5 games for the year, but North Melbourne are going to make Adelaide earn it. 9-5-59 the Crows. North Melbourne 7-6-48 at half-time. It is Adelaide by 11 points. The goal kickers, Keys, Thilthorpe and Dowling all have 2 each, and then singles for Walker, Fogarty and Laird. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 2 goals for Dill Stevens and for Paul Curtis, and then singles for Scott, Trembath and Banch. At half-time, neither of the subs used. Cooper Harvey for North Melbourne and Brodie Smith for the Crows. As Raman mentioned a short time ago, halfway mark of that second quarter, it was looking like Adelaide's game. They were 30 points up, and North responding by kicking 4 of the last 5 in the match to make it less than 2 kicks in it. At half-time, 11 points Adelaide's way. Off the SMS, Rog in Box Hill says, I agree, the so-called Kangas zone defence mostly does not work. It hasn't for 2 decades. Our defence should concentrate on playing the ball and manning up. From Rog. Thank you, Rog. Joseph from Essendon, instead of Mackay, will give North Kemp as a forward and McGovern as an intercepting defender. Would solve 4 problems. So basically saying it'll solve an issue for North and solve an issue for Carlton. Thanks, Joseph. Appreciate that. Corbin, despite what Razor says, if a player is tackled and tries to kick and misses his foot, it is ineffective disposal and should be called as such. From Luke.
I think that's his opinion, isn't it? I think he's saying there, Luke, it should be written into the rules like that.
Well, does that look?
Whereas the rules
that
aren't written like that.
No, the Luke Parker, to me, as a spectator, looks like holding the ball.
Well, it looks because it is incorrect disposal. But then I get back to I'm looking across at Lee Matthews. Well, why are we barracking for the tackler so much?
Correct.
You know,
So
this is the guy who goes and wins the footy.
So
He should be given an opportunity.
The alternative is, without prior opportunity, Parker just hangs onto the ball. So
that's what I'm getting at.
But then it just creates more stoppages. Another ball up. Like we want the ball.
But Parker there throws the ball up in the air and tries to kick it.
He's trying to get a kick away though. It keeps the ball.
Keeps the ball moving.
Yeah.
So I would almost rather the way it is now, where at least the ball's coming out and it's flowing, rather than which is that's why they're trying to do it as such. But I know it looks weird. When you see it in motion, you think, this guy's just thrown the ball out and he tried to get a kick away, missed his foot, and it's play on. But I think that's... The AFL haven't done a good job, I think it's fair to say, in communicating that to fans. I think that's the one thing that we know for sure is it feels like we spend a lot of time trying to speak to audiences about that, because it looks very unnatural.
That's why we've brought Ray Chamberlain on board.
Correct. That's why he's here to solve some of those
industry leaders, and we just thought, look.
He's been brilliant.
Yep. Be careful, he's back in the box again.
Well, it's fair. It was a slow start between Ray and I. but we've come together.
It's simmered.
We've certainly come together, and I've learned a hell of a lot about interpretations within the game this year.
It's been very educational and a whole lot of fun on Saturday afternoons with Ray throughout the year. Crows by 11. Rammer and Paulie, you'll take the half-time.
Well, I think, Paulie, really, North are in this game because they're dominating clearance. So 12-4 again in that quarter. So that's 28-13 across the board. Contested possession, North Melbourne were plus 15 in that quarter. So the sort of the combat stuff, it feels like the Crows are. We know we're playing finals. We just might take it.
Do enough.
Just do enough. We're playing against a lowly team, bottom 4 team that will just do enough to make sure we score. And you look at the first part of that second quarter, they go and kick 4 goals pretty easily. The Crows, and the game looks over. But as I mentioned, credit to North Melbourne, they fought their way back. 4 of the last 5 goals in that quarter, and it was based off their defence. They wanted to attack. Tristan Sherry has been terrific. His tackling work and the way he just holds on and stops the ball at the source is terrific. But then, just a couple of efforts around boundary line where you keep the ball alive rather than conceding going over the line. You swing the ball. Jai Simpkins swings the ball back inside the centre corridor. Paul Curtis takes a good contested mark. Banch gets his first goal in AFL football through hard work, through being front and centre. He gets the push in the back. Trembath, the ball is mentioned a couple of times, has really worked hard inside forward 50. So there's a bit to like there for the Kangaroos. I think in the second half, I think if Adelaide clean up clearance, I think they'll comfortably win this game because they're kicking. They just kick the ball better than North Melbourne do, and that was clear evidence of the kick by Mitch Hinge late in that second quarter, which resulted in a Taylor Walker goal. So I think Matthew Nix and his coaching staff will show this a bit of centre bounce stuff, a bit of around the ground clearance stuff, and tidy that up. And I think they should be able to run away.
Yeah, I mean it's been North from clearance, hasn't it? Really, Adelaide have just scored from turnover, from intercept, and from their back half, which we identified as a real issue for them before the game. So that in itself would be pleasing from Matthew Nix's point of view, and it's obviously been a challenge for North Melbourne, not only today but throughout the course of this year, as they really try and embed some sort of team defence and haven't quite been able to do that. But from North's point of view, and as you project ahead from to finals footy, and you mentioned it, Rammer, finals footy where the game just closes in a little bit most of the time, the ratio from uncontested to contested flips a little bit. That's a concern. Those numbers, minus 20 contest and clearance, that's a real concern from Adelaide's point of view. And it's just at some stage it's going to put too much pressure on this really stout defence, which has been so good for the second half of the year. But at some stage, it becomes a numbers game and a weight of numbers. And really, early in that quarter, North had some terrific opportunities to score. They didn't take them. That's just a bit of a lack of class and polish. But then they were able to do that towards the back end of the quarter. So, yeah, you're right. They need to address that. They need to turn those numbers around, the Crows, in this second half. Or this game will still be up for grabs at three-quarter time. And from North's point of view, that's all you can really ask in terms of finish off of the season against the number one seed. So, yeah, maybe the Crows, distractions throughout the week, maybe just hoping to come here and get the points and get out of town with a clean bill of health. Well, credit to North, they haven't made it easy for them in this first half.
The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas to halftime. More of your thoughts off the SMS to come. 0437 774 774. Baller, you'll be pleased to know Anthony in Wild Dog Valley says it's a fire-pit Saturday in Wild Dog Valley. Love your work, Baller. He's your biggest supporter of the SMS. And from Brendan in Hobart, if TDK is going to the Saints, would Marshall be a good fit for the Cats? I'll pose that to Rammer and Bally as we work our way through. Thanks for that, Brendan. And more of your takes, 0437 774 774. Half-time here, entertaining game of footy, Crows by 11. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. A UN-backed report has found the Gaza Strip's largest city is gripped by famine and warns the crisis is likely to spread. It's the first time the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, has declared a famine in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed the report as an outright lie. This woman, who lives in Gaza City, says the findings of the report come as no surprise.
We fight every day just to get life basics like food, clean water, hygienic stuff, medications, or even the feeling of security and peace. While children outside Gaza want to eat an ice cream instead of an apple, our children don't know what an apple is.
A parole board of the U.S. state of California has denied parole to Lyle Menendez, imprisoned 35 years ago with his brother Eric for the shotgun murders of their parents in their Los Angeles home. Larry Buttrose reports.
The ruling was announced at the end of an 11-hour-plus hearing. Parole commissioners concluded Lyle Menendez could pose a risk to the public if released. The 57-year-old appeared in blue prison garb via video link from a San Diego jail. It comes just a day after his younger brother, 54-year-old Eric Menendez, was also denied parole. They were sentenced to life in prison in 1996 for killing their father, Jose Menendez, and mother, Kitty Menendez, in their Beverly Hills home in 1989. They can apply for parole again in 3 years.
A judge in the U.S. state of Wisconsin has upheld charges against two attorneys and an aide to President Donald Trump for falsely claiming Mr. Trump won the state in the 2020 election. The men allegedly created fake paperwork and attempted to deliver the document to then Vice President Mike Pence. Lawyers Jim Troupis and Kenneth Cheeseborough, along with Mr. Trump's Director of Election Day Operations, Mike Roman, are facing 11 charges. Prosecutors in Michigan, Nevada, Georgia and Arizona have also filed criminal charges related to the scheme. The U.S. Justice Department has released transcripts of interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell with the jailed co-accused of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, saying she's not aware of any so-called client list. The BBC's David Willis has more.
Ghislaine Maxwell goes out of her way to praise Donald Trump, saying that although she came into contact with Mr. Trump, he was part of Jeffrey Epstein's orbit, Mr. Trump, never did anything inappropriate, adding that she admired what she called his extraordinary achievement in becoming president. And as well as maintaining her own innocence in these interviews, Ghislaine Maxwell implicates nobody else in what was thought to be the widespread trafficking of children which Jeffrey Epstein was engaged in.
Neighbours have paid tribute to 48-year-old Carol Luke, who was found with critical injuries at a North Brisbane home overnight. The mother of two was located by a family member at a property at Tagum just after midnight and died at the scene. Police say a 52-year-old man known to Ms. Luke was arrested a short time later and is assisting with their inquiries. Neighbour Jackson Hughesman says the community is devastated by the loss.
Cara was a kind and loving person who would go to extremes for anyone she met. She would always stop to check up on people and say hello, and that was just the kind of person she was. We will miss her chats, her generosity and kindness. The family is in our thoughts during this hard time.
And if you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. There have been heated scenes outside of a Melbourne home in the city's west where several people have been stabbed in what appears to have been a house party. Natasha McFarlane reports.
Just before 5 a.m, up to a dozen officers attended a home on Everhome Drive in Truganina, along with paramedics and fire crews. They were called to the property after reports of a home invasion where it's believed unknown offenders stabbed three men inside. An 18 and 24-year-old were both taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Another man ran off despite being treated by paramedics. There have been chaotic scenes as people spilled out onto the residential street after the incident and began arguing with emergency services. No one has been arrested at this stage as investigations continue.
And golfers Tommy Fleetwood and Russell Henley both have a share of the lead at the Tour World Championship in Atlanta. Fleetwood fired a 7 under par 63. You're up to date with ABC News.
On the ABC Listen app, stream a wide range of free audiobooks, like from Leanne Moriarty, James Patterson, Tim Winton, and Kate Morton. No catch, just press play. Find free audiobooks on the ABC Listen app.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for six. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up.
And it's on now on the ABC Listen.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Pink kicks out of a defensive arc. Curtin, a critical touch.
Terrific, like that.
Breaks it up. Miller, hand pass away towards Saligo. Centering kick. Somehow made its way to the chest of Dilthorpe. He moves it quickly and pops it through.
That's Dan Curtin's goal right there.
Riley's got a couple. Curtin. Handball out to Taylor. Feeds a hand pass further forward for Laird. Collects on the bounce. Gives it to Fogarty. Gets it back. Laird keeps on moving. That's a superb goal. Great team footy from the Crows. And Laird on the end of it pops it through. Wardlaw kicks to centre half forward. Punched further inside 50 by Payne. Scooped up by Trembar. Hand pass away to Stevens. Can he finish this time? Yes, he can. Pops it through. And North are back in the game. Miller now on to Peatling. Hand pass to Hinge. Off the back flank, that's a dart. Straight on the chest of Keys. Keeps it moving. Long to Taylor Walker. Running downhill towards goal. He takes the mark. Doesn't break stride. Pops it through for a goal.
In with the kick in. Now towards Curtin off his hand. Sherry doing the roving. Rouge ball half forward. Off to Simpkin. Centering ball. Curtis squeezes it.
Terrific hands.
Paul Curtis comes in. And the Kangas won't lie down in this one.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
11 points the lead for the Crows at half-time. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tim in Blackburn off the SMS. Afternoon, Ben and the team. Could you name your clumsy team, please? There seem to be a few ruckmen who could feature along with clumsy defenders from Tim in Blackburn. It seems like a very ruckman.
Shane Mumford would be the coach.
We're going to have lots of ruckmen, aren't we?
Yep. Tom Lynch.
Steve Alessio was coordinatedly clumsy.
Yep. It's often the big guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
That have long limbs that sort of throw them around. But you're right, Tom Lynch would be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Line key position.
Corey McKernan.
Yep. A few guys.
Cost him a Brownlow, a bit of clumsiness.
A few defenders with the ear massages that come through, just accidentally clumsy. So we'll have a think, Tim. We'll try and piece a few together. We talked about Bond villains as to who in the AFL would make the...
Not a villain, just a Bond.
Just a Bond, main character.
Corbin hasn't seen any of the Bond films, so he doesn't understand.
I'm just looking down at Big Tomahawk, Big T Hawkins. He's got a bit of James Bond about him.
What was
he could be a Bond.
I reckon.
Nomination here for Joel Selwood.
Yeah.
Bit of a Bond vibe. Brendan's question before the news, by the way, was about Tom DeConing going to the Saints. Would Marshall be a good fit at the Cats?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. Yep. Be interesting to see how that plays out, won't it?
They really love their athletic rucks. Is he athletic enough to sort of fill that void for them?
Mobile enough?
Well, I don't think when you say that, what do you base that on? The fact that they've sort of had Reece Stanley?
No, I know that they tell clubs that I know that they tell people.
This is Geelong?
Yeah. They are interested in athletic rucks.
Well, Marshall's athletic enough. He covers the ground. Got a big tank.
He might be. That's just a question.
Yep.
I
think he's an upgrade on Reece Stanley.
Yeah.
Isn't he?
But it kind of makes sense. Like, I think of people like maybe a Luke Jackson, you know. He's the one who was linked there with his family links to Geelong now, or his partner's links to Geelong. But he's the kind of athletic ruck that they really love.
The other thing they've said, though, is they don't believe in paying top dollar. Whereas if you get a Luke Jackson, you're going to pay.
Right. Well, they don't pay top dollar for anyone, do they? Really, the Cats. Let's be honest.
Danger and. Even then,
they underpaid him. He could have got a lot more to go somewhere else, couldn't he?
Now, one of the very fun stories out of yesterday is that this comes around every so often, and I know it makes for tremendous television pictures. So the TV news absolutely ate it up. When a couple of scouts head down to training,
this is great.
Jeff Valentine and Sam Naismith yesterday. Sam Naismith, just 206 centimetres tall, working on the Fremantle coaching staff. He's in town to work with Luke Jackson. Given the fact that there's been a family bereavement and his partner side, who's obviously he's from Victoria, so he's been here during the week getting ready, and they sent a couple of coaches over to help work with Luke in the lead up to the game. And they thought, we'll head down to Bulldogs training. Sure enough, they were identified pretty quickly and tossed out.
Do you know what the best part of this story is? Because I heard a little bit extra.
Yep.
So they got kicked out, but then they went into the cafe and they ordered themselves a coffee. Then they were back at the glass at the front. So Daniel Pratt had to go over again and say, hey, out you go.
Time to go.
See you later. And they're just like, we're just ordering a coffee.
I would have just said, look, it's an open session.
What's the big deal?
Come on, Praddy.
Here's Justin Longmuir's take on it. He joined us on AFL Saturday earlier today on ABC Sport.
We had some coaches over here a little bit earlier to do a session with Luke Jackson in Melbourne all week, and I think they saw that Western Bulldogs were having an open training session, so they thought they'd go along and have a look. They're definitely not going to get a job with the CIA post coaching. They could have been a little bit less discriminate, and taking a 206 centimetre ruckman is not a way to slide under the radar. So anyway, they left before training started, I believe, and we didn't get anything out of it in the end.
That's excellent. Is it a big deal or no big deal? Like, if it's an open training session, does it matter whether they watch?
That's the point. Yeah, open training session. How do you can't.
I like the little mind games of it all.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind them asking them to leave, but I'd dig my heels in and say, no, it's open training, so otherwise ask everyone else to leave. Yeah, so anyway, it's funny.
It's opened up some great stories from times gone past. And I was chatting to Xander Maguire about it yesterday, who, of course, would have seen so many things over the years as the son of Eddie and everything that's gone on at Collingwood. And he told a story about once upon a time Dennis Pagan had sent some spies along to Vic Park to watch Collingwood train, and Eddie and the Magpies camp actually sent a plate of sandwiches out to basically say, hey, we know you're here, enjoy training from that particular spot. And there were stories of opposition scouts owning the 17 other beanies of certain clubs, so they'd go along and put your Bulldogs beanie on when you're off to Whitten Oval and try and blend in as much you can, but all a good bit of fun. And extra build-up to tomorrow's blockbuster, which is going to be a great game, of course. 3 games back-to-back, all here on ABC Sport tomorrow. And, Ben, you'll be back here at Docklands for the one that matters most. The winner makes the 8, and the loser, in all likelihood, will miss. Crows playing for the minor premiership here, second half upon us. It is Adelaide by 11 points.
Sherry and O'Brien slaps it down, but onto it Davies Uniacke. His kicker turnover. Laird diving to mark. Centre half back here for the Crows. Dual best and fairest of the Adelaide Crows. Laird kicks up towards O'Brien. Up he goes and plucks it. Has it slipped out of his hands as well? Could have got 50.
Yeah, certainly could have.
Not to be there. He gives it off to Laird, who slips over running around the back. Has to go back to O'Brien. Feeds the handball Coming fumbles. Sloppy start from the Crows. Constanti to O'Sullivan to Simpkin. Roos ball. Now Simpkin kicks around the wing, looking for Trembath. Hands to it. He brings down the mark. He's got it. So the Crows leading by 11, but the Kangas into attack.
Trembath to Constanti, who looks inside the forward 50, trying to find Darling, kicks over his head. Curtis, clever, just taps it back to Core, who's tackled the ball up. 11 points the lead for the Crows. Neither of the subs used so far. Cooper Harvey for North Melbourne. He's off contract at season's end. And Brodie Smith for Adelaide. Ball up deep forward for the Roos. O'Brien reaches for it, palms it down. Still no clean takeaway. Picked up by Saligo. Spun around in the tackle from Curtis. And then laying the tackle over the top is Bond. It was all legal. The North Melbourne fans thought it might have been a little high on Constanti. And ball up after all that, 15 metres out from the North goal.
Umpire puts it aloft. Tapping it down, Sherry overrunning it, Curtis. Davies Uniacke picks it up, gets a handball out, Wardlaw. Off to Simpkin, dribbles it towards goal. Nearly Trembath gathering the footy, goes again in the pocket. The Crows are there, coming tackled to ground. And a ball up, left forward pocket here for the Kangas. Crows by 11. A little sloppy out of the gates in the second half, Adelaide. Sherry out of the ruck for Curtis, tackled by Berry. Drags him to ground, another ball up, left forward pocket for the Kangas. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Umpire tosses it to the roof. Sherry hooks it down, soccers it gently over the boundary line and a throw in. Left forward pocket. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, Ray Chamberlain. Bringing you all of the action on your Saturday, Arvo.
First of 3 games. It must be said, a little softer touch on this Saturday before a big Sunday to finish in the regular season from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Laird. Laird trying to work his way through. Got a hand pass out of defence. Picked up by Fogarty. Slick hands and a clean take for Neil Bullen. Handball away to Walker. Back to Neil Bullen. Runs it up over halfway for Adelaide. Hand pass to Dawson. Dawson kicks inside 50. Peatling tearing away back towards goal. Chasing the footy. The ball pitches and runs through for a behind. Off the boot of Dawson. And the minor score. Make it a 12-point game.
Just got down there quick a few times today, hasn't it? Make them play there.
Really to work on over the summer for North Melbourne.
Adelaide by 12, 3 gone, third term.
And encouraging for Adelaide too, albeit against a lower ranked opposition, but their ability to transition the footy today. Neil Bullen was terrific then.
Short kick into Simpkin, who goes up for Comben. Lots of it, not paid the mark. Miller comes away with it for the Crows. Off to Laird, to Berry, chips it inside 50. Dawson a lot of it. And he'll get a free kick or the mark. Take your pick.
It's just that stuff there. But that ball, Sheasel's, he's got to small the ball there. Like his direct opponent is Jordan Dawson. He's within a metre of him. Jordan Dawson had his eyes to the ball. It was a 2-on-2 contest. But Sheasel just didn't want to make the body contact to spoil the ball.
Might be playing an important game for individual accolades here today, Jordan Dawson.
Yeah, he's at 13 to half-time.
Brownlow votes today might be very important. He dishes this off and Peatling accepts it. A gift from the unselfish Adelaide captain.
And this would drive Alistair Clarkson crazy because we know how manic he is with defence. You look at the Hawthorn teams that he coached and how good they were defensively. This North Melbourne team this year is just been so poor defensively.
7 clubs were chasing this man's signature at the end of last year, James Peatling. He's come in and been an exceptional role player for the Adelaide Crows. And he slots a goal here after the gift from Dawson. And the Adelaide Crows are out by 3 goals again, 10-6-66. Plays 7-6-48, 5 into the third. It's nice demand to be in, isn't it? Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Rama knows as a player agent.
Sure is. 7.
It's leverage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Great thing, great word.
Well, he's landed. Well, he's landed in a good spot, that's for sure, and he's repaid the faith that the Crows have shown him. You'd have to say across the year, has he been a really good recruit, hasn't he?
Terrific role. Like you look at those 3 players, the boy Neil Bullen coming, the other 2. You just couldn't ask for any more from the 3 of them this year, really. So it's just real upgrades that the Crows had in players in those positions previous. And it's worked out magnificently for the Crows.
Said it a couple of times. Reminds me a little bit of Richmond in 2017 and the three guys they brought in Cowdy, Prestia and Dan Curvis, and just to fit needs that they had at that particular time. And as you said, upgrades in certain spots. None of them sort of outright
stars, but strong bodies, you know, played enough footy, entering their peak years, and really complemented the balance of the team.
Obviously, Adelaide fans will be hoping it can end something like that as it did for those three at Richmond. Free kick here out of the middle. It's going O'Brien's way. Crows by 18 points. Kicks wide to Dawson. Strong grab, and he's getting ready to take over here. Geordie looks inside the forward 50. Just checks his kick for Thilthorpe. Punched away by Pink. And banging bodies, Curtis and Laird. Ball spills to Wardlaw. Collects for the Kangas. Hand pass to Daniel. Handball to McKercher. Retreats by hand to Logue. Goes all the way back to Simpkin. And now kicks further afield to half-back for young Finn O'Sullivan, the first-year Kanga. Picked 2 in last year's draft, and appropriately in the number 2.
On the back flank. Puts his laces through it, up to a contest on the wing. And Dawson in front.
He's the best marking midfielder in the comp, Jordan Dawson. Floats across packs, takes contested marks. Just so good. I know he's got a bit of height, but you still got to go. You still got to mark the ball.
As Corbin said, he's starting to take over this game. Goes back to Keane. He goes infield to Laird, centre half back here for the Crows. Tricolours leading by 18 points. Laird dabs a kick for Millerer. Right on the AFL logo. He'll wait a kick for Cumming, and it will get it to him as well.
Look at him queuing up in the middle.
And it's Peatling again, almost in the same spot. He marks 40 out directly in front.
No, it's too easy, isn't it?
Ridiculous.
I mean, it's good kicking, but it's just this North Melbourne team defence still, well, a work in progress, to put it nicely, isn't it, Ramo? But that was just far too easy. It just releases all the pressure, all the effort that they've built up in this first half.
Well, in defence, your first port of call, protect the corridor. Make teams go wide. Just 2 occasions now. Just too easy inside forward 50.
49 out, directly in front.
That's the result.
It's a repeat for Peatling. Back-to-back majors for him. And the Crows lead by 4 goals neat. 11-6, 72 plays 7-6, 48. They travelled third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'm looking, because when I watch a game, I try to watch forward of the ball or behind the ball to see what's happening. And I guess if we're elevated, so you can see more up here. But there's clearly a communication breakdown somewhere, whether it's between the midfielders and defenders or just the defenders themselves, that they allow players to queue up through the centre corridor. And it wasn't just Peatling there. There was another 2 players sitting inside that corridor that Cumming could have went to and kicked the ball to. So, it's got to be fixed up for North Melbourne over summer, because teams have just scored far too heavily against them this year.
24-point lead for the Crows. Back in the middle of the ground. Comes out towards Parker. He's... no free kicks coming all the way back to Davies Uniacke for a hold. So, LDU, middle of Docklands. Short kick finds Simpkin. What's up front? Simpkin into a crowded forward 50, and it carries the pack. In the end, it's picked off by Millerer. Takes the intercept mark deep in defence. He goes wide with the kick. Half volley pick up for Taylor. Hand pass over his shoulder. Missed the intended target. Picked up by Condon. Handball to Wardlaw. Gives it to Payne. Kicks inboard. Core, a little fumble. Then trying to give it back to Payne. Clever from Curtis. Back into dispute. Grabbing it is Draper, and he's locked up. Well, the umpire gives him a moment to sort it out. Ball comes out in the direction of Keys. Picked up by Curtis. He's tackled, taking the ground, and a ball up. After all that, left half forward here for the Kangas. 4-goal lead for Adelaide, 9 gone, third term.
Umpire waiting for the rucks to nominate. Eventually he finds them. Puts it aloft. Sherry palming it down, tries to follow up. Cumming beats him to it. He's tackled by Payne. He's in a bit of trouble as well, and he's caught. Holding the ball, and I think Geordie Payne will get the kick.
I think it'll be Luke Parker. It should be Luke Parker, because he was the initial tackler.
Payne tried to come in and pinch it, but Parker had him first.
Yeah, but you know what happens with that? He gets a tackle as well on the stat sheet.
He shouldn't, should he? Well, they've had 11 inside 50 tackles for the game, which is good. So, again, just sticking at it, trying to stay in touch here. Important kick this for the veteran.
3 times a Bob Skilton medalist at Sydney. 32-year-old now. They brought him over to do this, and he gives them a little bit of leadership to try and stay in this match. It's back to 18 points, 11-6-72. Plays 8-6-54. 11 minutes into the second half. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, premiership pair.
Oh, Bully, I think we would both agree that Parker's been pretty good for him this year in terms of the output that he's given, the leadership. That stuff there is what I love. You know, he's still able to do that at his age and at his experience level. He still wants to hunt the player with the ball. So you know he's going to be terrific during the week, Luke Parker, with teaching these young. The example that he would be setting for George Wardlaw, you know, day in, day out. Forget about week in, week out. It'll be day in, day out. That it's just going to be invaluable to a player like Wardlaw's future.
3-goal lead for the Crows, 11-6 to 8-6. Luke Parker, one of the 3 premiership players on the Roos list in his debut season back in 2012. Back in the middle, scrap on for the footy. Berry grabs it. Sherry's got him immediately, but got him high. Free kick for Berry. Crows going forward. Hand pass to Miller, tearing up the back of the square. Hands it away to Riley O'Brien. Kicks inside 50 and finds Thilthorpe.
It was awkward.
It was certainly that.
Never in doubt.
Unorthodox from the big man. A long way down out of the hand onto the boot, but found the target.
Yeah, that was alongside Tom de Koning's farewell speech for awkward, wasn't it?
Yes.
And sell him short. Ace out. Big Riley.
Just head over the ball.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Real slow ball drop.
Miller is a bit of a problem here for North, isn't he? He's in everything at the moment.
He almost stopped running completely to kick the ball. Here comes Thilthorpe. This is much more fluent. He moves in. He's drop punt. Misses. He needed to do it like Riley did it. And behind the other Riley. 11 goals, 7 to 8 goals, 6. A 19-point lead for Adelaide. 13 gone in the third term. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
Kircher dabs it to the pocket for Simpkin. In the left back pocket. He'll kick long to a contest on the wing. Walker in good position. Trembath there as well. Down in front. O'Sullivan leaves it behind. Laird pinches it. Just hurries a kick inside 50 and Thilthorpe plucks it. Now he plays on. He's in a pickle. Gets around low. O'Sullivan shoves him as he kicks it away. Fogarty nearly marks it.
That's a push.
It'll come back. I thought it was the punky push, but got him a little too much in the back.
I'm glad umpires are paying that more this year. And I've noticed it a lot more that they are. In previous years, O'Sullivan may have got away with that. But you know, clearly it has an effect on Thilthorpe's shot at goal. So it's got to be paid a free kick.
Almost like you're rewarded for just making an
effort. Yeah.
His hands. A big fella. A lot of grippo. Just looms, doesn't he, again? Another player I can't wait to see.
Played in that game when Travis Cloak wore that glove, that real...
No, it's high by them.
45-degree angle. He'll kick it from 45.
Come back.
The Phil Seeker into the post in the left-hand upright. Crows by 21 points. Make that 20 neat.
My memories of that was Hutchie reenacting it on the footy show with the soccer ball as it bounced up and stuck to the glove. As the Kangas work it out of defence, Coleman up towards the wing. Core, who's played up forward today, hand pass away to Stevens. Oh, handball to Powley, handball to Constanti, who wasn't expecting it. Back into dispute, and now a pack form with that ball up.
That's what NFL wide receivers wear.
Yeah.
Like it would have been more of a surprise if Odell Beckham Jr. hadn't caught it.
Yeah, exactly.
From the ball up, Rucks miss it completely, falls down towards Walker. Hand pass away, in fact, it's a free kick. It's going against Walker, stripped of it. George Wardlaw's going to take it for North Melbourne. So 20-point lead for the Crows. 11-8 to 8-6. 15 gone in his third term. Wardlaw high up and under out to half forward. Carries the pack. Out the back is Keane though for Adelaide. Hand pass to Worrell against the boundary line. High up and under down the wing and falls into the lap of Wardlaw. The Kangas can reload on the city wing. 20-point lead for the Crows.
They elect to consider the switch. He goes back to O'Sullivan, who moves it to Logue. Now in the corridor, just behind the bullseye. Takes a bounce. Shanks his kick. Smothered there by Neil Bullen. Picked up by Keys. Crows back the other way. Fogarty back to Keys. Inside 50, Neil Bullen. Logue tracking it back. Neil Bullen there with him. Neil Bullen worries him out of it. Logue goes back. Gathers the footy. Now he's under the pump. Back pocket for the Kangas. Scott dribbles a kick out. McKercher can't trap it. Runs into Cumming. Throws it away to Powell. And now Sheasel to McKercher. And the Roos scoot away.
Through the middle of Docklands, finds Parker, who marks. Hand pass to McKercher. Just evades the man coming at him. Kicks inside 50. All bowled over in all of that pain. Umpire said legally. And Hinge works it out for the Crows. Hand pass away to Philtop off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Taylor the target. Couldn't quite take the mark. He gets up and sends a hand pass away to Fogarty.
Fogarty bounces off a body. Ball jars free. Away towards Cumming, who flicks it away to Laird. Now back to Fogarty. Wants to get on the left and dribble it inside 50. Walker gathers. Tackled by Stevens. Taking the ground. Gets free. Handballs it out. The two Crows left it for each other. Keys goes back and gets it. Half forward flank. Handball to Fogarty. Tackled by Simpkin. These are desperate Roos. Logue over the footy.
Trouble.
He's dragged it in. Keys has pinged him.
There's a little incident with Bench and Rory Laird. I'd like to see a replay of that.
Did they just collide or did Laird bump into
Bench
him?
was not happy with it.
Okay. It's in front of you, Ray Chamberlain. Did you catch it?
Yeah, Bench wasn't happy, but I've got to be honest, Laird was as surprised by it, it appeared, as Bench was, so I don't foresee that there was any intent.
Okay.
Those little ones can get 1 week every now and then, can't they, called?
Might have been just a collision, but it was a sloppy, scrappy bit of play, wasn't it?
Ben Keys, what a pickup he's been for the Adelaide Crows. He's a finisher as well. And he lets the Kangas fans know, thanks for your advice, as he kicks his third. Crows by 26 points. 12-8-80, plays 8-6-54. 17 and a half minutes into this third term.
It's really interesting with Ben Keys. A lot of players can bristle. He came to Adelaide as a midfielder and he was doing well there. His best and fairest finishes were high. But then Adelaide have asked him to go and play more as a defensive forward. But he's very much an attacking forward. The way he's got that's his third goal today. Now, usually some players can crack the you-know-whats when that happens, when the coach says this is what you're going to do now. He's absolutely embraced that role, and it's a critical role within the Adelaide Crows team now. Look at this forward pressure here. He doesn't need to do that. He could have just let the ball come out, but he wants to tackle, and that's how he creates his opportunities.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, just seen a replay of that collision, and there's no accident there. They'll take a real good look at that. That's going to be a story coming out of today.
Okay, thanks, Ray. We'll wait for it. So Laird just back from suspension and now in a spot of bother again. Adelaide going forward. Draper kicks inside 50 and Logue takes the intercept mark. So Theory's picked off Bench off the footy. And pass away to McKercher.
That's a push.
McKercher goes long to half back and a shove into the back of Bench. He'll get the free here. Ray Chamberlain.
Wait, Nick.
You want me to help you out tomorrow, Ray?
Mate, come down Arden Street. Many hands make light work.
Bench goes long to the wing. Spills through to Trembath. Hand pass back in dispute. Picked up by the Crows. Here's Laird. Hand pass away to Keys. Goes all the way back by hand to Curtin. Runs his way around Trembath. Back to half forward. Intercepted. Pink picks it off. The Roos now just try and work it across the half back line. Sheasel. 26-point game. Adelaide on top. They've kicked 3 goals to 1 in this third quarter, which is 20 minutes old. Another short kicking game. O'Sullivan and Pink kick it to one another. Pink off the back flank plays on, and yet there's not a heap up ahead. Long contest kick down the wing. Leaping over the back, Murray touched the footy. There's a free kick for an illegal block. It's going to go Darling's way. Okay. What do we think about that?
It's a realistic attempt, wasn't it? The marking contest.
I thought he touched it on the way down.
Yeah, okay.
Could be. He's Darling. He's got a crowded forward 50 to kick into as we tick into time on in the quarter. Sherry's down there.
Push.
Curtis shoved out of the way, and he's going to get the footy. Paul Curtis is going to get this 25 out straight in front.
Good decision.
Yep. I agree.
Oh, and they're going to throw the ball to Trembath. He'll get it. There was a pack of about 10 that were in the mix to try and take that. And in the end, there's a free kick spotted, and it's a North Melbourne free.
I like about Trent Barth.
He presents.
He's always in front.
Yeah, he's active.
Fights for front position.
Paul Curtis is still having this conversation now with Jordan Dawson. I'm not sure why Jordan cares about any of that, as he's pointing to his chest saying, no, that should have been my free kick.
Free kick. No, it's definitely a free kick to Trent Barth. Yeah. Push.
Here's Trent Barth on his way in. It's a North Melbourne free. That's all that matters. And Trent Barth, for the third time in as many games, has consecutive goals. He's got 2, and Adelaide's lead trimmed to 20. And this North Melbourne team will not accept their fate today. 21 gone in the third, 12-8 to 9-6.
They couldn't accept their fate because it's their last game of the season. They can easily turn around and go, well, we're thinking about breaking up and, potentially having a couple of drinks after the game and all that sort of stuff. But as Bally mentioned to start this game, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to impress. There is guys out of contract and potentially playing for their careers, but also to play against the top team is an opportunity to go, okay, we have progressed in this season. We can get within 4 goals or whatever of the eventual team that finishes on top of the ladder. So still a bit to play out here.
Restart in the middle. Crows still leading this third term, 3 goals to 2. O'Brien bundles Sherry out of the way, taps it for Saligo. Saligo's kick deep inside 50. Philthorpe hands to it. No mark, Neil Bullen. Off to Peatling, forward pocket. Gets rid of it. Taylor cuts back infield. Gets past a couple. Rams it through. And the Crows snuff out that Kangas charge. Reinstate a 26-point advantage. 13-8-86 plays 9-6-60. 22 into the third. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, Zach Taylor, another one auditioning, isn't he, for that small forward role. He's actually had a pretty good year. He's obviously an unheralded player. Neil Bullen involved. Peatling, who's looked really dangerous inside 50 for the Crows today as well, and just able to get past a couple of tackles there, Zach Taylor. So, yeah, another one that's eyeing his first finals campaign. He's played a few roles this year as that defensive forward as well, so he's become a really handy player for the Crows.
Make it 26 points again, the margin here. Adelaide on top.
I think it's 15th game for the year, so he looks to have cemented his spot in the 23.
14 goals now across that stretch for Zach Taylor. Back in the middle. Ball squirts out to the wing for Stevens, who runs and carries. Now a hand pass to LDU. Tucks it under his arm, has a bounce, and then kicks to full forward. A mark for Curtis. In the goal square and a clean break out of the middle for the Kangas.
Just hard to defend, aren't they? Those clean breaks, as you said, Corb. It's been an almost day for Luke Davies-Uniacke. There's a couple in the first quarter that just didn't quite result in goals.
The strongest little man in the game, Paul Curtis, slams it up into the top deck. He's got 3 to back up from a career-high 5 last week. And the Kangas again keep themselves in it. 13-8-86 Adelaide, and the pesky Kangaroos 10-6-66. 24 gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
I'd been observing Paul Curtis for the last couple of minutes. He'd been on the interchange bench as part of the rotation, and I was going to throw to you blokes and ask you the benefits of pickle juice, which he was chugging down with some real zest. Clearly a contested mark in the goal square is the outcome.
I was never a
pickle juice.
I don't think that was around in our day. I love the pickles.
I like pickles.
Yeah.
Obviously, anti-cramp.
Salt tablets.
Medicine. Yep.
Salt tablets. Old Doc Reed.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bounce back in the middle. The Rucks wrestle again, neither decisive. Parker swoops onto the footy. Kick smothered by Berry. Ricochets to Simpkin. Kangas ball. Cuts corridor now. Kicks deep. Looking for a marker. Trembath. Punched away from him, down at ground level. Banches onto the footy, going low. Laird's got him, knocks it out in the tackle. Saligo for the Crows, back to Dawson. Snapping clear of the defensive 50. Up to the wing, bouncing ball for Peatling. Away to Walker, who moves it on to Berry through the logo. Pink in pursuit, impacts the kick. Tumbling ball into the middle, picked up by Dowling. He moves it on, touched on the way through. Peatling can't take the mark, so Keys arrives. It's a handball away. Lots of Kangas around, but Still the Crows through Taylor to Peatling to Walker. Kicks to full forward. Neil Bullen. Close to the high
50.
post.
He's played 50.
He was bundled over by Stevens, so it'll be marched to the goal line.
Jeez, Paulie. I can't agree with you on that one, Ray. I'm sorry.
Ram up. I didn't pay it.
Yeah, well.
Start with the question.
Yeah.
Neil Bullen works it through into the corporate boxes. And it's, spilled a few glasses of Chardonnay up there as well. Crows by 26 again. 14-8-92 plays 10-6-66. 26 travelled in the third.
Why did that happen, Ray Chamberlain? Was it there, the 50?
The 50's been awarded here because there's the mark and then a subsequent action, which is the push to the front, has put him on the ground, which they'll say is a delay of play. Well, I understand Rammer's lament. Obviously, he's going back. Is he going to ground or not, or does he get that for the push? If it's for the push, you're not allowed to touch him once he's marked it.
I agree with that, but I don't think there was enough force there.
Yeah. But again, it's just another example of North's inability to be able to defend turnover. So that's just so easily throughout the day, Adelaide have been able to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other. I thought young Banch, who got the crumb at that end, he just got to hold the ball in, find a way to keep it in,
get a restart,
because that's the result. Just go straight down the other end and goal Adelaide.
Cherry tries to grab it out of the ruck, attracts a crowd immediately, and a ball up again. Middle of the ground. Neither of the sub used just yet. We'll get ready to keep across all of that with both Smith and obviously the sub Cooper Harvey for North Melbourne.
I think, Cooper Harvey's on.
Okay.
So I think George Payne's been subbed out.
Ball up here, middle of Docklands. Swatted down. Davies Uniacke, hand pass away to Scott. Scott hurried, kick forward, and up on his chest, hugging it to his body is Harvey right on cue. So here he is, Cooper Harvey, true centre half forward, and he says, you know what, I'm going to have a look.
As he should. Go back and kick the goal. Fresh legs.
DNA doesn't lie, does it?
No, the boots, I wonder what Dad thinks of the boots. Not sure he ever wore any of the fluoros, Boomer, but
straight on the ground.
You said out of contract, didn't you, Corb? So he can really have an impact, whether it be at this club or another. Can finish off the season well here, young Harvey.
Cooper Harvey out to his right, raking drop punt goalward, and then behind. Missing out to the right. So make it a 25-point lead for Adelaide. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yes, well picked up, boys. The subs has taken place for North Melbourne. Geordie Payne, it's just a tactical sub, and it happened when that Laird incident took place. I got a little distracted.
There he kicks up towards the wing. Peatling trying to fashion a kick forward. Ball jars free. Laird picks it up. Flicks a handball out to Peatling, who turns it over with a left foot kick to O'Sullivan. Kangas on their back flank.
To be fair to Ray, we don't give him many outs, but it is hard when, instead of just watching the benches, we've also got him deciphering free kicks for us out of the general play as well.
O'Sullivan kicks around that city wing, off hands, Dowling for the Crows, dribbles a kick forward. Sheasel for the Kangaroos, gathers it back to Stevens, 1-2. And they go back to McKercher. And he'll retreat inside the defensive arc to Lowe. They'll complete the V-switch out towards the dockside wing. Simpkin marks in stride, looks further afield, sits it on the head of Banch. And climbing the tree, Worrell takes the mark over the top of him.
He's complaining to the umpire. He should have been complaining to his teammate. The kick that he got, the hang time on that. Worrell, the best intercepting defender in the league, and Banch.
Are we let Ben get away with that?
Short to Saligo, short to Neil Bullen, short to Keys. So now Adelaide out to half forward. I must have missed it as Keys goes long to full forward. A long kick, Comben floats through, takes the intercept mark.
It was a contest against Banch, and he's given the Worrells climb the tree.
Right.
Yeah.
The tree bench?
Yeah, the bench.
I think earlier he actually just called him Branch. There's no R in there, so hand pass away towards McKercher, goes long down the wing, and flying again is Banch, and behind him Worrell picks it off. Rinse and repeat. Half forward for Adelaide.
Here is Worrell. Left foot kick inside attacking 50. Trying to find Thilthorpe. Hands to it out the back. Harvey's there to mop up. Loops a handball back to McKercher. Last line for the Roos. Now Comben away to Scott. He's under pressure. Just dumps a kick out of there. Here is Banch. Opposed to Laird. and it's slapped away from him. The Crows by 25 at the final change. 14-8-92 plays 10-7-67. The goal kickers, Keys with 3, 2 to Thilthorpe, 2 to Peatling, 2 to Dowling. Singles, Walker, Taylor. Those are different people. Taylor Walker, Zach Taylor, Alex Neil-Bullen, Laird, and also Fogarty. While for North, Paul Curtis with 3, 2 to Stevens, 2 to Trembath, and then singles, Scott, Parker, and Banch. Ray Chamberlain.
Just going to say, Zach Banch, 3 marking contests in a row. 3 times he gave the stink eye to Andrew Heffernan, the umpire, for not giving him a block.
Yep, I'd be more filthy at the way the ball's coming in than the umpire there.
Well, I don't know why it's coming into the air to the 5'7" guy. Anyway, I agree.
Adelaide by 25, 14-8-92. They lead at North Melbourne 10-7-67. And this is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Miller on the AFL logo. He'll wait a kick for Cumming, and it will get it to him as well. And it's Peatling again, almost in the same spot. 49 out, directly in front.
It's a result.
It's a repeat for Peatling. Back-to-back majors for him. He's goes back and gets it. Half-forward flank. Handball to Fogarty. Tackled by Simpkin. These are desperate roos. Logue over the footy. Gobble. He's dragged it in. Keys has pinged him. Ben Keys, what a pickup he's been for the Adelaide Crows. He's a finisher as well. O'Brien bundles Sherry out of the way, taps it for Saligo. Saligo's kick deep inside 50. Thilthorpe hands to it. No mark, Neil-Bullen. Off to Peatling, forward pocket. Gets rid of it. Taylor cuts back infield. Gets past a couple. Rams it through.
Ball squirts out to the wing for Stevens, who runs and carries. Now a hand pass to LDU. Tucks it under his arm, has a bounce, and then kicks to full forward. A mark for Curtis. In the goal square and a clean break out of the middle for the Kangas. The strongest little man in the game, Paul Curtis, slams it up into the top deck.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time here, the Crows playing for the minor premiership. They are 25 up on North Melbourne. They need to convert to finish top of the tree and starting pole position leading into the final series. And next stop on ABC Sport is, of course, the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Standalone footy, Richmond up against Geelong. Matt Clinch heading up the call. Clinchy.
Where Corby the sun is bathing down, and Geelong can lock up a top 2 spot when they take on the Tigers in their final game of season 2025. Jeremy Cameron with 79 goals, so still a chance to close in on that 100-goal dream. But the Cats celebrate Tom Atkins with his 150th game this afternoon, and will be without Shannon Neal. So Jed Buse gets his opportunity as they fight for spots leading into September, and Nevitt will be the sub for the Cats. While for the Tigers, it's their last game of the season, 5 wins so far, and the chance to say farewell and thank you to Camden McIntosh. It's also a great story with Josh Gibcus, the former number 9 pick, making his return, his first game in 527 days. So a chance for the Cats to tune up for September, the chance for the Tigers to send their fans off on the right spirit. Looking forward to calling it all alongside Lauren Borden, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, Chad Wingard and Lex Pesce to bring it to you. It's Geelong and Richmond.
Thanks, Clinchy. Looking forward to that. And then later today, it is the West Coast Eagles and Sydney. And then, of course, a huge Sunday coming up. 3 games back-to-back-to-back. You'll hear them all here on ABC Sport. In the W today, just a quick update on what's happening there. A win for Collingwood by 8 points over GWS. So that's the Pies' first win of the season, while the Giants are still winless. And 2 live scores. 4 minutes to go in the second quarter between Melbourne and St Kilda. The Demons by 11 points. And in the other game being played, similar stage, 3 to go before half-time, the Swans and the Suns. And it's all Sydney. They lead at 17 points to 1 at the moment. So that's a dramatic scoreline there. Make that 2 goals, 5 to 1 behind at the score between the Swans and the Suns. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball here with the Crows on top by 25 at 3/4.
Well, Ram, a quarter to go in the North season. And I think we couldn't, just turning off there, couldn't question their effort today. And the indicators reflect that. Plus 16 contested possessions. They've had 50-odd more possessions themselves. They've been great around clearance. It really has just been that polish. They've had the ball inside 50 as many times as the Crows. they're just lacking that sort of polish, that execution, and it's a double-edged sword then, because when they miss kick or take the wrong decision going inside 50, the amount of times the ball's just been able to rebound directly out of Adelaide's defensive 50 straight back down the other end to a score has really shone. And we spoke before the game, a perfect opportunity for Adelaide to address the glaring deficiency in their game as the top seed, and that's that transition, the ability to score from transition. They've been able to do that really well today. And that quarter, I thought Miller's contest and then ball use has really stood out. I think Hinge at times has been able to pinpoint kicks, and then at the other end I've liked the game of Peatling, and Neil Bullen's done his bit, and Keys has probably been from quarter one, he's the one that's driven it in the absence of Rankin. So can the Crows just almost put them away now as we get out of here with a clean bill of health? That'll be the order of the day for them, and from North's point of view, keep the fight going and just see if they can find a few easier shots at goal this quarter.
I think the difference in this game is really just finishing.
Yeah.
North have done that poorly, and the Crows have done that really well. North's defensive struggles are again been for all to see. But their clearance work, they've had double the amount of clearances for Adelaide from Adelaide in this game. So contest has been terrific.
Adelaide by 25 points, O'Brien. Sherry pile driver holding the ball.
That's so good. Poor old Jordan Dawson.
X marked the spot right in the middle of
He
Dawson's
was out
chest.
there, Dawson, then he hit the brick wall.
Exactly. Matty Nix just winced in his seat a little bit. I want to just keep an eye on Dawson. That would have hurt.
Sherry kicks inside 50 off the hands of the pack. Miller are out after it.
Put him into the car park, didn't he?
Yeah, Ray Chamberlain.
All over this one, guys. Adelaide have activated their sub. Brodie Smith is on and Sid Draper is off. Just a tactical sort of setup.
Only the 5 possessions for Sid Draper, so he really didn't take his opportunity today.
Sherry palming it down. Peatling pinching it. Goes back to Miller. Clearing kick up to the wing. Pink can walk up. Pink marks. Spoiled it. Came back into his arms. Gives it off to Core. Running by. He'll kick long up to half forward. Searching for Darling. Can only touch it out of play and a throw in at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
He's been a positive, Toby Pink, I think, this year. He's had some games, I know he's had some goals kicked on him, but he's also had some games where he's done really well on the big key forwards. So a bit to work with in the off season.
And let's be like Stephen Silvani would have some goals kicked on him, wouldn't he? In this team, I agree with you, Ram. He's had a great year. Big tackle there. Peatling locked up by Parker. Ball spits out. Ump says keep going. Here's Constanti. Hand pass away towards Simpkin. Back flag for North. Handball to Daniel. High up and under inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Spills down towards Powell. The son of a crow kicks across the forward line. Turns it over. Comes the half back line pretty quick. And the intercept mark for Smith. Kicks to Thilthorpe, who marks for Adelaide. Long kick from one side of the centre square to the other. Coming marks. Hand pass away to Hinge. Hinge trying to get back on his preferred side. Hands it to Smith. Smith. The super sub is straight on and bangs through the goal on the run. And Adelaide with a tone setter to start this final term. And Brodie Smith straight into the game on the scoreboard. 2 minutes played, final term. 15-8, 98 Adelaide. North Melbourne 10-7, 67.
Oh, what an entrance. Brodie Smith, because he was the one who chiselled the kick out of the defensive 50 to Riley Thilthorpe and then got on his bike, as he should do, with the sub, with the fresh legs. But that's almost tsunami-like, isn't it? Look at the run there from the Crows, just getting goal side of North Melbourne. Mitch Hinge, and again, just Dylan Stevens, who part of the left-footer club, let him get back onto his favourite side. Handball to Smith, and that is a wonderful
How many plays did Brodie Smith run past through the middle of the ground of North Melbourne?
Well, that's a player who wants to play next week or 2 weeks' time, doesn't it, Brodie Smith? And it'd be game not to pick him. Really experienced player. How many games has he played, Brodie Smith?
Shocking bounce in the middle. Umpire lets them rumble. Eventually Parker gets rid of it. He did miss the grand final in 2017. Brodie Smith with that ACL. Saligo ends up with the footy for the Crows. Kicks out wide for Cumming.
He might be a perfect sub, because he can go forward, he can kick, he can play wing, he can play back.
Cumming kicks inside 50. Dawson
free kick.
Had his arms chopped. Free kick. Very wide out right half forward here for the Crows captain.
So they should get Pedler back. They'll get Michael Lanny back.
I'm not sure. Pedler hasn't really been in their first.
And Michael Lanny will take Bond's position, you would imagine.
Yeah.
they do, whether they look at Pedler as that forward option, now that Rankin's out. Obviously, he won't come back.
Rochelle.
Yeah, and then Rochelli's 2-3, so they're thinking he'll miss the quali.
Jordan Dawson veers out to his left. His drop punt will come down in the goal square and slide off the knuckles of Sherry.
And from that pocket.
Rammer's dead pocket, strikes again. Crows by 32 early stages of the fourth.
Work it quickly up the middle, marking the kick out. Yeah, that was Wardlaw, and then goes short to O'Sullivan. So Michael, Annie, Pedler, Rochelle, the three they'll get back, you think, at some stage during September. Could be of use to them.
What about Jordan Butts?
So he's a fascinating watch too, as Simpkin hands it away to McKercher, who runs the boundary line and runs out of room. He was in the team, then got hurt, opened the door for Murray to come back, and now it's Murray keeping Butts out.
Yep.
He's playing in the twos, so neither of them do a whole lot wrong, and yet they seemingly can't play together. They've got their three down back.
Yeah, with Worrell the interceptor, it's a pretty good balance down there at the moment.
So Murray sort of benefited from that injury, in which, remember, he was shoved in the chest in a game here at Docklands and ended up heading to hospital. And Butts ultimately now in the twos as a result from the restart. Daniel gets it going forward. Curtis collects. Hand pass away towards Constanti. Handball out wide for Wardlaw. North inside 50. Tough one to mark. Ball skids its way through to Trembath. Clean pick up again below his knees. Handball away to McKercher, trying to get back on his left foot. He's under the pump now. Berry tackles him. Ball comes out. And Curtin scoops it up. And Adelaide will be out. I thought work it out, but Bolton mowed down. And North Melbourne with great pressure inside the front 50, and Jacob Constanti with the chase down tackle results in a shot at goal. Ray Chamberlain.
Tristan Cherry received a free kick for a dangerous tackle back here on half back. He's been on his haunches for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Rattled the big fella.
Yeah, it was Jake Saligo. So he had both arms pinned. The umpire played it. I think that'll more got him, winded him, I think, took the wind out of him rather than get him in the head.
Off contract next year, Constanti, but played every game. As his drop punt here misses out to the right and behind. There's been a few of those this weekend, guys that have played every match, and yet no guarantee for a role next year.
Here's Worrell's long left leg into the middle. Lowe punches it away, back at ground level. Peatling away to Laird, coughs it up, or Berry rather. Now Sheasel's handball back into the muck. Constanti away to Wardlaw. Strong tackle coming there. And Hinge has given away a free kick to Wardlaw with that tackle.
Oh, no, Finn. Oh, boy.
Finn O'Sullivan came in, bundled Hinge over, and the free kick swings.
Just didn't need to.
So Hinge to get the free kick.
Oh, he's kicked it to the umpire.
Straight into the umpire. Luckily, he could recover. Hinge gets it to Smith and out to Saligo. And the Crows get away with it.
Swung shut.
Off to Worrell, who kicks up to the contest on the wing. Sherry punches it away. Sheasel goes in, loose footy on the logo. Bailey Scott standing up. Crows a lead by 31 points, 7 minutes into the fourth.
Have you ever had any of those moments, Ray? Any sort of Peter Carey moments where the ball's all of a sudden in your vicinity?
I was at this venue with North Melbourne and Richmond, and I had a tracer bullet flush me. But didn't mark it because I had my thumbs sewed to my pointer fingers at birth. So, yeah, that's hence why I'm an umpire. But, no, never marked one.
There you go.
Very good, Ray.
We got a ball.
Where did it hit you, Ray?
On the thigh.
Upper thigh. Upper thigh.
Right. Okay.
I don't.
It'll be on social media somewhere on YouTube. Sure. As Thilthorpe shows his strength from the stoppage. Quick kick inside 50 from Peatling. And Thilthorpe says, I'll have that. And good luck stopping him as he rips it down in the pack mark.
Well, that's his 11th mark for the game.
He's been super.
Yeah, so he's had 15 possessions, 11 marks. Kicking for his third goal here.
He's just too big and strong there. He had Core and Pink hanging off him. And
he just looks like he's set up,
isn't he,
for a final series.
We saw it against Collingwood where he didn't have a great day, but just the presence and the size late, standing tall.
Already a game high lead. The kick from Riley Thilthorpe is good too. The Thrillthorpe has 3, and Adelaide are headed towards the number 1 spot at the end of the regular season. 37 points the Crows advantage. 16-9-105 North Melbourne, 10-8-68 9 minutes gone, final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And if you're Collingwood, you're sitting there thinking, well, that's our Adelaide are our opponent for that first final. Who is it? Is it Billy Frampton? Is it Darcy Moore that gets the match-up on Thilthorpe, because he's just got to be stopped. 11 marks, 3 goals, 2 now, 16 possessions. He's got to have a say in every game of football because he puts himself into position to mark the ball, puts himself in a dangerous spot. He wants the ball.
Yeah, huge work rate, hasn't he? Yeah. Pinch hits in the ruck. What an asset he is to this team.
Ray Chamberlain?
I've got a question, boys, because this is from an umpire's perspective. I'm just trying to understand. So it's not about effort-based here with North Melbourne. They have absolutely smacked Adelaide today in clearance. They've almost doubled them. How much of an alarm bell would that be for Matthew Nix and the Adelaide Crows, or is it just one where they go, we're happy to get through today with 4 points and no injuries?
Perry kicks inside 50. Thilthorpe can't mark. Combin at ground level, coughs it up. Coming. Slick hands to Fogarty. Fogarty moves it onto Thilthorpe. Can't trap it. Scott gathers for the ruse and clears. Kicks up to the wing. Bouncing ball for Darling. Towards the logo. Darling follows up. He can give it to Bench, who shows his wheels, the little man. A couple of bounces to half forward. Pulls his kick. Misses the target. Worrell gathers. He misses the target of Keane with his handball. Tremba hunting him. Keane wants to get it through. He's tackled on the line. He's got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Suck it through. Advantage taken.
Well, can they check that? Because I reckon this ball is over the line.
It might have hit the post even.
I'm with you, Ben. I think it hit the post.
You look here.
Well, that's what he wanted to happen, didn't it? Yeah. Clearly, he wanted to get over the line. Now, Davey, our man, was right there.
So they can't check that, obviously.
No, I think they can.
They can.
Yep, it's a score, so it'll be reviewed.
I think David Roden is asking for a score review here. Now, is the whole ball over the line? That's the question, or...
Well, if it hits the post, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's just
it's hit the post, yeah.
Here we go. Soft signals a goal.
So looks a goal.
Yeah.
But they play on advantage.
So soft signals a goal. He's saying...
So does it hit the post here?
Well, he's over. He's right over.
Yeah, they paid the advantage. Sorry.
Well, you assume that the whole of the ball is over the line, but...
it's got to be.
You can't really see.
No, that's a point.
At the very least, it's hit the post.
Yeah, but you're judging that on an angle from behind the goal.
That's part. The ball is past the point post.
This will be a
sorry, the goal post.
Well, but the post is
the other side of it.
The back of the post is the back of the line, is it not, Ray, if the ball's in the air?
That's correct, and this is sort of the angle we're going to need to see, Rama, the side-on profile, but we're going to need to see it from the other side. You can see there. There's no way David Roden can see where the ball is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if a score hasn't occurred, then holding the ball, free kick advantage, all clear a goal.
Yeah.
But if that has hit the post there or the ball's crossed the line, they will award a behind.
Oh, I don't think it did cross the line if you're taking the back of the post.
I don't think the umpire's going to say that either.
Maybe. The back of the post will be over the line.
I think this is going to be a goal.
That's what Ray's saying, that the back of the line is actually the back of the post in that instance.
But the ball's past the back of the post.
Oh, I don't think you can say categorically that the whole of the ball is. Yeah.
Here we go.
To see if the ball crossed the goal line or not prior to being kicked through for a goal. Decision on the scoreboard.
This is going to be a goal. They said inconclusive evidence, which is the way it should be done. And this will be a goal as it's poked through by Tom Powell on the line. So Powell will get credited with the goal. And after the lengthy review, it is a North Melbourne major.
So I think it's fair to say if that was in a final, we need the camera angle from both sides.
But you can't, because the camera angles, I think they have the other camera angle, but it's above where the play was on the other post. So the camera is actually, say, 9 feet in the air. If it's on the left-hand goalpost, this was happening sort of 4 feet or 3 feet into the air on that left goalpost.
If this is a final,
yep,
and,
camera's here,
and it's a tight game,
the camera's right there.
Yeah, but the other way. You got one on the left and one on the right as well. Surely.
Well, they showed us the other
Surely, we've got it.
Yep. You should have given a handball a while. Serves him right.
But that would be, I think that would be a huge controversy if that was given a goal without the other angle.
31 points the margin. Crooked bounce back in the middle and Upbury calls that. Don't forget, coming up, it is Richmond and Geelong. We'll take you there. Mick Moldhouse and Chad Wingard, along with Matt Clinch, Lauren Borden and Alexia Pesce, your call team. Back in the middle. Cherry palms it down and picked up by Phil Thorpe, the opposing ruck, when he's tackled straight away.
Still think we need a camera hanging from the roof directly on the goal line.
The old drone shot. Cherry tries to grab it out of the ruck to get it going forward. Crows by 31, final term, playing for the minor premiership. Phil Thorpe runs, carries, and then has left it behind. North fans wanted a free for a throw, not forthcoming. Still there to be one in the middle of the ground, picked up by Dowling. His hand pass swatted down. Now it's with Parker for the Roos. Sweeping hand pass away to Constanti. Kicks inside the forward 50 for North, and up strong there is Keane. He thought he had enough of it, not to be. Harvey got it out to LDU. They've kicked 2 in 2 minutes, the Kangas. They want to go out with a bang here, North Melbourne. And Adelaide's lead has been trimmed at 25 points. 12-8-80. Adelaide 16-9-105. 14 gone in the final term. The Crows by 25.
That was really good by Cooper Harvey. It gets to the fronts where they worked extremely hard in the middle of the ground, North Melbourne, to release that ball. Then it's a dump kick in. Trembath competes. Harvey's able to take the ball. Whether he handballed it or not's another question, but it goes in the book. Terrific play.
That was a throw. But, Mark Keane's had a bad minute there. Appealing to the umpire, thought he should have been paid the mark or the free kick. No, I'm happy with that being play on. Davies Uniac, who, as I said, he's had an almost day, hasn't he? He's looked really dangerous at times. He had 25 possessions, 14 contested, been really strong around clearances like he usually is.
Not that burst that we're just accustomed to see.
Yeah, just didn't use the ball. I think he was at 17% in that first quarter, so it could have been an even better day.
Back to 25 points. Sherry and Thilthorpe have a little wrestle. Sherry lays it down. Wardlaw out the front of the stoppage for the Kangas. Looking for a leading target. Harvey, not quite. Bench picks it up. He'll get the free kick. Or paid the mark in the end. Cooper Harvey with a shot on goal, slight angle to the right. He'll kick it from about 47.
I think just going back to Ray's question about clearance and North Melbourne dominating today, I think Matthew Nicks will be really concerned about it. 41 to 22 in this game alone against a bottom four team. So, Rankin's in and out of that centre square and around contest, but that's a real beating today.
Out of contract in around about 15 minutes of game time. He's still making an impact right now. And this game is still live. 19 points. 16-9-105 plays 13-8-86. 16 minutes and change into the fourth.
Yeah, that's spot on, Rammer. And against, we know against finals teams, against top 8 teams, you can't give up field position in a final that easily. And as good as their defence has been, Adelaide, the amount of times that North have been, and that's just too loose in the centre square. That's just giving George Wardlaw, who's a terrific clearance player, way too much time and space. The amount of times that North Melbourne have been chest out through the front of the stoppage at the centre bounce has been a concern today for the Crows. So you're right, Rankin aside, all their first choice players are out there. They've just been a little bit off, and they've got some work to do to close out this game.
Yeah. Game's still on. There's 11 and a half minutes left of game time. And Adelaide, they lead by 19 on the back of 3 in a row for the Kangas. North get it going forward again. Miller hops up, takes it, tries to take on one, caught the second time holding the ball. Free kick for North Melbourne. And Sheasel's going to get it. As Miller is caught in all of that. Crowded forward 50. Sheasel trying to measure the kick. He got it to Darling.
That was a bullet.
Darling marks in the corridor, 30 out, and this game is not done yet.
No, I'm loving this from North. Fight to the very end, fight to that very final siren.
What a turnaround in this game from 37 points down, which was a game-high margin. North Melbourne have come charging back. Darlene squeezes it through. 4 in a row for the Kangas. And we are far from finished. It is a 13-point game. with Adelaide playing for the minor premiership. 16-9-105, North Melbourne 14-8-92. And as they've done all day, they are going to make them earn it right to the final minute. 18 and a half gone final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And we just got the shot of Matthew Nix in the coach's box, so he's giving that chewing gum a fair work over at the moment. Clearance this quarter, it's more the centre bounce where North are coming out the front door. Great pressure there, but terrific kick by Sheasel. Darling hit that ball hard. And he had his direct opponent in Murray right there. Couldn't be any closer to him, but just really strong hands. So they need to find a goal here, the Crows. They need to find a goal. There's still plenty of time. We're not even at the halfway mark of this final quarter.
Back to 13 points. How remarkable. O'Brien tapping it down. Sheasel with the clearance for the Kangas. Tumbles it inside 50. Worrell knocks it away to Laird. The Crows can repel. Kicks through his great mate Smith on the back flank. He'll chip it to the wing and find Peatling. Good kick. Crows down the city side of the ground.
Oh, and 50 metres.
What was that for, Brawley?
Well, I'm going to guess that it was a non-enforced stand. This call, I think the umpire's probably called Finn O'Sullivan, who was running past with momentum to stand, and he either hasn't heard him or hasn't reacted, and gee, it's a big penalty, isn't it?
It's a good 52. Mark set 40 out, slight angle to the right. James Peatling to try and settle this down for the Crows. Laces through it from 47. It doesn't deviate. 3 for him. And beyond 3 goals is the Adelaide lead. 20 minutes and change into the fourth. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, let's have another look at it. I mean, Peatling's been terrific, hasn't he? He's what an impact he's had on the game. Not massive numbers in terms of possessions, but massive impact and punish inside 50. And it was a great kick from Brodie Smith, who's had some good moments. Finn O'Sullivan, oh, gee whiz. I mean, clearly the umpire's told him to stand, and he hasn't heard it or hasn't listened, so you pay the ultimate price.
Great Chamberlain.
Ball is spot on, but, the thing you're looking for there is the umpire when Finn is moving through that area is if he plants his feet. And, I look on that on replay, and I don't think he ever pulled up. So for me, he's able to retreat from the mark. I don't like that one.
Yep. Equal career high, 3 goals for Peatling. His best as a Crow. As it's knocked out by Sherry out to the wing. Dowling, hand pass inboard to Dawson. He gives it to the big man O'Brien. Floats a kick inside 50. Ball spills down to Neil Bullen. Tumbles it out to the advantage of Keys. Daniel breaks it up and he's tackled. Ball up. About 35 metres out here from the Adelaide goal at the Lockett end. Crows by 19 points as we tick into time on final term.
Ball up. 30 out from the Crows goal. O'Brien down for Peatling. Rushes a snap on goal. Doesn't get the bounce.
Did have an opponent there, Peatling.
Yep.
North Melbourne players are circling that stoppage, but no one wanted to go near him.
Crows lead 20 points. Roos bring it back in. Simpkin off the back flank. Kicking up towards Trembath. Works his man Worrell underneath it. Ball slides out the back. Curtis makes it his. Can't control it infield. Throw in on the wing. Ray Chamberlain.
Alistair Clarkson's just got stuck into the pickle juice. Look out.
Really? Myself. It's interesting. Boundary umpire brings it back in.
I think that hasn't been fact-checked, by the way, downstairs with Ray Chamberlain.
Sherry follows up at ground level. Flicks it away towards Sheasel. Sherry makes it his. Loses it. Davies Uniac swings a handball out wide for Simpkin. Space on the wing for the Kangas. Kick up to half forward. Worrell and Trembath. Worrell brings it down. Wins it for the Crows on their back flank.
Gives it to Dowling, who's tackled immediately. So a ball up here, half forward for the Kangas. Gee, they've been plucky today, North Melbourne. Fell 37 behind in this final term. They kick the next 4 goals. Adelaide have got the last 20-point game. From the stoppage, McKercher will get a free for a hold. Taken without it. Sheasel, hand pass out wide to Wardlaw. Pulls the kick back inboard. Juggled effort for the baby boomer. Harvey got it out towards his teammate, but broken up. And Laird just bangs it long to the wing. Phil Thorpe the target. Logue picks it off. North back with it. Dockside wing. 23 gone final term. Adelaide by 20.
Short kick from Lowe to Daniel. Running by. Kicks inside. Oh! He levitated.
That was great mark. He's got some hops, hasn't he, Paul Curtis?
Yep. He's a powerful man, we know that, and he just floated in the air in front of the pack and plucked it. Closing in on 100 goals in his AFL career, has 97 at the moment. His drop punt here is hooked right. And to let off.
It's a must-have too.
What's he got, 39 for the season? Or 40 now?
Up to 38. 38. And would have been 39, Rammer. Crows by 19. 7.5 minutes to go.
That's how the numerical system works. If it's 38 and he gets one more.
Well, I was just trying to help Rammer because Rammer said 39. He wouldn't understand. We look after our teammates.
He's hinged. Last line of defence. Long kick out to Miller up. He marks at half-back. 19-point lead for the Crows. 24 gone. Final term. Short kick here. Oh, the short kick won't count.
He tried to...
It was a 54 run.
Well, he tried to back... He was there, and then Badge tried to back out of the protected zone, I gather.
He was told to stand. You can't do that, so Miller kicks down to half-forward, broken up by Davies-Uniacke. Knocks it close to the boundary line. Core. Handball away, back to Davies-Uniacke, half-back for North Melbourne, 19 points down, short kick to Powell, kicks down the wing, finds Sheasel turnover, kicks it straight to Miller. Adelaide back the other way, hand pass to Hinge, kick smothered by Sheasel, here go the Roos again. Constanti hands it to Sheasel, and for the second time in the same passage, he just turns it over cold, straight to Murray, and Adelaide back with it across half-back.
Murray switches it away to Smith, moves it on to Dowling.
And two goes at it in the
forward. That composure, right?
Yeah.
Not used to seeing that from Harry Sheasel. Just didn't scan the field. Luke Parker was screaming at him.
Crows by 19 points. 25 played in the fourth. Dowling contest kick to half forward off the hands of the pack. Sherry kicks it straight into Neil Bullen. Ricochets off his shins out of play, throwing left half forward. Ray.
Yeah, those two 50s are a terrific example to see what is considered to be a 50 for stand and what isn't. Yeah. So the first one with Sullivan, he just flows through, he's allowed to exit. The other one, he comes forward, hits the mark, stands, then he wants to retreat. Not allowed to have two bites of the cherry.
Bringing it down, O'Brien from the throw-in. Dawson onto the footy, handball through O'Brien. Davies-Uniacke tackled by Peatling, nowhere to go. All up, 40 out from the attacking goal for the Crows. They lead it by 19 points. The Rucks arrive. Sherry gathers it. Wobbles a kick beyond the defensive arc. Constanti marks centre half back for the Roos.
Can the Roos make something happen? Kick laterally. Well done. Got it to Powell eventually. Powell hurried kick inside 50. A tumble punt down in the direction of Bond and Curtis. Bond looking for the safety of the boundary line. Taps it out of play. Looking for support. Insufficient intent.
I don't know about that one.
Free kick for Curtis against the boundary line, left forward.
He didn't tap it towards the boundary. He tapped it, and then it just bounced there. So I think he's
tough life for a defender.
I think he's unlucky.
Field umpire was looking out his home for some support. He got it. Paul Curtis goes with the drop punt. It won't score. Across the goal face, spills down to Simpkin. Kick smothered. Ricochets back inboard. Dawson grabs it. Tackled immediately. Pack forms. Ball up. Top of the goal square here for North, down by 19 points, 27 gone final term, still plenty of time on the game clock.
And the Kangas find a goal here, both rucks miss it, Sherry ends up with the footy on the bounce. Another ball up.
And huge again, Sherry.
Sherry and O'Brien, Sherry down for Parker, might have been held without it.
Oh.
The kick from the Crows is out on the full.
Touched.
Yeah. Touched on the way through, Dowling rushing the kick, so we'll spin it in. Right forward pocket here for the Kangas. Crows lead by 19. Boundary umpire brings it back in. The Rucks arrive late, both miss it, spills out the back, and Peatling again extracts the footy. Handball towards the wing, onto it Neil Bullen wants the boundary line. All of that experience from Neil Bullen. Ball to be thrown in right beneath us, stock side of the ground. Crows by 19.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Coming up, Richmond and Geelong from the MCG. Down to throw-in. Sherry palms it down. Here's Davies Uniacke. Hand pass out to Simpkin. Simpkin decides to take on the responsibility. Shoots for goal. It's still alive. Trembath on the behind line. Collects. Snaps. Misses. Behind. Crowd trying to will it through. 18 points is the margin. It's 3 straight kicks. Adelaide on top. Adelaide by 18. 28.5 gone final term.
Short kick into the back pocket from Rory Led. Murray drives a kick up towards the wing. Pack forms out the back. Walker. Ball sits up for him. Has time to get it on the boot. Kicks it out on the full. Parker in pursuit. So North will get it back on their right back flank. Crows by 3 goals.
Phil Thorpe was bumping over Luke Parker on the wing.
And Walker wasn't happy with him either. Lowe stands with his hands out and then retreats with the kick for Caleb Daniel. Time and enemy now for the Kangas as well. 29 minutes into this fourth. Back to Bailey Scott, who moves it on to Finn O'Sullivan.
Well, Common's gone forward to give them another option. I don't know what they're doing here, though. Going to have to take a risk. Might as well lose by 5. Have a crack at winning it.
Yep. And a long time to recover after this. North. They don't play again till next March as the short kick finds O'Sullivan, then to Davies Uniacke to Simpkin, down the wing to Banch. He's off and running. 70 metres out. Kicks inside 50. Turnover. And Miller picks it off in front of Darling, trying to go with the short target. Wasn't the option. No. Miller short and wide for the Crows, out to half-back for Taylor Walker. Adelaide on the precipice of making it an 18-win season for the first time in club history. It'll be their 3rd minor premiership. As Walker goes long down the line and O'Brien's got his mitts around it, takes the mark in front of the benches.
No, he's going to be an important player, isn't he, Big Riley, in his finals campaign. Lowered his colours today, I think, as many have done this year.
Yeah.
Christian Cherry. He's just such an honest competitor.
Kicks for Fogarty, and that's what they do. The contested marking down the line. Fogarty's got it between wing and half forward for the Crows.
Fog, little bereft, steps around Parker. Now he kicks long towards full forward. Down there, Logue puts his fist through it, straight up and down. Punched on by Bond. Logue again, can't gather it. Powell gets rid of it to Harvey. Rushing a kick beyond the defensive arc. Bouncing ball. Worrell goes and tracks it. Crows ball again. Back to Laird, who might have a case to answer during the week. Now Worrell again. Left foot kick inside 50. Back there, Pink. Defensive mark for the Kangas. And they need to go. They're down by 18 points late in this game.
Simpkin receives it and kicks short to Parker. Hand pass away to Daniel. Long down the wing. Banch again the target. Collects on the half volley, trying to evade Miller. Miller got him high. Free kick for Banch. Hand pass away to McKercher. Down to half forward. Davies Uniacke marks. 60 from home. Looks inside the forward 50. Team down by 3 goals. 31 gone final term. Kicks to the hot spot. Mark is leaping up and got a piece of it. And the mark's going to be paid. And Curtin tried to rip it down with him. And yet this footy is going to end up in the hands of Trembath. I thought Curtis had more.
Well, Curtis definitely had the first.
Yes.
Trembath's going to be the beneficiary.
I think there was lucky. 3 players had their hands on that footy, and in the end it's the 3rd of the options in Cooper Trembath who will get it and full forward.
Well, if he kicks this, we know how lethal they've been out of the centre bounce.
Still 90 seconds left on the clock. Margin 3 goals. Margin now 2 goals. Trembath puts it through. He's played 3 games of footy late in the year and he's kicked 3 in each of them. It's a one way to end your year, Cooper Trembath. And Adelaide's lead is trimmed at 12. 32 minutes gone, final term. Adelaide hanging on with 90 seconds to go. 17-10 to 15-10.
No, it's been a positive, hasn't it? Yeah. This young man, they found one. Can't wait to see what he can produce next year with a full pre-season. I'm not sure he gets a little bit lucky there. I'm not sure he had. No, he definitely didn't have anywhere near the first. Paul Curtis's mark.
Just drags it out at the end, Paulie.
Yeah. I'll tell you what it is. It's the first time the Crows have conceded 100 points for a long, long time. I remember the Bulldogs game here, which was a bit of a shootout. I don't think they conceded 15 goals. So, again, just a few little cracks, a few little vulnerabilities still in this Crows. I mean, you feel like they're going to hold on here and clinch top spot, but
98 points they conceded.
Yeah.
And they get a centre bounce clearance Here the Kangas, they can't. The Crows go forward. Fogarty off to Saligo. Towards the game. He misses right. But it's a handy point. Puts them out by 13. And might be enough for that minor premiership.
Geelong game in gather round. Last time they conceded 100 points, the Crows. They have done again today here as they win it back in midfield. And Berry goes wide with the kick. You have the Cumming who marks on the boundary line. City side. 13-point lead for Adelaide. 33 and a half gone, final turn. 2005, 2017, and now this in 2025 will be the minor premiership years for Adelaide. They're more interested in repeating 97, 98, of course, and coming away with the cup as Dawson goes long down the line. Sherry kicks it back in the other direction. Bouncing footy down the City wing. 12-point lead for the Crows. Hand pass back inboard. Scrap on for it. Number of bodies dive in, and in the end, the umpire says, I'll have it. And the ball up on the City wing. Crows by 13 points.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Geelong and Richmond to follow this game. Up it goes on the wing, slapping it down Sherry. Davies-Uniacke shrugging a tackle, eventually handballs it away to Powell. He'll just kick off a step, a spiral. And Phil Thorpe, who's gone back, he marks on the back flank. Kicks back to Cumming at fullback. And he'll just hold it up and watch the time expire. The Crows crowned minor premiers for a third time. But the bigger job is at hand. As September awaits the Adelaide Crows, they win by 13 points over North Melbourne in round 24. When courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows. It was an underwhelming way to do it. They led by 6 points at quarter time. They led by 11 points at half time. 25 at three-quarter time. It got out to 37. It was cut back to 12, but they end up holding on by 13. As we fight the rugged battles, the flag will be our goal. Our skill and nerve will see us through. Our commitment never grows. We're the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows. Yes, the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows. First finals appearance since 2017, and like they did then, the Crows will start from the front of the grid for the race for the premiership in the spring. 17-11, 113, North Melbourne 15-10-100. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, we got a hard out in about 3 minutes. Let's sum it all up for us.
Look, it was basically for Adelaide concede clearances and then defend. Their foot skills were much better than North Melbourne all day. Adelaide went at 77%. The Crows went at 64%. You mentioned the first final series since 2017. They've only got 4 players on the list from that 2017 team. Wow. Walker, Laird, Smith and Miller. So, this whole list is turned over completely now. It's a completely new team. So they've put themselves in the best possible position to go and win a grand final, the Crows. So, it wasn't perfect today by any means. Matty Nix will certainly be disappointed with that clearance count, but they come away unscathed from this game, and now they rest up and they're into a first final at home final.
Yeah, 2 home finals. So I mean, what a season! First unbelievable effort. Win 18 games off the back of last year. Significant improvement across the board from so many of their players, and as you say, they enter a final series with a home qualifying final in pretty good health. They had a game today, which I think Matty Nix will be happy with. They're still under no illusions that despite finishing on top, they've got plenty to work on in the next 2 weeks before that first final against probably Collingwood. We'll wait and see, obviously, over the course of this weekend. But unbelievable season from the Crows, and I think many tipped them to probably be an improver this year, but I don't think anyone would have tipped them to finish again clear on top. So full credit to them.
The votes in the ABC.
Oh, quickly, Rami, happy to. I had a quick think about it at the end there. I'm going to give one to Tristan Cherry. Just rounded out a fantastic year. Probably wins North best and fairest. What a player he's become. What a warrior. 2 to Ben Keys. Thought he set the game alight early. Kicked 3 goals, and we mentioned before the game who's going to bob up and carry or pick up the slack from Isaac Rankin. I think between Keys and Peatling, they did that today with small contributions from elsewhere. And I think Riley Thilthorpe across the day, I'm going to give him 3 votes. He's just a colossus. I can't wait to see him in particular, but Fogarty and him, attack this final series. You just feel like he's going to have a massive say. And, he just stands tall time and time again and impacts the game when it matters for the Crows. So surely will be All-Australian for the first time in his career, well-deserved. And really, in a lot of ways, he's embodied this Adelaide rise this season, meteoric rise this season. So 3 to Riley Thilthorpe. What a season he's had.
Great job to all of you here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. 3 for Thilthorpe, 2 for Keys, 1 for Sherry. I think we're all in the studio next week.
Well, that rounds out Saturday Arvo Footy, which, to be fair, hasn't set the world on fire, Ben, this year. So well done to you two.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Luke Ball, to Adam Ramanauskas, to Stuart Hollywood-Baker, to Razor Ray Chamberlain and to Craig Davis back in the studio. We're done here at Docklands. So despite losing the clearance count by 21, Adelaide win the game by 13 and clinch the minor premiership. Either the NRL or the AFL on deck now.